Hello everybody and welcome along to the 6th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship. I'm John Hindhaugh, alongside me is Graham Goodwin, the editor of dailysportscar.com, and we're ready to go racing at Fuji for the 6 hours of Fuji. Down on the grid, traditional Japanese entertainment. As usual, brilliant crowd. Despite heavy overnight rain, people were camping and queuing up into the early hours of the morning to get their spots here. The grandstands gradually filling up as people are making their way back from the fan areas behind the major grandstands. Patrick Dempsey, his first time here, having a cracking time, and a good chat with him earlier on this week. And here's how the season has shaped up so far. Silverstone, Spa, Le Mans, Nürburgring and Austin are all now in the history books. It's Fuji, Shanghai and Bahrain to the end of the season on the 21st of November. And tricky conditions here means that Eduardo Freitas has decided that this race will start behind the safety car. Regulations, sporting regulations stating that that should mean that the clock will run as the safety car pulls off the line rather than after the first green flag lap. Fuji, just over 4.5 kilometres, 2.8 miles. This configuration been in use since 2005, a long and checkered history for this circuit, but for quite some time now has been in the hands of the Toyota Motor Group. It was Mitsubishi Estates who took this on in the early 1960s after the issues of the NASCAR style organisation who built or planned to build the first circuit. Alan McNeish just telling Mark Webber to take it easy at the start so both of the Audis could get through. Of course, Mark Webber will be starting the 17 car. Had a quick chat with Mark this morning and he was in fine form, loves this place, and in some ways, of course, this was the race last year that turned around their season and Mark's as well. Right, time for Louise Beckett and Beckett's Corner with a real superstar here, Andrea Lotterer.
You join me third on the grid with the number 7 Audi. Andre, the big question is, what can you do to stop the dominance of the Porsches?
Drive flat out. Yeah, we got closer. We have a performance update, so you could see yesterday in qualifying, we closed the gap, and qualifying they're really strong. So we expect to have a good race and to hopefully be on a similar level, and that we can fight again on the track like in the first 3 races, because Nürburgring and Austin wasn't great. So yeah, good job from Audi to give us some performance updates, and we're really looking forward to the race, and it's time to win again.
It's a little wet at the moment. You say it's going to be drying out. Is that good or bad for you? What do you want?
We don't really know, to be honest, because nobody practiced in the wet. I think it's better that it dries soon. I mean, all cars have 4-wheel drive, so it's really quick cars to drive in the wet, and it's not so much water. So I don't expect to see huge differences in performance, but it's still a question mark. So hopefully it dries faster and we can have a good race.
Thanks very much. Well, let's take a look at qualifying now with the highlights.
Qualifying on Saturday here at Fuji was in full dry conditions, pretty perfect actually, and as far as the GTs were concerned, it was a case of get out there and get the laps done. Victor Scheitar in the leading championship leading car in third position, but it was the AF Corsa duo that locked out the front row. They parked it early and weren't sure that the 71 car of Collado and Davide Rigon would actually hold on to it. A similar story in LMP2 with the G-drives locking out the front row. Yeah. And, well, we know this story now, don't we? It was the Porsches that took the front row. Late dash by Mark Lee, putting an extra set of Michelin tyres onto the car, and I should say the 72 SMP guys in pole position in arm. So Graham Goodwin, a little bit of a surprise there that Andrea Lotterer perhaps is not starting the Audi number 7 championship leading car. Their lead cut to 9 points now, of course, after Porsche's.
A slight surprise. I mean, Andre, of course, lives here just down the road here in Gotemba, just 5 minutes down the road from Fuji International Speedway, but they put the Rainmeister Martin Fessler in the car. For those that perhaps were keeping an eye online on what was going on with qualifying, should explain the number 50 Labra Corvette that was initially the pole position car in GTM, lost that spot due to, we can look at the car now, to a technical infringement to do with the return valve. It's the valve that's on the fuel tank that stops fuel flowing back if the car becomes, for whatever reason, inverted. A part that's been on the car all year but was deemed outside the regulations last night. Car's been re-scrutineered this morning. It is there. You can see on the grid. It's the 83 car. This is the AF Corsa car lying second in the championship, John.
But they did lose their pole position, and more importantly, they did lose the point that goes with it.
They did.
That's gone to the 72 car.
That goes to the 72 car, and that will help them in their championship fight with this car. So it's a Ferrari 1-2 at the moment in the, so 1-3 rather. Gerard Neveu there on the right, boss of the FIWC, Pierre Fillon, the president of the ACO on the left, and Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, the head of Audi Sport, of course, in the centre. A packed grid as the covers come off the car ahead of race start. Should explain why the race is going to start behind the safety car. Circuit is wet, but the key thing about this circuit, John, as we were hearing earlier this morning from Alan McNish, is there are several places where you can get rivers across this track where the water is running off the infield, and I can see at least 2 of those from where we're standing here opposite pit in. So very tricky. What this gives the drivers the opportunity to do is to spot where the puddles are. So rather than actually the first time they encounter them being at full racing speed, it gives them the opportunity just to judge where the conditions are going to be at their trickiest, because the kind of lack of adhesion you meet when you meet standing water is, well, potentially a race-ending one for anybody. 72 Ferrari there. This has had a fantastic run of form of late, winning at Le Mans, of course, in both the races since, and now holds a very good lead in the GTE AM standings. The SMP Racing team, Russian flagged, British race engineer, and Italian driver in Andrea Bertolini, but 2 fine Russian drivers there. And the Japanese fans, what a great, just a fabulous additional bonus for this feature. This is the crowd making their way through for the autograph session today in their thousands.
And the guys had queued up for a very, very long time this morning to come in. Patrick Dempsey, as ever, very, very popular, but all of the major manufacturers represented here, and everybody has their flags at various parts of the circuit. Mark Webber loves this place. The rest of the team call him Mr. Fuji.
Mr. Fuji, yeah.
Live pictures on the grid. One of the reasons that we like coming here, apart from the fans and their incredible enthusiasm, is just the atmosphere here and how you're dealt with from the guys who wave you into the car park, the guys who check your passes. This morning, I was greeted by the same older gentleman who's been here for the last 3 years at the bottom of the media centre stairs, who said, a very warm welcome, please come inside, and thank you for your cooperation.
Yeah, if only he knew you.
Yes, well.
Terada-san there with the green flag will be the Grand Marshal and starting this race in just a few minutes' time. What a fine ambassador for Japanese motorsport he's been at the Le Mans 24 Hours for as long as I can remember, John. Covers coming off the 51 car. Now this is a defending championship champion car from GT last year. Tony Verlander will take the start, but they've had some terrible luck over the last couple of races and now fallen to 3rd in the championship. Timo Bernhard getting a ticking off there for whatever, probably being too fast from Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, but there's a great spirit between the teams here. I was chatting to James Collado yesterday evening, and James, of course, came from the GP2 arena to take up his position in this car, the pole-setting GTE Pro car and telling me what a massive difference in atmosphere, camaraderie there is in this paddock compared to very many others he's had experience of. Gerard Hassan with Pierre Fillon, Gerard Neveu there. I think Gerard's weather gear is probably the most appropriate of the three. And that fan base, another thing that we see here, John, every year is the fans are probably better equipped in terms of camera equipment than most of the pros.
Unbelievable. What I stood out in the Asian Le Mans series yesterday with my little bridge camera and felt, frankly, somewhat under-equipped. Not for the first time in my life. It's very tight at the top of the screen. Actually, that is now down to 9 points because Brendon Hartley, Mark Webber and Timo Bernhard are on 104 after the 1 point yesterday for their pole position. Should just point out this is only the second wet race of the season. The last 2 hours of Le Mans were declared wet race, and it's only the third wet session. Check that, fourth wet session that we've had all year around. 2 at Silverstone, 1 which was free practice 1 at Spa, which was very wet indeed and has that Kaz Nakajima incident in it.
It did, but just before Kaz had that nasty accident, what is distinctly relevant is that the Toyota was very close indeed to the ultimate pace. So in the wet, we might see 6 cars nose to tail here. The Audis will be closer, we think. As we're beginning to get close, this is going to be the Japanese national anthem, I believe.
Well, Graham, I've been grading national anthems all year. That goes straight to the top.
Fantastically done, wasn't it?
That's a solid 9, that was.
Oh, solid 9.3 from me. Excellently done. And in the wet, of course.
Best West national anthem this year, certainly.
You can see how wet. I think the weather is just coming back again.
It does this here, doesn't it? I was here in 13 when we didn't get a race, and I ended up commentating on the clouds coming up and down the valley.
Yep, you and me both. That was a challenge, wasn't it? But the fans stayed, and you can see now behind the Saab around Morgan just how full that main stand is. This is a long stand.
110,000 people are able to be accommodated here, and I would think there's probably a good third to maybe even a half of that already in the circuit here this morning. The car parks are absolutely full to overflowing. Not everybody in the grandstands. There's some very good viewing places. People have camped overnight. People have been camping here since Thursday when we arrived. In little 1-man or 2-man bivvy tents in the area. Now the reason that we're getting messages now from race control saying that the 5-minute board has been revised to 10:55, and the race, as we have said, we'll keep saying this, will start behind the safety car, but the time of the race should start as the safety car rolls, i.e. there will not be a green flag formation lap. And little update from Louise Beckett, who's down in the pit lane. Not everybody down on the grid, Louise.
The KCMG 47 is on the grid, but there's no wheels on the car and there's no driver in it. They said they're starting from the pit lane.
Right, okay, so they're going to roll straight back into the pit lane.
Now, they had some problems in qualifying, and it was a mistake, John, I think it's fair to say, from Nick Tandy. That's left him scrambling for a single-time lap. It was good enough to actually get them fourth on the LMP2 grid. They're clearly going to hand that position back, but Nick losing the car and slapping the barrier hard, driver's right. Limited damage, but of course it did delay the car in qualifying. We've not seen what that car can do here. So remains to be seen as to why they're opting to do that. Have they had a problem on the grid, I wonder?
Or are they going to take a chance on the tyres?
That was my first thought. But I think when they see how wet it is around the back, this is at best, at very, very best, marginal for intermediates.
Nick actually only had one flying lap.
He did. He did.
The guys worked really hard to get the car back. He was coming out of 5 in towards 6, the hairpin at 6, which is really very quick. Watched the Asian Le Mans Series race there yesterday, as I said. It was absolutely fantastic, thoroughly enjoyed it. Great circuit to spectate on here. So the 13, Alex Imperatori, will start the Rebellion R1. Again, all of these drivers have been making themselves available, even more than usual it seems here this weekend. We had a class of school children from the local elementary school asking questions in the pre-race press conference. By the way, you can download that from FIAWEC.com, as well as the post-qualifying press conference. 1,500
children we had here from various levels of education up to college, with class groups. It's great to see. We're wonderful to see more of that around the world. I know we get it at very many of the WEC races. Alex Wirtz waits to take the number 2 Toyota away. Will they be closer here? A young Toyota fan at circuit, of course, owned by the company. Kaz Nakajima aboard the number 1. He has a fantastic record here.
Well, welcome along to all of those of you who are joining all around the world on the FIA WEC app and on our syndicated TV partners. More joining as we get closer to race time. And if you are watching on the app at the moment, there are several TV options around the world, but thank you for downloading it as we head on to Shanghai and Bahrain. Graham and I with you throughout the season. And it's been a cracking season as well. I was going to ask you, what do you expect, Graham? But I actually don't know here now.
No, I think we're expecting these cars to be closer to the Porsches, and with the weather, certainly that will help Toyota. But the reason we're going to see these cars closer, that's the front end of the Audi, which is pretty radically different to what we've seen before. There's also a change at the rear. It's kind of rather more extended rear deck. It's almost a long tail version of this car. So the trailing edge is a little further back than we've seen previously on the Audis. But the 7 and 8 cars, we expect, I think, to be closer to the ultimate Porsche pace. And there was some tricksy stuff going on in practice and qualifying. Audi not really, I don't think, showing their ultimate pace yet.
I agree.
And I think we could have a cracker on our hands here, John. Romain Dumas at the wheel of the number 18 car. He will start that car. And still what are going to be very tricky conditions at the start of this race, without a shadow of a doubt. Still very low cloud. You can't see that from the TV pictures. That way you can in the background, but it doesn't give you really the impression of just how low that cloud is. Almost an eye level to us, John.
Yeah, we drove through it this morning coming in, and last night going back home again. We drive around the outside of one of the foothills of Mount Fuji on the way back to our accommodation here up a road that is clearly used by the locals for either official or probably very unofficial drifting.
I suspect the unofficial, judging by the security cameras.
Yes, I did see those for the first time this morning, which rather surprised me. Mark Webber.
Yeah, Herr Weber is going to take the starts in the number 17 car, and isn't he having a purple patch at the moment? Good morning to our very keen fans on the spectator bankings.
Quite a lot of European fans have come over as well. Interesting to see some Occidentals here, certainly more than before. Let's go down to the pit lane. As we've just mentioned, Mark is starting the number 7 Porsche, and we have Louise Beckett braving the weather down there to stick a microphone right next to him.
Mark, last moments before the race, you're known to do well round here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, obviously first time for the weekend that it's wet, so everybody's got to try and manage that, but I'm in a good position, obviously I have good visibility, so yeah, just hope it's a nice clean start to the race in the first hour for everybody, and then hopefully the rain can back off a little bit and we have a nice clean race. But we want a Porsche one too, obviously that's the goal, and but a long race to go.
Thanks.
That, John, has been part of the pattern for this year. Porsche with more consistency than Audi across the two cars, which is why they lead in the Manufacturers' Championship, but better success across the year for the 7 car from Audi as opposed to the 8, which is why the 7 driver crew lead the Drivers' Championship.
16 degrees in the air, 17 on the track. Those are Inters.
They're intermediate Dunlops
ready to go on the 42 Stracker, sitting on pole in... sitting just behind the pole sitters in LMP2. They held pole for a wee while yesterday. That car has really shown some improvements as the guys from Stracker get their heads around the new car, and the drivers reporting that it's doing exactly what they want them to do.
Except winning yet, I think is fair to say.
I mean, come on, it's early days.
Oh no, I agree. 2
new Audi R8s for the safety cars. They've been with us since I think it was the Nürburgring, the first run out that we gave those cars. Graham and I both got binoculars on the grid to see if there's anyone else looking to change tyres. At the moment, down at the front, there's all kinds of chat going on. Ollie Jarvis will start the 8 car.
He will. It's full wets for all the P1 cars that I've spotted so far, and I think that's probably the correct move just at this moment. Still the possibility of more rain. And indeed, lots of umbrellas still around, so there's still rain falling out there. But it's not heavy rain.
No, it isn't. It's misty, horrible.
Misty drizzle. We can actually see mist drifting across below our eye line, the back of the grandstand here, John. And just a quick show there, John, of one of the intermediate tyres about to go on. They are being taken away from the Gibson, in fact. And it's the tyre that the team, great idea this, that they've got the fans to sign that tyre.
Yeah.
Silver paint on the sidewall. Very popular idea at the autograph session yesterday.
Here's the man that you're going to have to watch at the start. When we do go green, and as yet we don't know when that will be in terms of the cars being released from behind the safety car, Kaz Nakajima has been relishing this. He has been doing the rain dance all weekend. Now, we were just talking about the Sard Morand and tyre choice in P2. Let's go down and find out what Ollie Webb knows. Here's Louise Beckett down on the grid.
Ollie, the race has been slightly delayed. Rain's still falling. You're third on the grid. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think, well, it's going to make it an exciting race, that's for sure. We're predicting that it's going to stop raining very soon. All that being said, it's very hard to tell, but I think Eduardo Freitas, the race director, has made a good decision under safety car to start the race. It's a little bit less exciting, but I think after the first few laps, to let us learn these conditions, you'll still see an exciting turn 1.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Very exciting, I think.
And the reason that things have been revised, the race start actually will be at the same time. The cars would normally have been rolling by now on their formation laps, but because the race is starting behind the safety car, and therefore the race start is when the safety car moves off the line for the first time, that is why everything's been pushed back a little bit, mainly because of people joining for TV. They don't want them to miss the cars actually rolling away. And
indeed, with the long blend line we've got to pit in here, Eduardo Freitas on the screens at the moment clarifying overtaking will only be allowed when the safety car has been withdrawn after crossing the start-finish line, which is right in front of our eyes, John.
Yeah.
So this massively long straight, there'll be itchy, itchy, itchy trigger feet, but they will not be allowed to fire, if you like, until they cross that line. On board there with Romain Dumas. 5-minute board now being shown.
Quick word with Nick Chandy. Proved himself human earlier this weekend in qualifying when he binned the car on his out lap in qualifying, had one flying lap and then got back to his imperious best. Here's Louise.
The car's just gone down. Nick, this first lap's going to be important for you.
Just a second. We're talking on the radio. Sorry, we were talking on the radio, but I mean, for this race, honestly, we don't know how competitive we're going to be in the rain. There's quite a big difference between the cars in LMP2, so we could be really fast. Our competition could be a lot faster, but you know, we're leading in the championship. We need to score good points, so it's a no risk, but at the same time, we need to try and stay somewhere near the front of our grid.
Thanks very much. I'll leave you to your team talk. Thanks.
That's
But what a pro. What a pro.
That is a very good point from Nick, because a point I hadn't considered till he just said it is I'm not sure, with the exception of that little bit of a sprinkle at the end of Le Mans, John, we've seen much of the Oreca 05 in the wet.
No, not
so
at all.
That would be interesting to ride a
There's the cars. There's the cars that in this weather are probably 4 to 5 seconds a lap quicker than the opposition. Yes, that's exactly what I've just said. The massed ranks of GTE competition, other than Porsches, have been praying for dry. There is nothing that can stop the freight train of Porsches and Michelin wet tyres. Remember, they were very vociferous here back in 13 when the race didn't happen. There's Patrick Pilet.
IMSA champion, of course, now.
Yes, confirmed last week.
Three-minute board is up. Remember, this race will start behind the safety car, so 3 minutes before we see the safety car roll off. The new model Audi R8, as John was saying a little earlier, into the gloom at the moment still, but likely that we'll see this rain easing off in an hour or so, with the track drying from lunchtime onwards.
That's a great sight. That is a great sight. The weather just closing in a tiny bit.
No word from Nick that that car was going to start from pit lane, though.
No.
There are your 31 starters.
This is round number 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Welcome to those of you around the world that are joining us, including on Fox Sports 2. Thanks to the guys for their pre-race. And the word is that the safety car will lead off the 2 Porsches, the 2 Audis and the 2 Toyotas. And as that happens, the 6 hours will begin their countdown. Pole position in LMP2. G-Drive Racing locking out their effective front row. Nick Tandy sitting down the field after an incident in 4th position, Tandy, for the KCMG car. And a change in the front row of the amateur class, with the 72 promoted with Victor Shaitar into that position of pole because of an irregularity on the rollover valve on the fuel system of that Labra competition car that Paolo Roberti will start.
1 minute to start the race behind the safety car. We are 1 minute to start the race behind the safety car. There will be no formation lap. There will be no formation lap. Race time will start at 11 o'clock flat.
Eduardo Freitas just confirming what we told you there. Jacques Leconte very upset because the car had earned the pole position as of right, not a performance enhancing part, of course, that rollover valve, and the Pratt & Miller version that was on the works cars at Le Mans and scrutiny it as legal, and on his car for the preceding 5 races this year. However, they've taken their punishment, they've gone to the back of their
15
grid.
seconds.
Stand by for action then, as that Audi in the foreground, the new Audi R8 street car with George's additions and modifications.
Green flag, green flag, green flag, green flag.
Graham Goodwin alongside me, and the green
Race
flag
has started behind the safety car. Grand Marshal has started the race behind the safety car.
Sorry,
the
Eduardo.
clock has started counting for the 6 hours of Fuji 2015.
Sorry, Eduardo. Just not quite finished what we were saying there. And a true legend waving the green flag here.
Absolutely a very key part of the endurance racing legend in Japan, and a key part of actually keeping these guys in these stands for as many years as they've come back. And great to have international motorsports, international sports car racing back with the Japanese audience for now a 4th year, John, as the cars peel off from Echelon. Yujiro Terada-san.
What a great history he's got here and ultimately around the world. Now the clock has started in the middle of the screen.
And all 31 cars away
from their
Echelon formation,
which is English for ear of corn, of course. And we are counting down then. Thank you for joining us here at Fuji. It's a big motorsport weekend. We know there's lots of choices. Let's hope you've made you've made the right one. Thanks very much indeed for being with Graham Goodwin and me, John Hindhaugh, here at the WEC. As you can see, 1 or 2 people just exploring the outside of the circuit as they go through 6 and 7 and through 100R.
A river right where we're looking at the Audis coming through there. We can see clearly from our position. The drivers, though, won't really be able to see that until they come out the preceding turn.
Let's go down to the pit lane. A few moments ago, Louise Beckett was down on the grid to get some last-minute thoughts from Kazuki Nakajima, starting the defending world champion #1 Toyota.
Kazuki, the last moments of your home race, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm excited, very excited. The weather is not great for the fans, but maybe for us it's good weather, so let's hope it is. And well, anyway, we keep pushing.
Just quick spin for the #12 down that's at Dunlop, isn't it, at the far end of the circuit. Matthias Besch in that car. Quick reminder that this is only the 2nd declared wet race of this 2015 World Endurance Championship season, and also the 88 has gone around. Christian Reed, my goodness, and it's as you can see, he's lost power there, and that's coming out of 100R down through turn 9 towards 10, 11 and 12.
Christian, 1 or 2 drivers doing double duty this weekend with the Asia Le Mans series. He did that race in a Porsche Cup car.
Now let's have a listen to what James Collado is saying in the 71 Ferrari.
Obviously you stay in mix 1, you stay in mix 1, and you use the clutch to upshift and downshift. Take care about our gearbox.
Oh, interesting.
Wow.
Very talkative chief engineer that the guys on the 71 car had yesterday, or perhaps the day before. James asked about how the other Ferrari was doing and got a rundown of everybody in GTE that, frankly, I'd have been proud of. We could probably give him a job up here, although putting me on the spanners of anything would probably be a bad idea. Have you just finished the thought about wet races? The last 2 hours of Le Mans were declared as wet race. This is the first race this season that has started as a declared wet race, and is only the 4th session of wet running that we've had in this 2015 season. 2 at Silverstone, 1 in free practice, 1 at Spa. Notable for 2 things: the big accident to Kaz Nakajima, that's taking him out of the points, having the same points as his teammates because he had to miss a race. But the pace of the Toyota in that session was very much closer to the front of the field.
Didn't quite hear that message.
No, that was the onboard to from Eduardo Freitas to the driver of the safety car, Yannick Dalmas. I don't think that was meant for us. That was just the microphone picking it up. Yes, the pace of the Toyota in that first session at Spa
was half a second off the Porsche, John. So 2nd in the overall order in free practice 1, albeit with an accident soon afterwards for Kaz Nakajima, which counted him out for some weeks. But what's interesting to me is, 1, it looks a lot wetter, of course, now we've got the cars out there with rooster tails flying. The other thing is, the one river I can see from our commentary position is being cleared by the cars. It's standing water rather than flowing water, and there's a greyer line as the cars have actually come through it. So I'm not sure it's going to be too much longer before we get this race underway.
Well, it's the start straight that'll be the issue.
Very wet here.
Huge rooster tails as the leading prototypes go through at what looks like a pedestrian speed The grandstand is filled right up in front of us now, and smartphones, cameras all out to capture the cars at a moderate pace, driving way quicker than we would probably want to where we're in our street cars. But the race is 5.5 minutes old. You're watching the 6th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship from Fuji. Graham Goodwin and John Hindhaugh. No changes in position, of course. And did the 12 car.
There are two changes in position, John, because you're absolutely right.
So the 12 car did lose its position when it spun. It's gone down to 16.
Ollie, you know, on the steering wheel we have the switch for the wiper. You can turn it up to go quicker if you think it'll help you.
Should have read the manual. Should have read the owner's manual. And the other car that's changed position then would be the 88 that's dropped to the back of the
That's rejoined in 31st position,
yeah.
So the Corvette doesn't start from the back. That'll be good news for them. Now, I don't think we are going to see that KTMG car start from the pit lane because it's not pitted. It should have done by now, shouldn't it?
I think it's just KCMG and their tactics. They are sometimes a little bit naughty with what they tell Louise.
Tusk.
And that will earn them a finger wagging from Louise.
You don't want that.
No, you don't.
That finger is sharp.
Yes. Well, if it becomes to poking in the chest, then they're in real trouble. 7 minutes gone then. We're behind the Audi safety car. So Audi leads Porsche, but the Audi ahead is an R8 street car, the new version thereof. Let's check through the teams and find out what the drivers are saying. This is Alex Wirtz.
The step visibility is worst on the main straight. I would like to race, but just have to report realistically.
The man, of course, who is still considered by the very top echelons of this road racing fraternity, the Grand Prix drivers, the man who should be leading the Grand Prix Drivers Association, and once again proving his honesty and his, I suppose, a man of honour, just telling it as it is. Alex Wirtz. Big gap between the two leading Porsches, with Mark Webber pushing along quite hard behind the safety car.
Okay, Marshall, just for information, it's still raining in the pit lane. No information yet about when we would be going green, okay?
And that was Lena Gade talking to Marcel Fesler. Romain Dumas dropped a very, very long way back there. I just wonder if that was to get a bit of speed up and see how much aquaplaning. The Porsches have been running, particularly at the back, very, very low indeed. This 919 hybrid is very pitch sensitive in dry conditions, to the point where we've seen those sparks that we saw towards the end of last season, Graham, from the back end of the car. And at one stage that was coming from the diff casing. The
Absolutely.
car was so low. Mark Webber tried both compounds of dry tyre yesterday and the day before in an interesting strategy by Porsche that actually saw two completely different aero packages on the 17 and the 18, and the one they've gone for, and they may be actually looking into that now with these, is the higher, with these conditions, the higher downforce package. They came with their lower downforce, lower drag package here to try it out, back-to-backed it in free practice 1 and 2, but even in dry conditions decided it was the best to go with the one that was on the 17 during the early part of the week, which was the higher downforce package.
Absolutely. There wasn't a great deal of time between the two, but clearly with a kind of very tricky choice they've got to make with the three very different phases of this track. Sector 1, principally this long straight where low drag really can count, to the extent that yesterday's Asian Le Mans Series race, John, saw a GT car, the quickest in the first sector against P3 and P2 opposition. Then you've got the kind of tighter, twistier, but grippier second sector, and then what a couple of drivers have
which is much more aero dependent.
Absolutely. Then the third sector, which is all about mechanical grip. It's all about that. Aero really doesn't play a part because you're not at a speed that you can really get that advantage. So it really is a tricky call. They have gone for their higher downforce package, and we'll see when we see the rear end of one of the Porsches. You'll see what we've been describing as the eyebrows, if you like, attached to the rear wheel arches, but not to the rear deck. And then with Porsche and their new aero package, front and rear, I wonder whether or not the tactics behind the safety car are actually about visibility, John.
Yeah.
Because now we've got the number 7 car sitting a bit further back, down the main straight where the rain is at its worst. Encouragingly, though,
I was going to say, ironically, we've got a bright, sun-shining vista ahead of us to the far side of the racetrack in the valley over I suppose, behind turns 4 and 5.
Less than a mile away, I'd say.
And I'm just hoping that that's coming this way, because it is a remarkable set of circumstances that sees dark clouds where we are, but sunshine and a bit of mist not even a mile away. Back down to Toyota. Here's Kaz Nakajima.
With the track condition, and is it raceable? It looks like water amount is a bit more than before. So, amount of light is fine, visibility is not great.
And that was Mathieu Lenel talking to Kaz Nakajima. One of the most bizarre situations I've ever seen earlier in the race week here, when Anthony Davison, who is by no means unfit or indeed want to complain about his working conditions, had to come in halfway around the lap at crawling speed in the number 1 car, because the vibrations in the car, which had come from nowhere, were making it difficult for him to breathe, and got out of the car in some distress.
He did, and Ant's fitter than a butcher's dog's personal trainer, so there's certainly no flies on him in terms of levels of fitness. So that must have been awful in the car, whatever had caused that. But clear message from Kaz Nakajima that I think he was saying there, John, that he doesn't think it's raceable just yet.
It's not far away though, Graham, because as the Audi pace car comes past us now, safety car as it is, excuse me, I see it's difficult because it hasn't had a pace lap. That brighter weather is coming towards us, and that brighter weather has got no rain in it. And once the rain stops here with a little bit of wind, and we have just got enough, and these very efficient rain tyres, oh my goodness.
And now you can see from in car, from this
Paul
Chatin, that's his view.
Now look at where it says SC, right under Alpine, that's the Magneti Marelli flag in the cab system that all the cars have. It's yellow and it has SC for safety car. If he made an indiscretion and he got a black and white warning flag, it would show there as well. And also it would tell him, for example, if he had a mechanical flag, the old meatball, black and orange, as into the pit lane comes the number 50. That is the lap of competition. But those messages are personal to the car as well as field-wide. Back to the number 7 Audi.
In my opinion, we could start the race. Okay.
Copy, understood.
Marcel Fessler, the Swiss driver, one of many. And his teammates, a wry smile. In fact, both sets of teammates sitting there with wry smiles saying, he thinks we can start the race in this.
It's a driver change for the Corvette, John.
That's very interesting. So Roberti has got out.
It was
Roberti.
It was Roberti in the car to start the race.
Correct. Roberti has got out. I got to it with the binos just too late to see who got in, but they're not losing anything. Louise, this is a bit odd, but it's seemingly not that odd because there's other people thinking about changes. Louise?
No, I was just about to go down to Chevrolet, and Aston Martin are quite active as well. The 96 crew are ready for them to come in.
And it's Gianluca Roda who got in the number 50 car, who is fired up beyond being fired up.
But he'll be doing that because they're going to take the opportunity under the safety car to get the gentleman drivers laps in, where actually the speed of the pro will make less difference.
It's a fair point. The safety cars come past faster than ever this time around. Blinking lights on the back of all the cars because we're under safety car situation. Get a chance to see the back end of the car. You'll see the red tail lights blinking. And still that big SC on the Alpine there of Paul-Loup Chatin.
Would be interesting to stay with Paul-Loup Chatin because I think we're beginning to start to see direct sunlight on around turns 3 and 4, John.
Agreed.
And it's coming around towards the middle part of the track.
15 minutes in then, the race clock is running. Welcome to Fuji, and inclement weather, but the race clock has started. Look in the distance there, the very clear line in the clouds. Beyond that is sunshine. And it's coming quick enough to make me feel that we may get a start shortly. So as you were at the front of the field, Mark Webber has led the opening laps of this race.
Pole position car and GT Am has now pitted. The 72 car is down on pit road as well. The Gianluca Roda, meanwhile, has rejoined the race. Now that appears to be tyres. That's tyres for the number 72 car.
That's interesting. There's no regulations, of course, about how many wet tyres you can use, because that is a safety situation. No driver change, I didn't see there.
No, there's one set of wets off, another set of wets on by the look of things.
Unless he's picked up a puncture.
Ah, good.
That's the only thing
call.
I can think.
Now, the other interesting part, John, is the areas where we can see there was standing water are not getting to the stage where you've got that shininess about the track that seems to indicate that it's coming back, so it's not flowing across the track. What they're doing at the moment is getting rid of standing water, and it's getting brighter by the moment here.
It's a remarkable weather phenomenon. To the right of that picture is bright sunlight and a hard edge to the dark cloud, almost as much as an isobar on a weather map. It is that clear from where we are at the top of the grandstand.
Difficult to believe when you see from in-car what Alex Wirtz is seeing, or rather what he's not seeing. There, clearly, that's barely raceable.
But they're doing 180 clicks, by the way, down the front straight. So, you know, we are clearing water at a decent rate. People pulling out, cars coming out of the pits, and in this part of the circuit now, as they go through, and our course workers enduring, of course, as ever they do. And here's the 96 Aston crew, exactly as Louise suggested. Also coming in, the 83 Ferrari. This is interesting.
That's Emmanuel Collard aboard that car.
Let's get the gentleman driver in.
I think that's exactly what's happening.
So, a new set of tyres, and they are full wets that are going on the Aston.
The change this will mean, as we watch what the Aston Martin team are doing with it, it puts Pedro Lamy to the front of the GTM field at the moment.
I didn't see Manuel Collard get out of that car.
No, I don't think they're changing.
He hasn't. Ah. Was that
No, it's wets for wets, John.
Yeah, there's no choice, is there, in GTM? They don't have an intermediate. In GTE, excuse me. Let's go back down to Audi. Ollie Jarvis is about to talk to the team.
Ollie, can you just confirm, did you say it is possible or it is not possible?
Not possible. Too much spray in the straight. It's okay when you're right behind the car, but from the Porsches in the front, there's like a wall of spray.
Okay, copy that, thanks.
And straight down to Louise Beckett in the pits for an explanation of these pit stops without driver changes. I understand why with, but why without, Louise?
Well, I've just been speaking to Michelin, and what it is there's two choices. Okay, it's still a wet tyre, but there's wet and full wet, and the only difference is how they're cut. And so they're all changing now to full wet.
Right, okay, so they've gone from a wet tyre to effectively a monsoon tyre.
That tells you exactly what you need to know about conditions. Everybody that's taken that gamble is moving away from the gamble. Let's wait and see if anybody else goes for that. We're seeing the first of the P cars in, and that is the number 28.
Second qualifier in LMP2 into the pit lane for Gustavo Jackerman. He's in the pit lane. The umbrellas are still up, and these are hardy spectators. So if there was any chance of those umbrellas coming down, there would be. We are seeing, though, a lot of people weaving left and right on the start-finish straight to almost as if they're still trying to find wet for the less extreme wet option. Kaz Jack Nakajima just wants to get racing as through rumbles a Corvette in front of us.
Of course, John, there's a lot of elevation here. When you've got elevation, what that means is standing water runs off it. So you can have areas of this track that, if they're not absolutely bone dry, are going to be certainly rather less wet than we're seeing on the start-finish straight. So actually keeping those tyres cool is not the worst idea. They might have to run quite a way on them. But if we do get that direct sunshine, it's coming, John. I can see the mountains in full sunshine now over in the distance to our left. That's the first we've seen, so there's no low cloud over the mountains beyond the circuit at all at the moment. listen aboard the 71 car.
Gearbox. So use clutch to downshift especially, and avoid to do some up and downshift with too low rest. Okay.
Now, give me a second to process that. That's very, very unusual that they're asked to do that. These cars are paddle shift, but many cars, including some of the GT3s that I've driven, do not like upshifting particularly, or downshifting if you're not either on full throttle or no throttle at all.
That's it. That's exactly what it's all about. It's not that they've got an overriding concern about this car in race conditions. They've got an overriding concern about this car in extended safety car conditions. Car 28, meanwhile, has been reported to the stewards for speeding in the pit lane, Gustavo Jackerman.
Oh dear.
Just saw the 72 car running very, very wide off the circuit, but back on with no further drama. More pit callers amongst the GT ranks.
And it looks like Stuart Hall's had a little bit of off down at the bottom of the hill down at Dunlop.
Same place I think I saw earlier. We got the 97, 98 and 77 all pitting now.
And again, we'll get Louise to confirm this, but this may well be for the heavier grooved super wet tyres. Aston Martin 97 and 98. Johnny Adam in the 97 this weekend with Darren Turner again. Stefan Mucker is back. He has been drafted into the 99 car, has he not, Graham? Stefan Mucker
is aboard the 99 this weekend.
Yeah,
Fuji Speedway is on GP2 duty in Russia this weekend and will be one of 3 drivers. We can talk about that in a little while. He'll be getting an LMP1 test this year. Richie Stanaway, Sam Bird and Mitch Evans, the 3 selected drivers from the WEC to get that LMP1 test at Bahrain the day after the race.
2 of whom aren't here.
Should make it clear, by the way, anybody joining us a little late who's getting a sense of deja vu from the incredibly wet non-race we had here a couple of years ago. It's not like that at all here. We are going to see this race get underway, I am sure, pretty soon, because the clouds are clearing to bright sunshine beyond, and that is happening very quickly now. Cloud is moving along. The concern at the moment principally is about conditions on the start-finish straight where the spray is enormous, so do bear with us. It won't be very much longer. 23 minutes we've had now since the start of the race. Race starts under the safety car because of weather conditions here. Perfectly sensible thing to do in the circumstances. It rained overnight.
It's not cold. It is not cold.
It's not cold at all.
17 or 18 degrees outside. And
it's going to get very steamy, very, very fast here.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Graham. The safety car keeping up a decent lick at the moment. A 2:12 last time around for Mark Webber behind the safety car. There were people going as fast as 2:10s, but this is a safety car, not a full course yellow. A full course yellow is a 3:20 lap. That would be at 60 kilometers an hour. I think this is actually really quite sensible to have the safety car going round at a bit of a clip to help them clear off the areas of standing water, and one of the rivers is now gone.
More or less, just to the left-hand side, driver's left, still a bit of standing water
between
there.
6 and 7 is where we're talking about.
But that's the point, John. It's not refilling that river.
Correct.
That's the point, and that means that
here, where we are here, to the right as you're looking, there is a river. Was a river of water running across the track. The racing line is now clear of that water, and it's not refilling. Ironically, most of the rivers are caused by the large tarmac runoff areas that the circuit has here, and it runs down from those, following the contours of the circuit.
Seeing the first signs of some direct sunlight on the outer edges of the paddock behind the pit building now. So this the second phase of the circuit is going to start to get dry pretty quickly.
Here's Pedro Lamy down in the pit lane. Very experienced driver with Louise.
Pedro making it back to the pits. First of all, what is it like out there?
It's quite difficult. I mean, to start the race is not possible because it's difficult to see in front. The grip on track is not that bad, actually, not that much water, but the only problem, if we start the race, the visibility is 0.
But you did make the choice to change from wets to full wets, is that correct?
No, we just driver change.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Pedro Lamy down in the pit lane with Louise. Last time round at 2:14, a bit slower by the safety car. Am I being awfully optimistic by saying that? Oh, look to the left there. I can see sunshine on that. That is actually a skid pad area that is used by Toyota and Lexus here.
Rather ironically.
Yeah, very little that need to do to it today. Or maybe they could ring up Sochi and ask them how to spread some diesel on it. That is Audi and their mascot on the refuelling rig. A little bit of wetness there, but there is the weather, the good weather, the better weather that is coming
rapidly,
pouring into view. That is behind turns 4 and 5.
And beginning now to see towards 6 and 7 the first signs of a little bit of silver in those puddles, John.
It's remarkable how the weather works up this valley, and it is a beautiful day behind that cloud bank. Well, that's the view that we've got. Basically, that's what Graham and I are seeing, and it's a beautiful day behind that cloud. Here's Marcel Fessler.
Marcel, can you tell me about track conditions?
Track conditions still the same. I'm pretty sure it's okay to race. For sure, visibility is always the case, but the track is no river, nothing. There is, for me, no reason to not race.
Copy, understood.
That's the second time that Fessler has mentioned that he feels it's okay to race. Of course, these cars at the front of the field are four-wheel drive, and talking to Chris Renke earlier on from Audi, and thank you, by the way, to Alan McNish, Chris Renke, Frank Bieler, Eva Maria, Veith, and the rest of the Audi team. Mark Pass for giving us some access at a very busy time this morning to talk through some of their thinking towards the race. It was very interesting, but Chris Renke is saying there is a 3-position switch to deploy their harvested energy to the front wheel, so effectively they have a change in 4-wheel drive balance that they can put into the car for wet conditions. Lena Gade making some notes there. As into the pit lane comes Ryan DL and Scott Sharp ready to get in that car. Louise is down there. Yeah, driver change has happened, in fact. I just saw the helmet of Ryan DL. Or Razzle Dazzle, as we're calling him now.
Ryan Razzle Dazzle. Of course, does give them the opportunity to get onto a different fuel strategy at this point. We've been running for almost half an hour, John. Sure, it's frustrating, but I think entirely necessary at this point.
Yeah, and
comparisons being drawn with other races.
Well, you can't, because these cars are doing 340, nearly 350 clicks down the front straight with 0 ride height. And the issue, as ever with big prototypes, is that if you start getting standing water on the track, there's not a tyre made that will work on that. And the kind of speeds that this is quite a quick circuit. And there's not a tyre made that will keep you on the track with standing water.
Now, rather bizarrely, after the issues overnight for Lara competition, starting from the back of the grid, with the tyre changes for some of their runners, they're now up to second in class. So the Corvette has already gone by 8 cars
under the safety car.
Under the safety car by dint of stopping early.
Good quick question.
Yeah. Running 23rd overall at the moment.
Should say, for those of you just joining us, it is the 2 Porsches still, 17 and 18 from the Audi, 7 and 8 from the Toyotas 1 and 2. That's your top 6. And now that Ryan DL has got out of this, been a while since he raced in Scotland, but this will take him back to his days of racing at Ingliston and Knockhill, I would have thought.
Okay, Ryan, so we're live. So how is it out there?
You know, 90% of the track's not too bad. The front straight is really bad, which is pretty typical here in Fuji, but we're just trying to get our drive time in strategy-wise. I don't think they've gone green yet, but it's a little bit away, I think, from being safe. Just the closing speed between the P1 cars and everybody else. Visibility is probably about 100 meters on the front straight when we were actually kind of going fast. So, yeah, we'll see how this all plays out, but it's hopefully it stops, and a lot of fans here in Fuji that we can put a good show for.
Does this give you the opportunity to play with your fuel strategy?
Well, we've already kind of changed the strategy at this point. We want to make sure we get all the drivers in, get our drive time in case anything worse comes and we get red flags. But I think it's a good opportunity to get guys in, get minimum drive times for all 3 drivers while we're under safety car, and then we can go fight at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Spot on from RDL. And the professional driver's point of view, he's absolutely right. Much of the track certainly is raceable, but part of it isn't. That does make it rather tricky to make that decision at the moment. But I have to say, John, down the start-finish straight, the safety car driver is got a hell of a lick.
Yeah, he's pushing. There's no doubt about that. Coming up, in fact, just over the half an hour gone here from Fuji. Hello there. Thank you for spending some of your day with us in a motorsport pack weekend. No green flag running for you, but very interesting weather conditions as we still have improving conditions here. And straight out on the first flying lap through.
That's got
Sharp just
finding out how slippy it is, isn't it?
Missing his braking point.
Oh dear me.
So if anybody is wondering why we're not racing yet, watch. Oh, now that's getting a bit steamed up there in the number 8, Ollie Jarvis.
Track conditions are not getting any better.
Yeah, I see that too, that there's no change really to the rain down here. It's still drizzling. Can you turn the windscreen heater off and back on?
Copy.
Yeah, and obviously Audi are looking at the onboard all the time. And
near zero visibility there for Ollie.
Yeah, that was steamed up window though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We'll be interested to see an in-car from one of the open top cars at this stage, because that will give you a really good idea of what real-time conditions are like down the start-finish straight. But hearing from both driver and pit crew that they believe that the conditions on the start-finish straight at least have not changed fundamentally, but we are seeing that brighter.
I'm not sure that's true, Graham, because I now can see, every time a car goes past, I can now see lines in the start-finish line that aren't being filled in. The amount of water that's on the screen of the number 7 Audi at the moment, Marcel Fessler, who wants to race and has said twice he wants to race, is spray from the car ahead. That's not falling from the sky. We just need that little brightness, I think, to come another half a mile or so, and for the rain to stop completely. And I think we could probably get this going. We're not a million miles away from it at the moment. The worry is if the wind changes, and it can do here, that we will actually get worse before we get better.
Safety car has been instructed to increase the pace. Safety car has been instructed to increase the pace.
And that is Alex Imperatori.
Oh, damage.
Damage to the right-hand side of that car. Now, did he come into contact, or was that just hoving over the curbs? Eduardo Freitas, by the way, telling our safety car driver there, or relaying to the teams, that the safety car driver's been told to step on it a bit.
We need a Morecambe Wise moment, John. Bring me sunshine. That's what we want right now.
Is it Yannick Dalmas in that lead safety car?
I don't think Yannick drives the safety car. I think he's the advisor.
Right. They are clocking along a bit, and down fastest lap of the race last time around for Mark Webber, a 2:08.8 and a 2:09.5. 2:09.8 and a 2:09.5 for Dumas. So they have come up, and there is serious damage now to the bodywork of that 13 car. So yes, something has gone very awry on that spin, and it's into the pit lane. Alex Imperatori, who impressed us so much last year in P2. I think with the speed picking up from the safety car, there's two things for that. One, to see what the weather conditions, or the track conditions are like, and two, to see if they can clear a little bit more water. Also in the pit lane is the G-Drive car. Now that car has come in from, that's Ricardo Gonzalez, isn't it, who's coming in the 28 car.
Again, second stop for that car.
Yes, as the Rebellion comes into the pit lane. And it goes back into its box. Bodywork damage to be repaired there. Now, if they can get this done quickly, they might not even drop off the lead lap, although, in fairness, the safety car Audi is cracking along, and you can see there that there is more than a hint of, let's not call it a dry line because there's still water coming up, but a less wet line out on the circuit. The banging rock music from behind us has picked up, which suggests that there's a few spectators making their way into the area to try and pick out their favourite 143rd or 164th model, of which there are legion behind us. Graham Goodwin has brought an extra suitcase to load up on the way back. Mrs. DSC editor already not pleased, but they can go in the office now. That's the good thing. He's got his window shelf at SHAD, Supreme Headquarters Endurance Directive. Oh, that looks much better around Panasonic on the final corner. It's still the front straight, isn't it? You can see as the cars on the left-hand side of the screen are heading up there. The flashing red lights make it much easier to see the cars ahead. That's another quick lap.
Quick 209s again.
Yeah, 209.8 for Webber. A lot of people putting in their fastest laps of the race now. It's Thierry Very who's driving our safety car. I should have remembered that. Thierry has taken me round a few times.
Yeah, Yannick Dalmas is Eduardo Freitas' advisor in race control.
Well, I would expect now that race control will be looking at the... I can see blue sky. I can see blue sky between the clouds from our vantage. And look, there is sunshine on the photographers. That cloud is breaking up. We are 49 minutes into this. Here's Eduardo.
Safety car instructed to go at full speed. Safety car instructed to go at full speed.
And there's a big smile on the face of Thierry.
Oh, go on then.
Oh, if I must. Straight down to Porsches, the GT category, and the number 92 car. It's Patrick Pilet. Safety car will come in this lap. Just a quick note then from Louise down in the pit lane.
Yeah, just went and had a word with G-Drive. Their first stop was driver change and tyres. The second stop was for fuel.
Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap. Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap. No.
So, stand by your beds, ladies and gentlemen. The yellow flag has been furled on the start-finish line. The Rebellion is back in the pit lane and will get out having dropped one lap. Safety car is in the lane, and watch for the yellows to go to green as Mark Webber backs the field up as they come down to the start. Now releases over 1,000 horsepower in wet conditions and heads off towards the first corner, and Mark Webber is across the line, followed by Dumas, Fessler, Jarvis, Nakajima, Alex Wirtz. Pierre Caffer in the CLM is up to 7th, down into turn 1, and already the Audi tries an out-braking manoeuvre around the outside. The two Toyotas looking racy as well into turn number 1 as we go on board with Alex Wirtz. But Mark Webber, Mr. Fuji, is what his teammates are calling him, trying to get a gap, and Weiss, it's only Webber's off at turn number 4. He just grazed the outside edge of the circuit. I don't think there was a touch there, but he's dropped down to 5th or 6th position, down into the hairpin for the first time, and it is the Audi that is leading. The Audi has gone through. Fessler has passed both the Porsches. Webber went off, and it seems as though that whilst Webber was off the road, Fessler, the Swiss race.
Look at the Toyota, John. Look at the Toyota 2 on the outside here.
The Swiss Rain Ace is leading, and he's got a good 2.5. Through comes
Audi
the second Audi, as into second place, Ollie Jarvis. And through here's is
number 1 and the number 2 Toyota's gone by the 18-2. Audi 1-2, Toyota 3-4, then the Porsches.
And this is remarkable stuff. At the first lap of racing here, it was worth waiting for just for that, wasn't it? Webber looked very, very comfortable, but then I think hit one of the rivers that we've talked about, side by side through Panasonic. But it will be Marcel Fessler who comes through and leads the first racing lap in round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. from in second place his teammate Ollie Jarvis, third Kaz Nakajima, Alex Wirtz in fourth, then it's Romain Dumas and Mark Webber. Pierre Caffer comes through in front of us now.
Into turn one, it's 3 wide between 3 of the P1 cars. To 17 car Mark Webber looking up the inside of the 18, both trying to get onto terms with the number 2 Audi. Webber goes through.
Great excitement here as we have finally got this race underway in LMP2. It's Ollie Webb that leads for Saad Moran ahead of Paul Loubchatin, and Johnny Kane is in third position, 3.5 seconds at the head of the field as they went through. In GT, James Collato's up amongst the P2 cars for a moment there, and he leads the 71 Ferrari from 51 Tony Vielander in second, then Michael Christensen, check that, then Patrick Pilet, IMSA champion, in third place in the 92 Porsche. In arm, it's Victor Shaitar who leads from promoted pole position from Emmanuel Collard in second, 72 from 83, the 2 Ferraris from in third place. In arm, Stuart Hall in the 96 Aston Martin. Graham.
And Stuart Hall just been overtaken by teammate but pro driver Johnny Adam is coming up from one of those early pit stops, making his way up through the AM crew, now sitting 23rd position, looking to get back on the terms with this battle. This is the GTE Pro battle. In the car now with the number 91 Porsche on the tail of the team car and trying to get onto terms with the Ferraris.
Cross the line again, and the Porsches are fighting back.
Webber gets by the number 2 car and
at the line. Now, does he get through past Nakajima as well?
No, he doesn't.
He does. No, in fact, Alex Wirtz goes side by side, and there's a touch, a little hip check there from Alex Wirtz, but he's had to give best as Webber goes back through again. Very difficult conditions in the midfield, and there's a touch, and they're both going to go, and Wirtz has hit, that is Dalmas, isn't it, who's gone off the 18 car. Wirtz and Dalmas coming together, so Webber did get through. It was Dalmas who was coming, excuse me, Dumas, we were talking about Yannick earlier on. Romain Dumas got sideways but has come back on, slightest of touches from the number 2, and has Alex Wirtz got a problem now with the front end of that car? Is there a dive plane missing, and has he got a puncture? So Romain Dumas tipped into a spin by Alex Wirtz after contact at turn 1, further contact at turn 4. Well, at the head of the field though, it's fastest lap after fastest sector after fastest lap for Marcel Fessler.
But it's better than that for Audi, John, because the closest car that's not an Audi to Marcel Fessler, third position, is Kaz Nakajima, 8 seconds back now, as Johnny Adam gets onto terms with the number 72 car, the AM leading car. As a spin as well there for the number 42 car, spins again in recovery, Johnny Kane.
That shows you how difficult it is. Just Johnny Kane is a very, very good wet driver.
And we're getting the GT Pros in amongst the pack of P2 cars in these conditions now, John.
So third position in the sprint, Kaz Nakajima and Mark Webber after leading, and Nakajima exploring the outer limits of turn 1. That's fine. You've just got to be careful with the camber there. Can't get on the power too early. As Webber has a look out of the slipstream, out of the spray that's been thrown up from the Michelins of that Toyota ahead of him. Kaz Nakajima, huge favourite here at the circuit, but Mark Webber, of course, with his Formula 1 connections in his earlier part of his career, has also got plenty of fans here in GT, Ferraris and Astons battling, and that's
the lead battle.
The lead battle in GT,
those 3 cars, 1, 2, 3 in shot there. The 72 from the 83 and the 96, and the GT cars getting stuck into the LMP2 cars in these conditions. P2 cars cannot make their aero grip pay here. It's mechanical grip that's doing it all at the moment.
It's just great news.
Stewie Hall looking up the inside of those 2, but no way through there. But what there is a way through for is the 83 car.
And that is a change of position, but he's gone wide. Collard's gone wide, and Scheiter belying his non-pro status here as he tries to have a look down the inside. There's almost a touch there. There was a touch, I'm sure, and a little tap on the brakes by Manu Collard in the more red of those 2 Ferraris. 35 seconds, stop-go penalty for the 28 car for speeding in pit lane. he must have been well over the speed limit, because the stop-go is proportionate to how many clicks you are over the 60. And again, Scheiter down the inside. This is at the hairpin. And brilliant move. Stuart Hall gives two Ferraris the wave by and goes through to take that position. And that's a new leader in GTE Pro. Stewie Hall has lost none of his fighting spirit. Brilliant stuff from the Brit as he's gone through. Scheiter is impressing me massively here at the moment in the championship, leading 72 car, Graham.
Absolutely brilliant move from Manu Collard, but a better one still from Stewie Hall to take the lead in that class. But we're still here, John. This is playing into the hands of the Audis, because this battle for third position between Kaz Nakajima, you could just see ahead there, and the number 17 car, that's the 28 car we're going to see down pit road again pretty soon. Ricardo Gonzalez in front of these two.
And this is a Dunlop, and he needs to get out of the way pretty quickly. Mark Webber will be looking for an opportunity here as Nakajima's held up. He will not be able to get a clean exit, and here comes Mark Webber. Can he get round the outside as Nakajima slides? It's awful round here for the prototypes. They don't get any aero grip. They have to rely on the mechanical grip with which these cars are not massively endowed. The road doesn't even help you. As you come through 17 there, it's through 15 there, it's falling away when you want it to. Now through Panasonic, pick a line, any line. Now let's see what the Porsche have got on deployment down the straight. The Toyota has an initial advantage, but can Mark Webber in that spray do something with the hole in the air that Kaz Nakajima's Toyota is making? He's gaining, he gets up alongside, he's in the right place, which is on the right side of the track. Now it's going to be the last of the late breakers. Feel for the grip. Nakajima may have a little advantage. Can he steer on the outside and drive around? No, Webber's gone through. Great stuff from Mark Webber. And the Porsche for the moment is back up into third position, but Nakajima is forcing the issue into turn number 4. That is very, very brave indeed, and he's gone through with the Coca-Cola curve. Can he stay on the circuit? Maybe. Yeah, no, he has not been able to through the 130R, excuse me, now into turn number 6, and now it's going to be battling through the traffic with the 88 Porsche ahead of them.
Wow, this is what we were looking forward to. Racing in the rain. Racing in the rain with 6 top-class P1 prototypes either side there of the 77 Porsche as Nakajima looks to get back on track. He's there alongside again Mark Webber, but can't quite. Has he got it? Has he got it?
He's on the wrong side.
Yes, he does. He toughed it through. Webber just puts 2 wheels off the track. That's put him into the clutches of the 18 car behind.
Romain Dumas is looking at the tail end of Mark Webber's 9 and 19 hybrid. Going to have to take a breath there in a moment, because Graham and I are going to fall over from lack of oxygen intake. That's how exciting it is. And these guys with the most technologically advanced racing cars in road racing and battling it out in the worst of conditions here. This is marvellous stuff on the very, very ragged edge of adhesion.
Well, we're sticking with this LMP1 battle with good reason, John. The lead car, Marcel Wessler, now 8 seconds to the gunner of Ronnie Jarvis, but this is the battle that he's interested in. This is the 2 Porsches trying to get back on the terms with the Toyota, but not making any kind of impact on the leader. They are, though, staying with the second place car.
Meantime, the 2 Porsches hunting in packs, as we've seen before, and this is the battle for second position in GTE Pro. At the moment, that is Ferrari held, but you feel that Tony Vilander is fighting a rear guard action. Much less water on the screen down towards Dunlop. On the inside, the Michelin shod cars are battling, and through comes one Porsche. Here's the second one. He's going to get the advantage of the right-hander, as he can't make that work. But there is a change for second position, and the 92 Porsche, driven by Patrick Pilet, has gone through into second. Remember, it is still James Collado in the championship contending 718 Corsa Ferrari that's up the road here.
Getting sunnier by the moment on that side of the circuit. These guys have only got 4 P2 cars in front of them, and we've not mentioned so far, John, but the Saab Moran Morgan leads that battle at the moment in the hands of Ollie Webb. Great start from the Morgan. Open top car in these conditions can't be that pleasant. 15-second gap ahead of the Signatech Alpine, another open top car. But back again with now the 18 Porsche is in the van ahead of 17, and it's the 18 that now takes up the challenge on the number 1 Toyota. What can he do about it?
Let's look at the classes then. Stuart Hall we saw going into the lead. The Aston Martin 96 is now some 3 seconds to the good in GTE. We mentioned James Collado and the 71 Porsche He's ahead of this battle for second, third and fourth between the two works Porsches and the AF Corsa number 51 Ferrari with James Collado. That's Pile, Vilander and Michael Christensen, second, third and fourth as the leaders begin to come through. In P2, Paul-Loup Chatham for Alpine leads Ollie Webb by a massive margin, some 16 seconds. And at the head of the field, Marcel Fessler has 8 seconds on his teammate Ollie Jarvis, who's got 7 seconds on Kaz Nakajima, the number 1. So it's Audi 7 from Audi 8 from Toyota number 1, and Porsche at the moment losing time and losing points to Marcel Fessler and the rest of the 17.
Absolutely right. Just a moment ago, we got an opportunity to see the LMP1 pace and the twisty bits. The grip that Audi had going by the GTE cars was absolutely amazing. But this is the battle that everybody's got their eyes on at the moment. Kaz Nakajima looking to fend off the close attentions now of Romain Dumas. These two have dropped Mark Webber for the moment. The Toyota and the number 18 Porsche getting through the traffic just that little bit better than the Australian. But they're dropping time to the lead car. 135s last time around for those two, 134s for Fessler. 6 seconds up the road from Nakajima is Ollie Jarvis. 9 seconds up the road from Jarvis is Marcel Fessler.
So coming up to the end of the first hour, pit stops should be due in about 10 or 15 minutes from those who haven't already been in.
Porsche up to the Porsche GT cars now, second and third, and a Vilander, and that is the 18 Porsche going flying by Kaz Nakajima on the straight.
And that tells me conditions are getting better, Graham. That's what that says, because Porsche in the wet, no. Porsche in drying and drier conditions, very much yes. And that is then Kaz Nakajima dropping to 4th position behind Romain Dumas.
Purple sector time is beginning to come as well. That backs up what we've just said, John. Certainly the Rooster Tails are rather less tall than they were just 5 minutes ago.
And Fessler continues to put in purple sectors, which means if we're seeing purple on the timing screens, he's going faster than anyone else has gone before him. Other cars are getting blue sectors. If you're watching the timing at FIAWEC.com, blue sector means the fastest time for that car so far in the race. Things are improving, but heavens above, the racing has been brilliant already. Can it get any better than this? Well, we've got 5 hours and 40 seconds to find out. It's Graham Goodman and John Hindhaugh live from Fuji, and here is the pass that we saw just a few moments ago. The battles between Nakajima and Mark Webber, just absolutely mouth-wateringly brilliant.
Change the lead in P2 as we keep watching this P1 battle. Paul-Loup Chatham has gone ahead of the Salmoran car. But Ollie Webb is still in close touch with him, but I think Ollie must have had an off at some point. He had a 15-second gap the last time I checked there. But showing more and more confidence around the outside, the P1 cars in GT traffic now. Just goes to show there is grip coming.
Well, and four-wheel drive, let's not forget.
Doesn't hurt, does it?
All-wheel drive and the confidence that gives you certainly will be of assistance to those guys in putting down, remember, more than 1,000 horsepower for these LMP1 hybrids. And just on that note, the clarification that came through, we were talking about on Midweek Motorsport earlier this week, at its usual time of 8 o'clock on Wednesday UK time, 3 o'clock if you're in the Eastern time zone in the States. The 1,000 horsepower limit FIA has and the ACO have imposed on LMP1 hybrids is for on circuits other than Class 1, so Class 2 circuits only, and in the championship there is only one of those, and that is Le Mans.
Correct, so there's a straight choice. You either fundamentally change that track, which most people don't want you to do, or you accept there is going to be an upper limit to what's going to be allowed there.
Listen, as much as we don't like things being artificially held back, I see the very sensible logic behind that, and what it does mean, of course, that the pace of development of the hybrid systems is allowed to carry on the other circuits.
Absolutely right.
And the talk of everyone going to 8 megajoules or perhaps more next year with battery-powered systems continues to be the talking point of the paddock, with new cars from Toyota and Audi and a revised car from Porsche coming next year. Then, well, in my mind, the best part of endurance racing may well be just about to get better. Change in LMP2, Graham?
For third position, and that's because Nick Tandy has got past Sam Bird. That moved Hatton down into turn 1. Ollie Jarvis making his way past the battling pair at the moment. Let's have a look how confident Ollie is around the outside. Pretty well confident, I'd have said there. Goes around Nick Tandy.
It's interesting that the Twitter messages coming to us at DSC editor for Graham and at Specutator for me have dried up at the moment, as I suspect many of you are too engrossed in what you're seeing as we are to even break away to your keyboard or to your smart device as we head towards just over 55 minutes of the race completed. Remember, we went green after very nearly just over 40 minutes of safety car running. And you can see there from the number 7 of Marcel Fesler, it is much better. And Marcel just checking everything on the dashboard as he comes down this hugely long 1.5 kilometre straight, the longest that we encounter in the World Endurance Championship. And things have settled down enough for Graham and I to have taken 2 or 3 breaths in a row, which is fantastic. You clearly see the sunshine now on the exit of turn 1 down towards the Coca-Cola curve. Andrea Lotterer looking on at the conditions. Ollie Jarvis's car inside the windscreen. Still a little bit wet. He must have took a little bit of dampness into the car with him, and the heated screen on the Audi still not quite clearing that off to his, I'm sure, to his satisfaction. Almost a silvering on the inside of that car when you see it from the outside.
Well, you see the difference now from inside the cockpit, the number 18 car. This car now, Romain Dumas, 17 seconds back from the leader.
Turn 6 is called the hairpin. Look how quick he comes into it, and more importantly, how much speed he takes through the apex.
And he's catching Jarvis. He's catching Jarvis pretty solidly.
Ollie must be driving by braille or something out there at the moment. He has to be looking out of the side of windows to get his braking points, because he can't see very much at all through the windscreen.
He's on board now with Mark Webber. Continues in 5th position and looking to make avenues into the advantage of Nakajima ahead. He's doing that at the moment, but he must be kicking himself for that early, very easy to do in these conditions, that early error, but was lucky, John, and skillful to keep out the barriers. He went off so fast.
Ryan Z has tweeted in to stop the Twitter drought, he says, and amongst a number of you who have started tweeting again. You can use the hashtag, by the way. The hashtag is 6HFuji. 6H Fuji on the hashtag. And talking about that 1,000 horsepower limit, do we think, Graham, that effectively that will just mean better lap times because you will have increased boost around the lap?
No, it won't, because for the whole field we're seeing a reduction in the engine power. So it's going to be a matter of what can the guys drag back with either better grip, with increased tyre development, or indeed with aero. But at the moment the intention is that we'll reel them in just a little.
So Stuart Hall leads in GTER for Aston Martin number 95. The umbrellas have gone down. The over rugs, over people's knees have been wrapped up and put behind them. And we have sunshine on the circuit.
And this race...
sorry, Graham, in LMGTE Pro, James Collado leads. But he's been closed down now, just 3.5 seconds ahead of Michael Christensen in the 91 and Patrick Pilet in the 92, so the 2 Porsches have swapped rounds.
We're about to enter a different phase of this race because as this circuit dries, there's going to be some of these runners, John, that at the moment are, having a solid day, are going to be in rather more trouble. What compromise has been put aboard these cars to accommodate the conditions we knew we were going to get for probably the next hour or so? I have a feeling this circuit is going to dry quicker than most of the teams probably thought it would.
Yeah. 11 laps since the green flag, and Marcel Fesler has taken a second a lap on Ollie Jarvis and 2 seconds a lap on Mark Webber.
Pit stop just in front of us from Johannes van Overbeek. The 31 Tequila Petronia Sam Lichier. You can see the flashing lights at the top of the screen there. Aboard again now with the number 17 car, Mark Webber. Mark looking, it's under 2 seconds back now from Kaz Nakajima, 5th position from pole after running very wide off circuit on the first flying lap. Half an hour or so under the safety car, 21 seconds to the end of the first hour. but 5 hours left to go of this kind of entertainment. Rubbing my hands with glee.
A number of people noting that Nick Tandy is up to third position behind Ollie Webber, Paul Luke Chatton, and saying what a great job that was from the pit lane. He did not start from the pit lane. No, KCMG car started from its position on the grid. It did not go into the pit lane, it started from the grid. Just to qualify that for you.
Webber reeling in the Toyota now. Target acquired for Mark Webber. The flashing light you can see ahead is the rear end of Kaz Nakajima's TSO40 Toyota. That's the gap.
Hang on, I'm going for the sunglasses. The eye respect is going to have to come out because the glare from the other side of the valley, we can see the mountains now. We can see a good 4 or 5 miles into the distance, and I'm going to say this again, I can see blue sky.
Yeah, I can see clearly now, the rain's gone.
We seem to have lost Graham as he's fallen off the back of the grandstand and won't be returning after that awful piece of punnery. Yes. Apologise to the viewer now, please.
I'm very sorry, viewer. Into the second hour of this race, and that is Alex Wirtz running in 6th position.
Let's go down to the pit lane, and Rob Leupen is from Toyota Hybrid Racing, Toyota Gazoo Hybrid Racing, I should say, and he's with Lewis.
Well, Rob, it is starting to dry out now, but this is exactly what Toyota needed and wanted, isn't it?
Yes, so for us we are better conditions than when it's dry at the present moment, so yeah, we are fighting with Porsche to press, and that's good for us, good for the team, and especially good for our fans here in Fuji.
You can see the Porsche's power though on that long straight, so how can you fend them off?
In the corners, there where it starts twisty and where it's a bit more traffic, there we are not too bad. But we see the deficit on power for this year. We'll change it for next year. Nevertheless, we say it will be an interesting race, and maybe a bit longer wet will be good for us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, already Toyota working on replacing their super capacitor 6 megajoule system with a battery 8 megajoule system. And Kaz Nakajima finding a bit of a regard action at the moment as he's being closed in on inexorably by Mark Webber in the 919 hybrid, the number 17 car then making the best of the conditions at the moment.
In terms of the level of skill required to keep these cars at this kind of pace, this consistently in traffic, John, is off the scale.
Yeah.
Make no mistake, this is tippy-toe stuff in several parts of this track, whether or not it's beginning to dry. Again, you can see just the back end there of that awful dark cloud above, but over to the right-hand side, that's the weather we can see, and it's about to clear this circuit. The last of the black cloud now beginning to dissipate over the start-finish straight.
Yeah. Well, as the spectators are already getting food out and beginning to settle in to watch the race that they have been expecting. The excitement that we have been expecting has arrived, to paraphrase the great Le Mans movie soundtrack, and it is right through the field, but at the moment we are concentrating rightly on the battle for 4th and 5th position. It's Toyota versus Porsche, and for once it's Toyota that has the upper hand at the moment as they're in the hairpin, and Kaz Nakajima has to go wide around the ESM Patron car. Did Webber get a little advantage there? No, I don't think he did. Lost out a little bit perhaps. There's the big dark cloud. That's what kept us behind the safety car for the first 40-odd minutes of the race. And Webber is off again, under braking. And that is down at the bottom of the hill at Dunlop, I think. Yes, it is. And now he has to do it again. It's turn 10, 11 and 12 sequence. Let's just look there. He's on the classic racing line, brakes, but realises he's not getting stopped, uses some of the huge amount of runoff that there is here. Last time around, Kaz Nakajima did his fastest lap, a 1:34.7, so we're a good 10 seconds away from what I expect will be the dry race pace when we get to dry. And note I said when we get to dry. It's off, has spun the 77, and that is Patrick Dempsey. First time here, of course. Pat Long hasn't been here either, and just wanting to get that car restarted. Sitting at the moment at the exit of the second turn. He's got it fired. He's waiting for the marshals to tell him where to go. When to go, my apologies. And he has done that. And in fact, he made that mistake coming off turn 1, went very wide indeed. Almost got away with that. But you know what? That is really, really unselfish driving there from Dempsey. He got on the brakes there so he didn't rejoin in front of the cars that were coming down the hill.
There you go.
He could have just let that car roll down there. Now at the head of the field, Marcel Fesler. Why did we question why this man should have been in the car at the start of the race? Andre Lotterer and Ben Treluet have a huge amount of experience here at Fuji. And when we asked Chris Renke, I know this was right at the start of the race, that was Mark Webber leading the race. And, well, that was just before the big water splash. But what a brilliant save by the Aussie.
It was an excellent save. Bad mistake, but an excellent save.
This was earlier on as well. That is where the 28 car lost its time and into the very wet gravel.
28 car's been off twice there.
And there was the touch between Romain Dumas getting tagged by Alex Wirtz. And from on board, and from on board Romain Dumas, it was very pleasant.
Yeah, LMP1 ballet there.
Synchronised, and a 5.3 from the Bulgarian judge. That obviously was excellent.
We keep watching the P1 battle. Couple of P2s on pit lane. Johnny Kane's brought the Stracker Gibson in, and Scott Sharp is in the number 30 Tequila Patron car, but we're still following now this battle between in fact, no, sorry, I was expecting to see Toyota there. This is not. This is Romain Dumas closing right in now on Ollie Jarvis. This battle is about 15, 16 seconds back now for Marcel Fesler, proving once again what a Rennmeister he is.
It's been brilliant. And why, oh why, did we even question the selection of the Swiss Maestro
I didn't.
for the start of the race? And Chris Renke said before the race to us, he's really good in the wet. We think he's the man to do the job, and my goodness me, that was right.
I think we're hearing from
let's go down to
something significant.
Louise, down in pit lane, we can see the weather coming. The teams are assessing as we go. I'm seeing it's getting better. What evidence do we have of it getting better or worse down in pit lane? Here's Louise.
Well, certainly from LMP2, they're all getting ready to take off those wets and put the inters on. 30 have done it. I'm just walking down to Stracker 42 to find out what they did. But I can see 26 getting ready for that stuff as well.
Thanks, Louise.
Nose to tail now between the second place Audi, and a bit of a wiggle under braking gives Romain Dumas the opportunity to have a look up the inside. No way through there though. Jarvis gets the power down, sprints away again, opens up the gap just a little. Romain's line through turn one compromised the attack, and much better traction at the moment for the Audi. So an hour and 8 minutes on the books. 30 minutes or so of that was under the safety car, but it's been all action since. And again, Dumas now closing in on the number 8 car. Stracker, I think I'm hearing, stuck with the wets.
No,
wet winters.
No, they were always on inters.
Oh, right.
And that might explain the spin from Johnny Kane. And they are staying with inters.
As we keep an eye on this one, Romain Dumas at every turn now looking for the opportunity, putting Oliver Jarvis under pressure, looking for the mistake. He's not going to find it there. As Ollie gets by the 72 car, and Dumas is bottled up behind it. Brilliant stuff from Ollie Jarvis.
It's all right, I've done it as well.
Ollie Webb, by the way, on pit lane.
This is the battle for second position overall. There's that big dark cloud that causes the problem, and here's the power of the Porsche. Stuttgart versus Ingolstadt, or at least Weissstadt versus Neustadt, as they go through, and Porsche convincingly takes the lead to the point where Romain Dumas actually defended into turn one. He didn't need to. He's pushed himself onto slightly the wrong line there, or was he just cooling the full wet tyres?
Looked a little odd that from Ollie Jarvis. He just didn't have quite as much speed as I thought he should have into the turn. It's not that much drier.
Let's head down to Louise in the pits for an update on some of the LMP2 pit stops that's going on at the moment, Louise.
Yeah, just at the 43, Ollie Webb stayed in the car. They had tyres at the ready, they had a set of inters ready. ready to change. They're already on inters. They didn't change, and it was just fuel.
Okay, so the inters were wearing okay. Let's have a look at the early action from Fuji. So just over an hour and 10 minutes gone, and we are still racing, thankfully, here under what have been very difficult conditions. Started behind the safety car, and a wise decision, if ever there was one, by Eduardo Freitas, race director, and Mark Webber off again. Looks like the similar point of the circuit. Indeed it is, down at the bottom of the hill at the 10, 11, 12 complex, what's called Dunlop chicane here. And another off there as we're looking at the overall qualification, or classification should I say. It's Audi 1 and 2, or at least it was a moment or two ago, because the Porsche of the 18 has now gone through, and Ollie Jarvis is down to third position. In LMP2, Nick Tandy is taking the lead for KCMG, and he of course is still ahead with the Ferrari in Pro, with Stewie Hall in the 96 in the AM category, still leading. A lot of cars that are out of position, having made early pit stops. Plenty of racing still to come. Fuji once again proving the excitement centre this weekend. Well, Audi clearly getting ready for a pit stop. They've got the squeegees out in the pit lane.
Drive-through penalty for the number 12 Rebellion.
Well, massive crowds once again here at Fuji to greet the 6th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, with the dignitaries and competitors being friends before the start of the race, at least. Timo Bernhard talking to his former team boss, of course.
Behind the safety car. Grand Marshal has...
Eduardo Freitas informing us, and the rest of the grid, that the time was counting down from the moment the safety car pulled off. Andrea Lotterer saying it's time to go racing, and his teammate Marcel Fessler had said so a couple of times before. After just over 40 minutes behind the Audi safety car, the green lights went on and we began racing, and immediately Marcel Fessler from the second row looked very racy indeed, but it was Mark Webber from pole position who took the lead and looked to consolidate it. The Toyota's been looking for a little bit of wet weather all week, also looking to make up positions early on. Visibility always going to be difficult in the opening laps of a race that has started behind the safety car, and whilst the second and third places were being contested, Mark Webber made a rare mistake at the portion of the circuit between 3 and 4, dropped down to 6th position for a moment. That left his teammate in the lead for a very short time before Marcel Fessler went through and began to pull away. Ollie Jarvis, his teammate, following him through, and Kaz Nakajima going up into third. Audi's 1-2, Toyota in position 3, and then the Porsches fighting it out amongst themselves. Then a touch between Alex Verks and Romain Dumas sent them both into synchronised spins at the Coca-Cola curve. That allowed Mark Webber back up the field. GTE, cracking battle between the two Ferraris in GTE AM. Stuart Hall in the number 96 Aston Martin, taking advantage of Victor Scheitar and Manuel Collard's battle. Then just a few moments ago, the third-placed Porsche fighting back past Ollie Jarvis. Romain Dumas into second place. Ollie Jarvis struggling with visibility through a steamed up windscreen. The 36 Alpine, the early pace setter in LMP2, but has now given up the lead to Nick Tandy in the KCMG 47. The good news is, Graham, that weather is looking much better.
Most certainly is. It's, you can see the sunshine after the rain now. And these cars beginning to pick up pace. And for the first time in the race, John, we're actually beginning to see Marcel Fesler's lead just eaten away into by a charging Romain Dumas. Last time around, Fesler in the 35s as the crew are ready for the number 8 car.
And it's more wet, cut wet.
But Dumas now 14 seconds behind.
Now, I had been told to expect the Audis in around about 5 minutes ago. They've gone longer on fuel because of that start behind the safety car.
We're sticking with the leader, but we're now seeing Nick Tandy in from the lead in P2 as the number 8 car joins him on pit road. That's, I think, is the whole of the P2 pack now that we've seen down pit lane. Stuart Hall has also pitted and rejoined from the lead of GTE AM. And Stewie, by the look of it, has stayed aboard. But it's fast and furious stuff in all the classes, John.
Now this is the battle for the lead, and in fact the lead has just changed because the 71 Ferrari, as you can see there, is now between the 2 Porsches. James Collado trying to have, in fact, no, excuse me, he's still leading. That was one of the 88 car, in fact, that is at the back of the field.
88, you're right, 88.
That's Christian Reed. So the Ferrari still leads, but by a Ferrari's length and no more from Christensen now in second place. There's Tandy come. Oh, and there's a headlight off on the 47 car. Tandy has stayed aboard as he comes out, and that was the 36 Alpine right alongside. There is the first of the P1 stoppers, and that was the 8 car, Ollie Jarvis, staying aboard that car as it went back on to full wet tyres. Down the inside, battle for position, GTE Pro, and it's the 91 car who's gone through. Christensen goes into the lead.
Leader in the pits, John, the number 7 car running down pit lane as well. So we keep with GTE Pro. A significant change. First time we've seen anybody other than James Collado in the lead of the race in GT Pro.
And he's not giving up, is he? Fighting back, and there's traffic ahead again, and it is the, I think that's the GT Al leader that they've got ahead of him.
It
as
is.
he comes up the inside, and there's going to be a touch, is there? Oh, it's very, very close indeed. As they come down to turn number 6 and 7. This is the hairpin. You can take a huge amount of speed through here. And also in the mix is the 26 as well. That's the LMP2 of Sam Bird in 4th position in that class. Great driving from Christensen in the lead Porsche.
That is for position from Sam Bird, coming back after his first pit stop. So he's making up his way up the order, number 2 on pit road.
So Romain Dumas has stayed out. I expect at least 5 extra minutes from the Porsches than from the Audis. And a driver change as Alex Wirtz is out after a splendid first stint.
Stefan Sarrazin climbs aboard that car. Romain Dumas, of course, now leads the race. Kaz Nakajima is running second. Mark Webber third. Marcel Fesler stays aboard the number 7 car. Now on his out lap.
That was 40 laps, of which 17 were under yellow for Ollie Jarvis and the Audi. In fact, both Audis pretty much getting the same mileage there at the start of the race. Romain Dumas leads for Porsche. This now the battle for second place. Kaz Nakajima and Mark Webber in traffic, in Aston Martin traffic. That is
it's the 98
Marcos
car.
Sorensen.
That's the 98 car, Paul Delano, I think. And is this Kaz Nakajima coming in? It is indeed.
And here's the advantage that Porsche have, Graham. And this is the dichotomy that the FIA and the ACO have. You would expect the diesel cars to go longer. They aren't. You would expect the 2 petrol cars, the one with the bigger engine using less hybrid, to have to come in earlier. That is right. But the Porsche has got a mileage advantage on the equalisation of fuel technology over the Audi. Now, in fairness, Audi aren't using as much hybrid, so you can see there's a balance to be seen there as well.
But they've also got a weight disadvantage to the weight of their engine. The diesel engine far larger and heavier than the tiny little dual-like almost V4 petrol.
Only fuel for Marcel Fesler from the lead when he came in, so we'll need to watch now when the 2 Porsches come in. This is the lead battle in LMP2 with Nick Tandy, Paul-Luc Chatin, This is on board with Shatan. Underneath the big A for Alpine, that's where he gets any information from race control. He's working very hard indeed to drag past and put a lap on the 28 car, which at the moment is being
Rodolfo Gonzalez.
driven by
Ricardo Gonzalez.
Gonzalez. Just say Gonzalez.
Just noticed, by the way, that other headlamp on the Tandy car has gone back on.
Right.
So one potential drama for the still race leader has been avoided. Good race here from the Signetic Alpine team. They've had an awful run of luck in the WC this year.
Now that Michael Christensen's gone past James Collado, by the way, he pulled out 3 seconds on him last lap around as his teammate Patrick Pilet is in the pit lane. More problems for Christian Reed in the 88 as he's gone wide. As into the pit lane comes Mark Webber from second place. So not as much of an advantage for the Porsches as I expected, Graham. Clean of the windscreen.
Is that perhaps, John, because Audi, in relation to the Porsche, may be more efficient at slower speed?
Well, certainly behind the safety car, it would assume those 17 laps behind the safety car seem to have played into Audi's hands rather better than Porsche. Long stop. There's the 2 little eyebrows at the back of the car that we were talking about, coming away from the wheel arches from the fenders at the back. The Audi doesn't have them, the Toyota doesn't have them, but the Porsche does. And they've decided to stick with that slightly higher downforce, higher drag configuration here this weekend, rather than going for the smoother rear end. They're back-to-back tested those in FP1 and 2. 43 laps then, 3 laps longer than the Audis. Well, okay, that was a bit longer than I thought.
Clearly now waiting for the lead car.
Yeah.
Fastest first sector of all last time around for Romain Dumas. That looks like the kind of pace that's an in-lap.
He's in the lane. It's a very long entry and a very fast entry.
Oh,
he's on the white line and he has to get on the brakes and pulls that car up just about. Well, seconds can be saved on the run in. The great Michael Schumacher was the one who proved to everybody that practicing those pit lane entries was worth doing. And of course, when you're making 6, possibly 7 stops in this race, there's time to be made up, but they've not done that under race conditions in the wet. So that was really on the ragged edge there by Dumas. Fantastic driving. Now here is the 7 car. Can it get back round and into the lead?
Fuel
still going in. I don't see tyres. Oh, I do see tyres. No tyres. So that's exactly the same strategy as for the 7 car. He's on the front straight now, and I think the Porsche is going to get out ahead.
It's going to be tight.
It's going to be very close indeed. Here's Dumas. He's not going to speed, and through goes the Audi. Through goes the Audi then. And already 4 seconds, 5 seconds the lead. 6, 7, 8 seconds before the 18 crosses that line at the end of the pit lane.
But that's closer. It was 13, 14 seconds before the cars pitted for that first stop.
Magnificent stuff. 44 laps for Romain Dumas. No tyres for Webber, no tyres for Dumas, as we saw. So after the first round of pit stops then, there is a change, at least, in the momentum at the front of the race. Although Marcel Fessler still leads, his lead is now a scant 8 seconds. As confirmed, my counting in my head clearly works as well as a stopwatch. I'm quite happy about that. Romain Dumas in second place, 7 from 18 from 17. It's another, wow. Mark Webber has not gained anything at all. He is 25 seconds back from the leader, which makes him 16 seconds back from his teammate. Then Ollie Jarvis is another second, no, make that 2 seconds further back. Then Ant Davidson now installed in the number 1 car. Kaz Nakajima has jumped out. He's another 6 seconds further back. And Steph Sarazan, rallyman extraordinaire. And by the way, congratulations on him in confirming his WRC World Rally Championship programme with KCMG Composites has been extended after his decent run in the Tour de Corse a couple of weekends ago. Sarazan in 6th position, but some 40 seconds behind his teammates. So that puts him well back something like a minute behind the leader.
6.3 seconds is the gap, and Romain Dumas was on a charge there, visibly quicker past the commentary box window than Marcel Fessler. Marcel Fessler, though, had traffic on that lap.
Interesting to know, all of the P1 hybrid stops were fuel only, no tyres. So at the moment, those as we heard from Louise Becker down in the pit lane, those P2 cars who are risking cut intermediates, they are very brave indeed. But remember, the slick intermediates that the LMP1 hybrids have the use of, they are very good in drying conditions, as off goes the 12, trying to stay out the way of the leader, Matthias Pesch there, down at the Dunlop chicanes. Will have to cycle back in. The slick intermediates are super soft, slick tyres, have no grooves in them whatsoever, great in drying conditions, and surprisingly grippy, according to Alan McNish, who we spoke to earlier on, in quite wet conditions, but cannot cope with standing water up puddles.
Absolutely right. Looking now at the P2 battle, and it is a battle because Nick Tandy is not getting away from Paul Chatin. The 47 KCMG Orica, the car we look at there, trying to get away from this car. This is the open top 36 car, the Signature Tech Alpine A450B, an Orica.
Easy for you,
number, as we see the 71 car in front of us coming down pit lane, the GTE second place car, GTE Pro second place car, but Chatin doing all he can to stay with Nick Tandy and doing a fine job of it at the moment.
I have such admiration for racing drivers in any conditions, but in these conditions that just gets magnified a billionfold. Let's go down to Kaz Nakajima.
Kazuki, that was some great driving from you and some great racing.
Yeah, it was good. Obviously, we could show something different to the normal race, which I hoped for in this weather. Yeah, it was very difficult to keep the car on the track and keep Mark behind, but somehow managed, and I hope the people could enjoy the battle between the cars.
Out of all of the LMPs, you're the only ones to have done a driver change so far.
Well, that's because we expect less rain from now, and to give the next driver a transition time to the drier track. That was the idea. And let's see how it goes with the weather, but it's still quite wet, so I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Very interesting, isn't it? It's like driving in the dark. Let the guy who's going to do the first dark stint do it, transition into it. That's very interesting.
Still a lot of water on this circuit.
Particularly offline, Graham. Although there is a much wider racing line beginning to be evident from our lofty position, as into the pit lane comes the number 91 LMGTE Porsche. So this is the leader in the pit lane. And he is one of only two cars not to have stopped. Tony Vilander has not yet stopped and follows him into the lane, does he? Yes, he does. So Michael Christensen presumably will jump out here. I'd be interested to know what tyres are going to go on there. See if we can see from the onboard as they come to a halt. The straps are already slightly loosened. He puts them up out of the way so nobody trips over them, slides the seat backwards because, of course, it's a Porsche, so it has a sliding seat. And the Ferrari comes in. Now that looks like no driver change there. No, that's going to be a double. Vilander is staying. I think those tyres are staying on Vilander's car. This is going to be fuel only for the 51 AF course. It was the 51, not the 71 that came in. 71 had come in earlier, of course. Davide Rigon on his outlap. But already Porsche rolling, which suggests to me that despite putting a new driver in, they didn't put any tyres on that car, Graham.
Looks that way.
It's the only way they could have got out in front, surely. No tyres for Porsche, no tyres for Ferrari, but a new driver in the shape of Richard Leitz, who retains the lead of class, I believe.
And with the 88 car following this pit down pit road, John, that means we've seen all of the cars down into pit road for at least one time down. Christian Reed, I think, is getting out of that car. We'll apologise for an earlier error. Actually, three guys did double duty in the Le Mans series. We see the 92 car reversing back at speed to get back. Christian Reed, Rui Aguas and Pierre Caffer, the three.
So Fred McAfee on his first flying lap out the pitch, just losing his braking point there. And, well, using all of the runoff and one of the circuit roads. He'd gone much further. He'd been in the Toyota Technical Centre. And problems behind for one of the Astons as well. That was the car of, I think that might have been Stewie Hall, actually, the leader who came through.
Stewie not in the lead now, actually.
Sorry, he was in the lead till the pit stops.
He's lost time somewhere. Now down in 4th position in class, in fact, Stewie Hall, because it's Manu Collard that leads the race. But I think that's because Collard stopped under the safety car, where Stewie Hall didn't.
Yeah, so Emmanuel Collard hasn't made his second stop yet.
Not made his first regular stop.
Correct,
yes.
where Stewart has.
Yeah.
That's the first one for the Aston Martin.
This is, though, the lead battle. That's Manu Collard. That is Victor Scheitar. Ferrari on Ferrari for the leader of the race in GTM. As they put a lap on. What are we seeing here? This is Nick Tandy going by the 51 Ferrari. And going wide and off the circuit. That will, I'm sure, John, have handed the lead in the class to Paul-Loup Chatin. Has it? It should have done. That should have been sufficient delay for Tandy. It was only a second or two up the road. We'll keep an eye as they pass us.
This from at Irving in the air to at DSC editor and at Specky Tim, and Porsche getting better mileage than everyone else as diesel lost its advantage due to hybrid power. It's never had any advantage in the hybrid era, to be honest, because of the very complicated but brilliantly drawn regulations on the amount of hybrid power to engine size, internal combustion engine size, balancing act that has to be done by the LMP1H manufacturers. It's a bone of contention with Audi, as we were speaking about earlier on. They feel that a diesel car should have a mileage advantage over a petrol car. If we look at the two petrol cars, the bigger engine petrol car uses more fuel than the smaller turbocharged Porsche, Toyota 2 Porsche. That seems to make sense, but that the Audi is less fuel efficient than all of them, it would seem, looks odd. They have a smaller tank and they are hamstrung by the regulations in terms of their fuel fill as well. So there are other things, but you are absolutely right. The fact that Audi are only, quotes, running a 4 megajoule system, whereas Toyota runs 6 and Porsche, of course, run 8, that does factor into the calculations as well. I'll send you my working out on a separate sheet of paper later. Good question, though. Thank you.
As we're watching now, we're just watching the GTM battle for a moment. On board now with Romain Dumas. The reason we're doing that is because he's reeling in Marcel Fassler now. Nick Tandy goes wide again and off the circuit.
That again is turn 1. I'm wondering if there's something on the track at turn 1 now. But now Nick Tandy does the right thing and drives round. I'm wondering what's going to happen with Fred McAfee reversing back towards a live racetrack at speed. Now, had that been on the track, that's instant disqualification, or in the pit lane.
Correct.
And as, in fact, Sean Pivish has just said, at what point in the last few years has it become acceptable to reverse onto a racetrack? We saw a number of incidents of the teams telling drivers to reverse back onto the track at Petit Le Mans.
Terrifyingly so, actually.
And I agree with you, Sean. It's something that I would like to see not happen.
I should make clear, Nick Tandy didn't lose the lead with the last off-track manoeuvre, but he did that time. Meantime, Romain Dumas just a couple of seconds now back from Marcel Fassler, but we're sticking at the moment with the GTM battle. That's closer still. But the 72 car, by the look of things, heading to pit lane. And is the second place car. Victor Scheitar brings 72 down pit road.
And this is his first green flag pit stop for the 72 car, and he will lose the lead, lose his position in class. Second at the moment, that's Paul Dall'Anna should come through here. He was only 7 seconds or 8 seconds behind, I think, Graham.
Absolutely.
I need sunglasses again. We've now got so much glare outside that, bizarrely, with all this spray still out there, in the slightly darkened area of our commentary box, actually being able to see the timing screens.
Well, the bad news for lovers of a dry racetrack is there's not much wind, so it's not going to be, direct sunlight is pretty dim, it's got to be said. There's still a lot of high cloud and not a lot of wind that's going to shift the moisture from the surface, John.
We've got an hour and a half before half distance, and I made a prediction earlier on to our colleagues back at Radio Le Mans that said, I think that half the race or thereabouts will be under what we would call dry conditions, and I stick by that.
I think that's probably about right.
Even as we're seeing this now.
Change of Michelin rubber for the number 72 car, and a change of driver too. And as we watch that pit stop, the lead gap had come down to just over 2 seconds, but Romain Dumas had a problem in the middle sector, minor problem. It's gone out now to over 3 seconds, so probably a traffic issue for Romain. So what had been a very visual gap is slightly less so now.
Yeah, and Dumas in the first 6 laps since his pit stop, had been on average half a second quicker than Marcel Fesler. Lap time's not really improving in P1, but remember they're double stinting the tyres. Was that contact there?
No, it's just avoided by the Corvette, steering out of the way of a flying 99 Aston Martin.
Just finishing the thought there, remember, none of the hybrid cars at the head of the field change tyres. So although their Michelin wets are very durable, there will be a drop-off in performance in this second stint for those tyres as it gets drier. Not dry, but drier.
Correct. Meanwhile, there's another point that's been coming through on Twitter, and I think I agree with them. I think what we also saw under the safety car is the relative efficiency of the P1 cars and the P2 cars in the safety car conditions, because we saw quite a gap between the time when we saw the P2 cars come in early against the P1 cars coming in later. So there's something there to follow up on about just how tweakable these cars are.
Well,
slow speeds.
And being able to use the hybrid. That's a Porsche in there. You can tell because of those 2 additions. Those little additional wings you can see behind the wheel arches, those eyebrows as we're calling them, they are not connected to the rear deck. That would be illegal. They are protrusions, extrusions perhaps, from the inside of the rear wheel arch, as you can see much better from some of the overhead shots.
I'm beginning to wonder if Romain Dumas has got a problem, because his lap time has gone out again. And he's losing time in each sector. Whether or not that's to do with tyres, they kept the same tyre. No, did they change? They did.
No, nobody changed tyres.
So I wonder whether or not he's seen the best of those tyres. Keep an eye on that for the next lap or so. But Romain Dumas, having been 2.1 seconds back, has been dropping time in every sector. Drops another full second.
So it's Fesler for Audi, Paul-Loup Chatin, Johnny Adam and Emmanuel Collard, your leaders here at Fuji. Well, Graham, I'm absolutely enthralled. Just over an hour and a half into this race, and there is so much going on in every category. We haven't really seen the settling down and the meter, the rhythm of the race, as in comes the 97 Aston Martin. Johnny Adam will from the lead of class will be giving over to Darren Turner.
If he gets out of the car, we can't.
Think he will.
Unfortunately, it's the one car we can't see because it's hidden beyond the gantry from us.
I can see a driver running around with his seat insert, so I'm going to say I can only see his feet and the seat insert in his hand.
And trouble meanwhile for the number 72 car.
No, this is quite serious. This is the championship leader.
It is speeding in the pit lane, reported to the stewards. That almost inevitably means a penalty coming their way. So that could be interesting for a couple of the other contenders here. We'll keep an eye on that one, John. The lead, meanwhile, after just picking up a little bit more at the end of that lap from Romain Dumas, it's dropped out again. 4.5 seconds now. 1:38 for Romain Dumas.
Let's go down to Louise Becker with news from the pit lane. Louise?
Yeah, the 83 crew are getting ready for a pit stop. It looks like there's going to be a driver change to Francois Perrodo.
Thanks, Lou. Lou, whilst we've got you on there, has it actually stopped raining in the pit lane?
It's really hard to tell because of all this spray, to be honest with you. It does seem to be drying out. Yes.
Thanks, Lou. I always look at the humidity and moisture quotient by just how curly Lou's hair gets.
Absolutely.
After she's perfectly prepared it on the morning before. It looks very nice in the ponytail. I love it.
It's fabulous. She's
no choice.
The middle name should be barometer, really, shouldn't it? But, lots of people still with umbrellas up in the paddock beyond the pit garages. 28 Ligier, G-Drive Ligier delayed this car early in the race, is back on pit road, and intermediates ready for that car now. seems a slightly longer than usual pit stop for that car. The number 91 Porsche leads the class. Richard Leeds leads the World Championship at the moment.
Yes.
By himself, because there's some reshuffling of drivers in the Porsche squad. He heads Tony Verlander, the current world champion.
Yeah, and then James Collado and Franz.
It's Fred Makovicky on track, so it's Fred Makovicky third, then James Collado, who is second in the championship, standings with Davide Rigon.
That's what
cross
that
purposes there.
Trying to get to when you were talking about championship. Davide Rigon and James Collado on an absolute tear as far as the championship's concerned at the moment. No team orders in AF Corsa for now, but it can't be too long before the sniff of a Drivers' World Championship is added to the potential of the Manufacturer World Championship.
I don't think that's going to be an issue. It's never been something that's for a moment concerned AF Corsa and Ferrari. It's all about manufacturers' points. If you're going to win it, you need to win it safely and you need to do it on track. That was made very clear, and made very clear as well, by the way, by the drivers. They know the way they're briefed. They are Ferrari factory drivers. They are not racing for a Drivers' World Championship at this stage. Of course, it's a nice bonus, but it's all about the manufacturers' points for AF Corsa and for Ferrari. And I know all around the world people are saying, yeah, right, I really mean it. It's just not on the radar. It will be a nice to have when we get to the end of the Bahrain race, and whichever of the crews, if either of them do it, lift the World Championship, that will be the one. Meanwhile, down on pit road in just a moment, Louise is going to be greeted by that number 83 Ferrari as the sister car, 51, powers by second position in GTE Pro.
The news coming from Audi is they think it's actually getting wetter on the circuit. That's very interesting. I don't think it's getting wetter. I think it might be getting greasier as the track dries. Now, there's me second-guessing Audi again. It doesn't look like it's raining anywhere on the circuit now, and it's much brighter than it has been.
But there are rooster tails at the back end of the circuit.
Right, well, there you go. Is it people just exploring different areas? Aston Martin comes in. Their only choice is wets, of course. There's no dry tyres, but they are getting a set of tyres where one or two of their competitors have not, excuse me. Out goes the 83 Ferrari.
Now on a clear lap for the number 18 car. Means the gap drops again to 3 seconds, 3.2. It really is topsy-turvy stuff, tenths here and there to keep with the 98 car's pit stop. This car, of course, the 98 won the class first two races of the season, looked to be championship leaders at Qatar, but have had a disaster since then.
Well, James Collado did jump out of the 71 car, having done a cracking opening stint and had a brilliant battle with both of the Porsches. Louise is down in the AF Corsa pit to talk to him now.
Well, James, the Ferraris wanted some wet conditions. How's it turning out for you?
Oh, I mean, it was okay. Good stint in general. Yeah, the Porsche is so quick in the rain. We just can't compete. I really had to make the difference then. I was sometimes over the limit, and it's very, very hard to compete with that car. It's just so fast in these conditions. But they're also very strategic. They use their amateur drivers to block us, and I think that's something we really need to improve on.
Thank you.
That's controversial.
Yeah, well, there you go. He said it.
Suggesting that Porsche are using the other cars in the race to slow them down, stop him going by. That I accept that sports cars are a team game, but not between classes, and that is a bit naughty if that is the situation.
Well, it's either the situation or it's a perception. Either way, you've got to take it into account. Here we're on board now with the number 92 car. This is Fred Makovicky trying to chase down the Ferrari, still ahead of him. The 51 car is the meat in the Porsche sandwich. Tony Verlander is a full 13 seconds up the road, though, from Makovicky, 11 seconds back from Richard Leeds. This is the P2 battle. This was battle for second place in P2. Nick Tandy lost 2 places with that second off in 2 laps for the 47 car, because Ollie Webb, who is still aboard the 43 car, is a fantastic start to this race. The kind of conditions we're dealing with, and
Well,
Patrick Poloni on Twitter, John, noting something I think we've both already seen, is that it's 2 of the previous generation cars, 1-2 at the moment in these conditions.
In LMP2, yes, that's right. Average lap times for the last session. Mark Webber's last 17 laps, not counting his pit stop, 136.9, 137.3 for Romain Dumas. Marcel Fessler, the last 7 laps, 137.5. Now, before the pit stops, they were down in the 135, so Audi's perception of wetness, if you say that nothing else is in play, that could be right, but I'm still thinking that tyre wear might be an issue here.
Well, and then again, you're now going to get into whose tyres are wearing the better at this stage. Meanwhile, in 3rd position, Mark Webber is beginning to make avenues on the 2 ahead of him. Gap now 15.5 seconds to Marcel Fessler, about 12 seconds to his colleague Romain Dumas.
Haven't talked about LMGTE for a while. Stewie Hall, after the set of green flag pit stops for his competitors, has now regained the lead by almost 10 seconds over Emmanuel Collard. 96 Aston from 83 Ferrari and 77 Porsche. Patrick Dempsey in 3rd position, but due a pit stop. He's only 9 seconds behind Collard, but his lap time's really decent out there. In fact, last time around, he was 3 seconds quicker than Alexei Bazov, and he's right on the pace of Emmanuel Collard and Stewie Hall. And
very
that
good.
for a man who's not been here before,
very good.
Is very, very good indeed. They will take great succour from that, and that is great encouragement for Dempsey Broughton. Coming back after their first pole position at Kota last time out in the GTE Am. In GTE Pro, Ricard leads from Tony Vielander. 91 Porsche has a 12.5 second lead over the 51 Ferrari in 2nd, and then it's Fred McAvicki a further 13 seconds back from the Tony Vielander AF Corsa car, 92 Porsche. Then in 4th, 71 Ferrari, Davide Rigo, and he is another 12 seconds back. So big gaps that we're not used to seeing. And once again, all of a sudden, people making mistakes at turn number 1.
And there's Ollie Webb, and just lucky to keep that 2nd position there.
Not by much. Here comes Nick Tandy into turn number 4, Coca-Cola.
Yeah, Oliver Webb from Nick Tandy with Sam Bird next up behind this trio, a little way back. But,
quite in the picture, is he?
Absolutely, Brit on Brit for 2nd place. And they're now 10 seconds back from Paul-Luc Chatin and lapping quicker at the moment than the Alpine man.
Nick Holland, listening in to James Collado there, has tweeted, I expect the AM drivers have a somewhat different perception to James Collado given these conditions.
Likely so, we think.
Exactly right, Nick. Nice to hear from you in the early hours of the morning back in the UK. Wherever you are in the world, thank you for joining us. Big Motorsport Weekend, and you have made the right choice. 6th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, live from Fuji. Graham Goodwin, editor of dailysportscar.com, is once again my guest in the booth over a splendid race already, as we still have 4 hours and 12 minutes to go.
And better still, John, we've still got 2 phases of this race to go. The phase that almost inevitably will going into dryness and then full dry. What we don't yet know is how each of these cars in each of these classes is going to cope with those changing conditions, because we haven't seen it in a race this year so far. We've got lots and lots of new cars. Here's that battle for P2. Here comes the leader by them, right over by the pit wall there for the number 7 car. As Nick Tandy looks to for the way by on the inside for Ollie Webb. It doesn't look like he's going to make it there, because that space is filled for the moment by the number 2 Toyota, lapped now by Marcel Fessler. 11 minutes to go until the end of the 2nd hour. That's the first lap we've seen put on a P1 car by the leader. So leader has now lapped up to 6th position, but the gaps behind are far, far closer than we've seen, John, in the last couple of races. Less than 30 seconds between the top 4, both the Porsches, both the Audis, but it's Audi, Porsche, Porsche, Audi at the moment.
Now, we can't see Mount Fuji in that shot. That would be where you would see it. I had a wander down there during one of the practice sessions and stood down there, looked absolutely brilliant in the background of the shot. Now, here are the leading cars coming through.
Watch what the Audi does. Watch what the Audi does. Way over towards the pit wall.
That's looking for wet now. That is looking for wet on. So that's worn or overheating tread blocks. Now he has to pull out, but he doesn't, Graham, have to go that far and risk going over a rather thick white line. And you can see from the onboard there is a drier, I'm not going to say dry, I'll keep saying drier line right down the middle of the straight. That's really interesting. And they are a long, long way from stopping for their next set of tyres. 4.5 seconds, the lead now only between Marcel Fessler in the 7 Audi and Romain Dumas. But Fessler last time did take a little bit of time. No, as they go through, it's now 3.7 between those two cars as Dumas responds. And then another 7 seconds back to the third place car, Mark Webber, and Nick Tandy
does the same again. He's done before. Tandy looked to the outside line, couldn't get the car back under control. Has gone wide, I think, for the third time there, and it gets the place but loses it almost immediately and loses a lot of ground too. Nick Tandy, I think, is having a bit of a struggle here. It's not working for him here, John, in the same way as it was at Petit Le Mans just a week or so ago. So down to third place again after just a few metres in second.
I think this is the BOP that has been applied to Nick Tandy. Every 4 laps he's got to drive a choker lap round the outside of turn 1 to give everybody else a chance.
But Ollie Webb there would have been having a bit of a chuckle into his helmet.
Now the ESM cars flying in formation, 31 ahead of 30.
Look at the speed at the moment, though, of Ryan Dalziel in the 30. Recovery drive from them after delay earlier on, making his way back through. They're actually running. This is 4 position, John.
No,
31 and 30. No, there's not. No, there's not. 22nd position for...
Excuse me, you are absolutely right.
This is 4 position between the...
Johannes van Overbeek in the 31 car and the 30 car. This is, well, that is brilliant because Dalziel has made a fantastic drive back. So the American team then, ESM Tequila Patron.
Dalziel was 7 seconds quicker than Van Overbeek on the last lap.
Yeah, and it's only a matter of time then that will be a pass. Still Audi leading in P2. It's Paul Lupschat in the 36. Richard Leitz in the 91 in Pro, and we have Stuart Hall in the 96. Now let's see where Ryan Dalziel is making the time up. I'm guessing under braking. I just wonder if they've both got inters on, or whether one's got inters and one's got wets. As out of the pits comes the CLM. You haven't seen much of.
He came way back from them. That ER powered car is very quick in a straight line, but Van Overbeek manages to stay ahead.
30 stopped for inters quite early, I seem to remember, or had inters on quite early. Not sure what 31 has got on at the moment. So Van Overbeek may be struggling with overheating wets, as Ryan Dalziel has perhaps the tyre of choice at the moment in that inter-Nissan battle between the 2 ESM cars. And now we're looking at the battle for second again.
Nick Tandy's closed that gap very, very quickly.
Yeah, but he's only got 2 more laps before he's got to do his joker lap round the outside at turn 1.
Right, rallycross.
Yes. That is a pretty car. That's KCMG Oregon.
But certainly does not seem to have the level of dominance in the wet conditions that we've seen the car in the dry, John.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? That is one of the cars that we'll see in 2017 for the new regulations. 2017.
And this pair are now dropping time to Paul Lupschat for the first time in quite a while.
Yeah, he's having a giggle at the moment, isn't he? Meantime, Patrick Dempsey has come in out of third place in the AM. Marcus Seefried has jumped into the 77 car as Nick Tandy looks to second place.
Looks to the inside.
Very close indeed to the back.
Can I break?
Yeah, but he just want to break on that white line. See how he had to ease back across there.
Oh, it's Webb this time.
It's Ollie Webb that goes wide and does the joker lap.
This time Nick Tandy goes down, laughing into his helmet. Ollie Webb says curses or worse than effect.
How quick Fessler was catching them up there. Notice that he's not locking up the wheels there, Graham. He's just running out of adhesion, and he knows it. He's feathering that brake. Oh, just a little bit of a lock up, maybe at the back end as he down changed the last gear. Nick Tandy though in traffic immediately, as he has got P1 company, and P1 in the shape of Ollie Jarvis, who has just blasted through. And the news from ESM, because Louise has found out for me, is as Ryan DL has now gone up into 22nd place overall, and that was for 16 class. Both of those cars were indeed on Inters, so DL making the better of the Dunlop Inters.
Marco Siegfried, meanwhile, straight up to speed, but with work to do in the number 77 car. Here comes Marcel Fessler, though, and there is Romain Dumas. It is 4 seconds the gap. There's, well, pogoed a little between 2, 3, 4 seconds for the last several laps in this phase of the race. I wouldn't say drying yet, it's drier.
Now, we've been watching the average lap times, which is what all the teams judge their driver performances on. And Marcel Fessler is still 37.5. Dumas has dropped off now to a 37.4. Remember, he was much quicker earlier on. Webber still going quicker at 36.8 and just 5.5 seconds behind Dumas now. And anyone who thinks that Mark Webber is just a big name in this Porsche team and he doesn't pull his weight, just listen to what I've just said. He is going faster, a 36.8 as opposed to a 37.4 from Dumas and a 37.5 from Fessler in these conditions.
And only 10 seconds back from the lead, the Audi Porsche Audi train. It's 5.6 seconds at the moment, the lead gap. Then a further, 4.5 seconds back to Mark Webber. Full 22 seconds then before we get to see Ollie Jarvis in the number 8 Audi. And behind that, it's about, 8 seconds back for the first of the Toyotas, with Ant Davidson way ahead of Stefan Sarrazin. That car lapped a little while ago.
Coming down to the end of the second hour. My goodness me. We've done a Grand Prix distance in time in green flag conditions now, and it has been outstanding. And there is the 17 of Mark Webber. Now this is significant. The great speed of the Toyotas earlier on has come to naught as they are about to go a lap down, have already to the leader.
Don't agree, actually, John. I think we've had the 2 car on fundamentally different pace to the number 1 car.
Okay.
Number 1 car is only 40 seconds off the lead.
Right.
And that is certainly not what we'd have seen for the rest of the races this season thus far. By now, that car would have been lapped, and possibly lapped twice. So almost 3 minutes to the top of the second hour. And the 17 car now looking for a way back. That's past that Toyota. Still got speed in these conditions, but not the grip and not the punch out the corners. There goes Webber through and puts a lap on Stefan Sarrazin. 3 lights on the side of the number 17 Porsche. 3rd place, but closing. 8.1 seconds now off the lead, John, and just, 6 seconds away from 2nd place.
Mark Webber, who started his professional international motorsport career in sports cars with Mercedes-Benz, and has come back to it and attacked it in a, I think, brilliant way. Didn't expect to come and set the world on fire, knew that he had to relearn. It's been a long time since he'd been in this category of racing, and he's gone about his business very professionally in exactly the way you would expect Mark to do it. He is a really thoughtful guy in all parts of his life, and particularly in his professional part. I think this has been a really interesting change of direction for Aussie Grit's career, and it was here last year that the Porsche and Mark Webber really started to get on. It was here last year that Porsche and their hybrid technology started to gel. The learning curve so steep in the LMP1 hybrid regulations, and Porsche coming back to top flight international racing with those complicated regs. All of a sudden something clicked. It's like the day that you understand quadratic equations or algebra. It's like somebody just tilting open a set of Venetian blinds and the light suddenly floods in. And that is the momentum that Porsche, to their credit, Graham, have taken into 2015 this season, with the increase to 8 megajoules, with the development of that battery pack, which is no bigger and no heavier than the 6 megajoule pack that they had last year. there's real-world relevant development for you. And they have used that momentum that they started here last year, and Mark Webber has been part of that momentum change.
Absolutely right, and not only part of that momentum change, part of the momentum change in this race, because he is catching the lead pair now. Now 7.8 seconds back from Fessler, just 4 seconds back from his teammates Romain Dumas, and he is the man on the move at the moment. He's the guy closing the gap. There's the lead gap. 7 on the way out of turn 1, 18 on the way into it, but getting closer, closer, closer is Mark Webber in the number 17 car.
Marco Seefried's just put the fastest time in class, 1:50.404. That's the best GTE AM category time that we've seen. So he is flying.
Here comes Marcel Fessler. There is Romain Dumas. And not so much further behind than that gap is going to be Mark Webber. We're going to have all 3 cars in the same shot before too very much longer, John. Still, Porsche not able to show the kind of performance advantage in these conditions that we've seen for much of the middle part of this season.
I think they are having to manage their tyres more than Audi are in these transitional conditions. Porsche are praying that this dries up. Audi are praying for another splash of rain.
I think that's right. Doesn't look like we're going to get it.
So just over 2 hours completed. It's Audi still in the lead, with Marcel Fessler still in the lead, number 7 from the 2 Porsches. Then his teammate in 4th position, and the first of the Toyota still only first 40 seconds from the lead. Signatech Alpine have nipped back into the lead in LMP2 in the 36 car from KCMG. Nick Tandy having an up and down, in and out, off and on day. In GT Pro, it is Richard Leitz behind the wheel of the 91 that leads, but the AF Corsa Ferrari refuses to give up 2nd position and splits the 2 factory Porsches, with a 71 car sitting in 4th position. And Stuart Hall is still behind the wheel of the lead Aston Martin in GTE AM, with Emmanuel Collard now 21 seconds behind. Still 4 hours to go, still plenty of racing to come from Fuji. Let's go down to Louise Beckett in the pit lane. She's in Aston Martin world. What news, Lou?
The 99's just about to come in for a pit stop. Stefan Mucker is going to step into the car, and they've got wets at the ready.
The problem is, thanks Lou, the problem is for the GTE cars is that they only have wets and slicks. There's no intermediates. Graham?
Ollie Webb on his way down pit road towards Lou now, 3rd position in LMP2, but the lead gap is coming right down, John. 1.8 seconds now, Romain Dumas behind Marcel Fessler, but the car we're on board now is Mark Webber. He is catching the pair of them hand over fist. Under 5 seconds the gap now, not 1 to 2, not 2 to 3, 1 to 3. Under 5 seconds to the top 3 cars in this race.
A number of people, including Nick Holland, making the point that, isn't it interesting, at the end of this stint, the man that has recent F1 tyre management skills is the fastest guy on the circuit, that being Mark Webber. It's a fair point, well made.
Yeah, also a bit
First,
more...
second and third are in the same camera shot.
Indeed.
As you predicted. Take a breath, shuffle to the forward part of your seat again, because this is now sit forward racing all of a sudden, as the 99 car is in the pit lane. Stefan Mucker already installed, as you heard from Louise Beckett a few moments ago. So we've allowed you just to get into the swing of things. We now move into the 2nd, 3rd of the race. That makes sense. And the leader has got traffic. There he is. There is 2nd position going through turn 6. And here, in a moment or two's time, comes the 17 in 3rd.
It's not about these 2 anymore. It's about Mark Webber and the pace he's showing. 2 seconds quicker than either last time around. The gap now 4 seconds between the 3 of them. And Mark has been so much quicker in the middle sector the last couple of laps. That's where the gap has been coming down. He's now got these 2 Aston Martins to deal with, and after that it'll be on the tail of Romain Dumas.
Yeah, but 2 Aston Martins in the place where they have, if anything, an advantage over a prototype, because they've probably got more mechanical grip in the end of the circuit. This is exactly what he didn't need. He's managed to get by them. In fact, the first 2 have got by them. And here's Webber coming through as well. Romain Dumas, though, smells blood, smells an opportunity. And they are all coming together. And I'll tell you now, Graham, they have still got some 10 laps before we are anywhere near a pit stop for these guys.
Here we go. This is the lead battle. There goes Marcel Fessler. There goes Romain Dumas. And just in the wheel track to Romain Dumas, there, coming through the mist, is Mark Webber.
Yeah, he's just got the ESM car to deal with. In fact, he's got to split the ESM cars because the second ESM is just coming out of the pits right in front of him, and he hasn't been able to do that into turn one, has Webber. That's cost him some time, but the top three across the line was separated by under 3 seconds. Porsche second and third, Audi leads. This is the battle at the head of the field in the 6th round of the World Endurance Championship, and at the head of the championship, because the 7 car leads the Drivers' Championship by a scant 9 points, not over the 18, but over the 17 in 3rd position.
Absolutely right. It's the manufacturer's title at the moment sits in Porsche's lap by dint of more consistent performance across the 2-car team. What Audi really need in that battle is the number 8 car to find pace. At the moment it doesn't seem to have. Meantime, we've got the confirmation of the penalty we were expecting for the number 72 car. 20 seconds stop go for the championship leading car for speeding in the pit lane. But this is all about right now into the 3rd round of this race. The lead overall, it has taken over 2 hours for Porsche to get onto terms with a charging Marcel Fessler. Fantastic opening stint from Marcel Fessler in dreadful conditions.
Let's see what they've got to say to Marcel. 5 minutes, I reckon, before he pits.
Marcel, if you need it, use KFS. If you need it, use KFS. Both Porsches right behind you. I'm sure you can see them.
Yeah, but now stay off the radio.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be bothered. And there is the lead changing across the line. Romain Dumas scored as the leader, and Porsche leads at Fuji for the first time since we went across the start line. Remember, they locked out the front row, and 1/3 of the way around the first lap, Marcel Fessler pounced as Webber went off the track, and he took his opportunity to go by Romain Dumas. Dumas repaid the favour, but now in the middle section of the track, this is where the Audi should have a little bit of an advantage. Oh, Fessler pushing very hard. I have no idea what the button or the setting that Lena Geard was telling him. Did she say KFF? KSS?
I thought it was KSF.
Okay. Something about the settings on the car there.
And Fessler hasn't given this up. He's back on the tail of Dumas, but it's really a matter now, John, of whether or not Fessler can find a way past in this area of the track where the Audi seems stronger before we get back to the start-finish straight, where all of a sudden Porsche are being able to deploy their punch.
Next pit stop for Fessler will be before the 2 Audis, and here comes Mark Webber. Cue the Jaws theme. He's there. He's about to take a big chunk out of Audi's championship hawks here as he bites into the lead of that 2nd place car ahead of him. The Audi punches away decently, but now the Porsche gets into its stride. Now it hits VMAX and pulls out 2 drivers left up alongside. Now the Audi just gets a little bit of an extra run down towards the first corner, and Webber has not been able to make that. He had to lift, I think, just for a moment because of that car in the pit lane.
I wonder if what we're talking about for the setting change for them is just a change in the balance around the left and coast for them. Just more power on that main straight. That's where they were getting eaten up, John. Let's wait and see. But Fessler now fending off the very close attentions of Mark Webber. Both in traffic. Who's going to have the advantage here? Dumas has lost a little bit of time there, but enough of an advantage with Webber getting alongside Fessler here as the number 99 Aston Martin comes into it.
Traffic as they go through out of turn 6, 7 into the 100R, and now down the hill into the tricky braking area. We've already seen Webber make a couple of mistakes here, but he's absolutely rock steady there as he goes into the Dunlop curb, and again you can see the different colours of the tarmac. I tell you what though, Dumas is not getting away. I reckon one more lap for Fessler before they're in the pit lane window to make it to the end on 3 more stops, but he's got to do at least one more lap. At that point it doesn't matter. Basically you're just saving the extra stop. That's the important thing for Audi here. And then a bit of rain and dare I say it, the grey cloud has blown back over us.
It's back.
It has blown back over us. Onto the start-finish line. Fessler stays out. There will be at least, and very close indeed, by Mark Webber as he went almost into the pit lane, hatching there and takes second place. But can Fessler hold on? Can he get somewhere near as the Porsche runs out of steam at the end of the straight? He can! He's down the inside and he gets it back. This is what we love seeing at the front of the field. Mark Webber will try the old over and under, and he gets back through the inside. This takes me back to last year when Webber was awesome, but Fessler's got the inside line into turn number 4 and takes it back again. This is genius stuff by these two drivers. What respect, what skill, what excitement. This is road racing, endurance racing at its absolute zenith. Down to turn 6, and still the Porsche is pushing hard. The Audi has the advantage. I just think, again, Fessler played that perfectly into turn 1.
Shades of Silverstone, John. These two men in these two cars with very different performance attributes, and they're both using them to the absolute max and a little bit beyond. Fantastic stuff. There might be 2 lights on the side of the Porsche, but he's third at the moment, and that was because of magnificent first part of that lap for Marcel Fessler.
And the FSX, or whatever it was, is hybrid boost that has been turned up for the number 7 car, and he is using every single megajoule of that extra energy.
I think every single joule, John.
Fraction of a joule, mini joule, whatever it is.
If he's got joules in his watch, he's using those as well.
Is he coming in this time? No, he swings into the pit lane, and here comes Webber. Now, this is exactly what happened last time, and Fessler drops immediately into, and look, he's there, and he gets it back again. The Porsche is on VMAX too early down the straight, and the Audi gets back position. I said in practice that the Porsche hits its top speed very quickly, but then for 7 or 8 seconds, it's not getting any quicker. Oh, traffic now. Oh, don't come together. Oh, either side of the Stracker. Brilliant stuff. And again, Fessler just makes that split-second decision. He goes one side, Webber the other. Remember, we are over 2 hours into a 6-hour race. This is not a 10-lap sprint round Fuji. This is the FIA World Endurance Championship. This is racing.
Big twitch from Mark Webber there as he tried to get the power in maybe a little bit too early. Marcel Fessler, traffic again, he gets by. Can Webber do the same? This is nose-to-tail stuff in the most extraordinary fashion. Round the Ligier goes Mark Webber. Fessler, though, has got a slight advantage by an Andre Lotterer, suited, booted, ready to go.
I'm breathing heavily already because of what antics and what extreme measures are being put in place by his teammate to hold on to this second place. By the way, Romain Dumas is not getting away. He is up the road, but only by 3.5 seconds, and this is not good enough for Porsche, and I would suggest the demeanour of Timo Bernhard there and Mark Lieb would say that that is exactly what they feel as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be rather more the theme of the Valkyries, but rather than the theme of the Archers that was going through Mark Lieb's mind at the moment. This is war on 4 wheels between these two teams.
Next lap.
Fantastically done.
Next lap pits for the 7 car, and this time Webber waits a little bit longer. Now he uses the boost and pushes out. That's really interesting. That's a different strategy this time.
Took the inside line as well. No way back there for Marcel Fessler.
Except Webber
goes wide.
Webber's gone wide, and Fessler comes in, and now Webber's got the inside line. Remember, for the next corner coming up, which is the Coca-Cola curve at turn 4, they're side by side. You can barely fit a race program between them, and Fessler drives from the outside. Oh, the laws of physics clearly don't apply to Audi as they apply to everyone else. This is remarkable stuff. Even Mark Webber would not have tried that audacious manoeuvre around the side. That is brilliant stuff. Round the outside from Fessler. Supreme confidence of both men in their machines and their competitors.
Absolutely fantastic racing. We're back to where we were at the start of this season, John. Rain has provided the extra ingredient. The WEC doling out 6-hour racing of a fantastic quality, and kudos to both of these teams, both of these drivers, all of these drivers. What a fantastic race.
It comes to an end at the end of this lap as Marcel Fessler comes into the pit lane. He will box at the end of his lap. Number 76, Romain Dumas, has pulled out another second and is now almost 5 seconds ahead of this cracking battle. He goes wide in turn 16, the Panasonic curve, but I don't think that really matters now. Fessler will give Mark Webber a bit of a shock as he drags past him. He goes back, but he will peel off to the right, as I suspected, into the pit lane. And now Graham and I are going for a lie down in a darkened room and a rub down with some warm halibut oil.
Wow, wow, wow. Behind us, we watch slicks.
They are the intermediate slick, the big white mark on those cars. Well, there's the dice being rolled by Audi as
Oliver Jarvis, meanwhile, is being caught quickly at the moment by Anthony Davidson for 4th. So the Toyota right back into it.
Intermediate tyres. Intermediate goes on. Now, this is not your traditional hand-cut slick. This is a super soft compound from Michelin that they debuted a few years ago. The technology is mind-bending. But talking to drivers who have driven on these tyres, all of whom, like me, go, yeah, no, hang on, you need cuts in a tyre to move water. That's not going to work. All of them have said that these tyres that are about to go on the 7 are remarkably stable in wet conditions. Can't deal with any kind of standing water. That's obvious because they haven't got any siphons and haven't got any grooves in them. But this is technology that has been proven by Michelin on the LMP1 cars and has trickled down now even into the GTEs, the GT Le Mans cars in IMSA competition, and has been used to some effect by BMW and particularly by Porsche in the GT LM, the GTE ranks. This is an interesting move from Audi. Meantime, Jarvis is due in next time around.
This is the battle for 3rd. That will put the number 1 Toyota, briefly at least, up into 3rd position. Ollie Jarvis ahead of the car, but only by 1.5 seconds. Great drive here in these conditions, Matt Davidson, in a car, let's face it, that has been outclassed in dry conditions this season. We are deep into the 3rd hour of this race. 3 hours and 43 minutes remain.
And that was a 35-lap stint from Marcel Fessler, right on the dry stint length that we were expecting for Audi. Here is Jarvis coming into the pit lane. Again, spot on the money. And presumably the 8 car will head onto Inters as well. Expect the Porsche to do 3 laps at least more than the Audi.
Porsche, Toyota is now the order, albeit slightly artificial with the recent pit stops for both of the Audis, but this is turning into another corker, isn't it?
And now, thankfully, with that battle for second just having a little cessation of hostilities, I can upshift, get the revs down and get a breath back. Here is the 8 car. And Jarvis out, Luca Di Grassi getting in there, the distinctive Brazilian coloured helmet, and it's Mark Lieb about to get into the Porsche. The blue helmet tells me that. Mark Lieb, by the way, a couple of people asking about his engineering prowess. He does have a Bachelor of Engineering degree, and a number of our listeners asking if we should be calling him Doctor. He hasn't done his PhD yet, although when I asked Mark about this yesterday and about whether he would continue his studies, he's put them on hold, as you might imagine at the moment, concentrating on his racing. Romain Dumas, who was standing next to me, went, oh yes, he's got to do that. Then he'd be Dr. Love, Dr. Lee, which I thought was very good from Romain Dumas.
Dr. Love?
Yeah,
there you go.
That's another song title we've nipped in there. Out goes the number 8 car, Luca Di Grassi on board and heads out.
Aboard now, number 18 car, Romain Dumas. 4 seconds to the good at the moment, ahead of Mark Webber. Webber quicker, though, at the moment on track than Romain Dumas. Let's see how close that gap can get, because, of course, this is then a battle about the Drivers' World Championship. There's Webber in the background.
Ollie Jarvis went and did 37 laps on his stint. Now, we've got to keep an eye on Luca Di Grassi's times on those Inters. Let's go down to Marcel Fessler with Louise.
Marcel, an incredible battle out there, and your decision to go on to Inters.
Yeah, I think now there is not so much water on the track anymore, so I think in one point you have to decide to do something, especially the lap times start to increase. So they were a little bit tricky outside, so I think the Inter could be now the right choice. And anyway, because we have to stop before Porsche, we have to do something, because otherwise they anyway can do something similar what we do. So we don't have much choice, and we cannot see what the opponents are doing.
That was an incredible battle out there. It must have been tough, but you must have enjoyed it.
Yeah, you know, when you're leading and the gaps start to melting lap by lap, you didn't start to enjoy it. You fight a little bit with the car. But yeah, it was a great battle with Mark in the end, and I didn't want to make him too easy to get by. So therefore it was good, but our aim is for sure staying in front of the 17. And also, yeah, we want to win this one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that was just completely and utterly outstanding. Mark Webber has gone through in second. He will be coming through to the pit. There's Lena Gate going back to the pit wall with Marcel. Just to discuss, I'm sure, that tactic. Here is the pit stop, and that's... Now, let's see what goes on there. They look like slicks. I can see the side wall.
Yep, it's the
white intermediates. The white sticker on the outside shows. See, that has got the Michelin Energy, and that the Michelin Energy is outlined in white. That is the slick intermediate on the one car as well. Then crossing pit line exit for the number one car.
Entry white line.
Entry. Yeah. Right. Okay. So not Ant Davidson. That was whoever brought the car in. So KCMG have been in and out. Nick Tandy has just been left out there and basically told to just keep on doing what he's doing, I think. So Graham, now we have to wait for the two Porsches to come in and watch the relative lap times of the Porsches at the head of the field, with Romain Dumas now with 6 seconds between himself and his teammate. It's the Lotterer and De Grassi lap times that we need to start looking at. Those are the guys who are on the slick intermediates. A 38.3 on his outlap from Lotterer, so he's not quite got those up to temp yet, but it's how quickly they cross over. De Grassi a 140 in traffic.
That's right.
Oh, and there's the one car coming in.
Yeah. 137 for the leading car, Romain Dumas on old rubber, remember. 139 that time around for Mark Webber, dropped back. And
and this is significant. This is the 43 car, the Saab Moran machine, and that was Ollie Webb in 4th position. He's gone off at turn 1, he's gone a long way off, and he does need to find reverse as he was being passed by Anthony Davidson. He just ran on, yes, saw the car maybe a little bit late, and then in his haste to get out of the gravel trap, which way do I go, left or right, left or right? Oh, I'll tell you what, I'll go the left here, because there's a road, and then I'll run out of road. Yes, that's the problem. Ollie, didn't do the trap walk, did you? Oh, it didn't have enough lock to come back around. That's what it was.
He's damaged the splitter as well.
Now, this is a very long way off track, and there is a snatch vehicle there, and following him off there, and there's the reason for the 140 for Luca De Grassi. He followed him off just a tiny bit. There is a snatch vehicle there, as you can see.
And actually, that was, and kudos to Ollie Webb there. He made a mistake, but he was trying to do that in a responsible fashion. In comes the 17 car from 2nd position.
Mark Webber is getting out. Brendon Hartley about to get in. So let's just keep an eye on this, because it's super important about what tyres are going in. Inters are going on. Louise says inters are going on. And there is the confirmation now. When will the 7 get around? Does he get back out ahead? He is in. Graham has got a wide open mouth at the moment.
I'm just looking at the weather changes happening in front of us. There is cloud being literally sucked out of the valley in front of us, John. It is warming up here, and warming up, I think, pretty quickly just off track. Quite astonishing, really, and watching a cloud forming in front of us from the valley floor below us.
15 seconds to full course yellow.
We're going to go full course yellow.
Porsche have massively looked
9,
in here.
8,
the
7,
leader has
6,
massively looked
5,
in. The pitch will stay
4,
open, remember.
3, 2, 1. Full course yellow. Full course yellow. We are under full course yellow procedures. We are under full course yellow procedures.
And that has not helped Audi at all. And that is for the number 1. And of course, immediately Romain Dumas comes in. This is brilliant for Dumas. They are going to save themselves a huge amount of time here as everyone else crawls around at 60 kilometres an hour. Check that, 80 kilometres an hour. Now, the disadvantage is that they can go green any time. They don't have to wait for safety cars to pull back in.
The only delay will be a countdown back. Prepare for full caution at 13:24. That's what we got. We'll keep an eye out for a message telling us when Eduardo Freitas determines that it's the right time to bring it back. That will be once the number 43 car has made it back onto track. Watch the Porsche team go to work, and other teams, of course, around their pit window will be taking the opportunity to do exactly that. They include the number 28 G-Drive car as the 43 is towed back.
Yeah, Snatch Tractor there, revving madly. I don't have to get him very far before he'll be able to drive out under his own steam from there. This is a massive, massive advantage for Porsche as the leader comes out of the pit lane ahead of the number 1 and the number 8. He's put a lap on them. The number 1 and the number 8. Amazing. And that is because of the full course yellow coming out at that time. This is the Audi.
Was that a good choice?
Okay, Andre, so both Audis are out on the Inter, and so is one of the Toyotas. The 2 Porsches have only just done their pit stops. They are also on Inters. They are also on Inters.
It's E1 ahead of...
Yeah, the problem is that the 17 car did all of his pit stop under full course yellow, and the 18 car did all of his pit stop, including the driver change under full course yellow, and Brendon Hartley and Mark Webber did most of theirs. We'll be going full course yellow, back to green any second now. Time to speak to Romain Dumas.
Romain, we always knew these conditions were going to mix things up a bit. Did you think it would be quite so tough?
Well, it was, yeah, for sure, it was quite fun. I mean, it was a little bit crazy, those 2 stints. At the start, I need to protect Mark, so when he spun after, unfortunately, I don't know what happened, I pressed the pit limiter, so a lot of cars overtook me, and after the Toyota hit me. So in 2 laps, I was P6, I say, that's not a good start. But after he ran good, we had a little bit of problem with the brake temperature. So I catch very quickly Marcel Fassler, but after for a long time, I have to take care of my brake. And at the end, I push again to gain a little bit of time to the others. So yeah, it looks good, it was quite fun.
Thank you.
Quite fun. Right, now let's have a look at the number 8 Audi the next time we see it.
Someone is telling us they believe, I think it's Toby Wallace, said he thinks they may have lost the windscreen wiper on that car. We'll take a look at that. Interestingly, John, we've seen the lead pack from GTE Pro all pit except the leader. The number 91 car did not choose to pit under full course yellow, which we will be losing in just over 10 seconds time.
15 seconds, under 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are back to green. We are back to green at racing speed. We are back to green at racing speed.
And straight away the number 8 and the number 1 trying to get their lap back from the Porsche. the lead car. That was almost a very significant moment as Mark Lieb was slightly caught napping there at the head of the field. I do like these full course yellows that we're using here rather than have to scramble a safety car.
And again, what we saw there, John, was the number 8 car overtaking the Toyota. We saw this, remember, after a full course yellow at Silverstone, the Toyota not able to get the power in if the supercapacitor is not charged.
Yeah, fair point. And it will take them a lap or so to get back up to power. And same with the Porsche, actually, their battery power. But they can at least harvest whilst they're accelerating. They have 2 hybrid systems, remember. One a very clever addition to the turbo and the engine. As down the inside, that's another Toyota struggling for pace. That's Sarrazin now, also in trouble. And that means Sarrazin's just gone a lap down to the leader.
This is De Grassi, though, trying to get onto terms with the Porsche ahead.
Yeah, he's trying to get his lap back here, Graham. Wants to get back on the lead lap. He's going to have to be right up the tailpipes of that Porsche as he comes onto the start-finish line. There's a little chance here for the Audi, second of those 4 cars. The first car is the leader, Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, man at the head of Audi Sport. Nah, Porsche's got it, he's gone. The only thing now is a bit of traffic that can save the Audi and get him back on the lap. But then, of course, he's got to try and pull away. Down into the first corner, and the traffic goes to Porsche and to Mark Lieb. There is the pass from the number 8.
Wiper's missing. The wiper is missing.
Excellent spot then by Toby Waller. That's the 7 car in 3rd position, up ahead of him by 3.5 seconds. You might just be able to see Mark Webber turning into the final corner. There he is. So that is far from done, and it's another 5 seconds up the road for Mark Lieb. In fact, no, it's much more than that, because he got to get his he's got his pit stop done, didn't he?
I think it's about 40 seconds, John.
Yeah, that's massive for them.
It's 54 seconds, so almost a minute advantage drawn by Mark Lieb.
And that is simply because they were able to stretch their pit window, and they fell, luckily, into a big hole of opportunity caused by Ollie Webb in a full course yellow, which, by the way, was 2 laps affected and 5 minutes in total, for those of you who keep count of such things. Well, it's got to be advantage Porsche now, unless that cloud that we've just seen being sucked up from the valley in a very Ghostbusters style.
It's sunnier, John, than it's been before, just away from start-finish. Still got that dark cloud hanging over us at the moment. It's on the move again, but still a damp track at best. I'd suggest still wet.
Here's where we find out who has the better car on the Inters now. When it's full wet, it's clearly Audi. When it's full dry, Audi have a slight, I think, disadvantage. Everybody does to Porsche. But what about in the intermediate conditions with both cars on the same tyres now? Visually, I think Lotterer is gaining on Hartley. Sorry, I said Webber earlier on.
It's 1.4 seconds is the gap, and that's coming down. This is the shots working out now. Brendon Hartley there behind the orange Ligier. Ollie Webb there out of the car. But another replay. This is taking another look at Ollie's off-track excursion. We tried to do the right thing, but unfortunately ran out of road and lock and brought out that full course yellow. Not able to turn the car around here, and that was an awful moment for him, wasn't it? But and that's such a shame. Great stint, double stint from Ollie Webb. And now replaced in that car by Pierre Rag, and he's ruining that mistake. But
So,
meantime,
let's just run down the categories before it starts getting exciting again. Marco Seyfried has just driven the drive of his life in the 77 car. Now, in fairness, the Astons, some of the Astons around him have made an extra pit stop, but that 77 car...
They're on a different pit strategy, John.
Yeah, exactly. But even so, his lap times have been outstanding, and he now leads the category in the Dempsey Proton 77 from Frankie Castellacci in the 96 Aston, now having taken over from Stuart Hall, but with an extra pit stop done from them, and Pedro Lamy is in third in the 98 Aston. Let's get back to the action where Audi has caught Porsche. There is the answer we were looking for. The Audi seemingly then just a little bit better on the inters. Aston in play here is the 95 car.
Oh, and it balks there.
Oh, look at that.
One and then the other.
Down the inside. Lotterer picked right there and went to the inside line, and there is second place. Just turned over. I mean, you have to make a choice there.
You do.
And sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Andre Lotterer was both there as Brendon Hartley got caught in traffic. And now we have this reanimation, relighting of the fire of competition that we saw between their two teammates. Here comes the Porsche. It'll jink out to the left. It's going to have to brake on the slippery line. Can't get it done.
No, chooses the right option there, which is not try it there, because he was going to run wide. That much they've learned. Now the rebellion comes into play. Lotterer goes to the outside line where we know they've got lots and lots of grip, makes that pass with no problem whatsoever. For the moment, Hartley's got to wait.
And by the way, what was the advantage to the 18 car in terms of pitting under and having a full pit under a full course yellow, where his teammate only had part? Over 50 seconds.
Wow. So 56 seconds as the position changed is the gap that we were looking for. We're also looking, quite right, John, at those relative lap times. We'll wait till this settles down into clear running. At the moment, there's not a lot between them. The number two Toyota makes its way down pit road. But this is Brendon Hartley, not giving up the chase, but he's losing ground.
That's wrong, isn't it? For Sarrazin. Let me just check that. I'll come back to you in a second. Here's where second place changed.
It's his third stop. It's out of sequence. And that was simply a matter of take your guess as to which side is right past the Aston Martin.
Yeah,
Lotterer guessed right, Hartley guessed wrong.
It was a lottery.
You can't really blame the Aston Martin there, who's got to take a line.
He had to just stay and hold his line. That's what you have to do. Now
they're going back to wets.
Wets, going back to wets. The slicks have come off, or the slick intermediates have come off. Now this is very interesting problem with the right front wheel nut, and that's been changed for a second.
So that's now a car to watch in terms of its relative lap times. The number 2 car. Stefan Sarrazin clearly not liking what he was feeling from the slick intermediates.
Well, that answered my question. I didn't think that was on time. So Andre Lotterer at 37.7 is almost a full second quicker than anybody else on the track, including the leader.
But let's watch what happens in that tricky middle sector where grip comes into it.
Confirmation of the cut wets going back on. Problems with both front wheel nuts. And he's gone. He has cleared off from Brendon Hartley. He's taken a couple of seconds out of him in less than a lap. So still a slight advantage to Audi. Oh, what a shame, Graham. In some ways, you know, you roll with the punches. You roll with the punches, but what a shame that full course yellow came during the Porsche pit stop. Otherwise, we'd have the top 3 together. And roll the dice. It's starting to rain at Marshall Post 17, which is in the second slow zone.
Well, well, well.
So now the question is this a genius ploy by Toyota? Or can they just not make those work? Back to...
This is a battle for second position in GTM between the two Aston Martins. And that is Francesco Castellacci and Pedro Lamy. 28 years old Italian and the 43-year-old Portuguese.
Identical first sector times, both the fastest for their respective cars, with Pedro Lamy having just put in a 51.4 last time around. Marcus Seefried, by the way, 51 flat last time, leading the class, but still owing us a pit stop, remember.
Nick Tandy tiptoeing his way through. Nick Tandy's still aboard that car, as he has been from the start of the race.
I think the super glue on the seat of his pants perhaps not proving the best idea for anyone else who wants to drive this afternoon.
Last time around, Lotterer to lead, another second, 2 seconds chewed out that lead, and quicker again in the first sector. Lotterer is getting the better out of these tyres on this track at the moment.
He knows this track so well, Andre Lotterer, and
Di Grassi is also catching Hartley.
All of a sudden he switched the tyres on, and a 37.8 for Luca Di Grassi last time around. The fastest first sector of the race for the number 8 car in the hands of Luca Di Grassi. A 37.8 last time around, bettered only by his teammate and by the leader.
He's got about 40 seconds to make up, but that's a gap to watch. But here we go again. Pedro Lamy looking for a way around the young Italian.
That is proper slipstreaming. He pulled out really early, and he's gradually...
No, Pedro, he says. No.
Late on the brakes. He's
very
not going to
late.
get that turned.
Is it too late?
Over and under.
No, it's fine. Good stuff there from Castellacci.
I've been
Pedro now looking for a way on the outside, and he's going for it.
Yeah, he gets the inside line into turn 4, the Coca-Cola bend.
He's made the pass. Beautiful stuff there from Pedro Lamy.
There's a little bit more grip, I think, coming out of turn 2, the little kink. And that is clearly something that Pedro Lamy knew. However, Federico Castellacci has been impressive this year, and particularly impressive today already.
He's learning his trade in GTE cars. He's been very good in GT3 cars. But learning his trade aboard this GT Aston Martin.
And his biggest issue here then is no ABS. He'll have been so used to having the ABS in GT3. Now, further down the field, 4th position in GTE AM as the slow starting 88, with unusually Christian Reed dropping it a couple of times, was right at the back of the field. He's just gone up into 4th position in GTE Pro, if I'm reading that right. Yes, I am. He's just gone in front of Francois Perrodo. Perrodo fighting back through traffic.
And recovery drives from several P2 cars dealing with this as the track dries out and the grip comes back, or rather the grip arrives for the first time in the race. Some of these delayed P2 efforts coming through the GTE pack. Deli Watts and Ryan Diel amongst them.
Interesting battle at the head of GTE Pro, which will come alive again in the next 3 laps or so, because Ricard leads by 35 seconds, but he's got to come in 3 laps time.
Yep.
And Vilander will take the lead.
And under green.
Correct.
Because the others didn't. They decided to, there's the thing where I think they've split the strategies for both teams. They came in under full course yellow, the 2nd, 3rd, and I think 4th place cars. They did.
Yeah, confirmed. Vilander pitted the 51 and Machiavelli handed over to Pile under full course yellow. So Graham's spot on there. There's the 71 car as well. Davide Rigon not that far away, just another 30 seconds or so.
As Rigon deals with traffic.
And Rigon, that's it. He's going through that battle for 4th position in the AM side of GTE, which continues to rage on with the 88. And the Ferrari right up the tailpipes there.
It's
Francois
raining
Perrodo.
again, John. It's raining at turn 1 and turn 5.
And yet it's just getting brighter.
So is this just the back end of this
I think it
system?
is. Exactly so. Exactly so. There's just a little bit of a sheen again on the circuit at various parts of the track. What's the lap times? 37.5 for Lotterer, 37.9 for the leader.
There's not a lot in it.
37.2 for Brendon Hartley, 38 flat for Di Grassi. Di Grassi having another bad lap there, 37.7.
Davidson's still in touch. Davidson's still in touch with Di Grassi. So the battle's on track. The lead gap. There's rain on the camera now.
That's at the final corner as the 83 Ferrari dives down the inside. This is for 4th position, Francois Perrodo. Now, this is old-fashioned overtaking. No pass flaps here. This is all about the hole in the air. And the power of the Porsche keeps it in the lead for the moment. But here comes the Ferrari, proper drafting. And can the 83 then of Francois Perrodo get down the inside, decides against it, will go around the outside and cut back. He's going to be side by side on the exit, but who's got the grip? The Porsche with the engine right over the rear wheels, the mid-engine Ferrari side by side, as through goes the number 2 of Stefan Sarazan, just keeping them honest there, and I bet that took their attention. And still, the 88 has hold of it, and as predicted, Ricard Leitz is in from the lead of the Pro class.
Absolutely, John. This is where this is going to go topsy-turvy again. And at the moment, if things stay broadly where they are, as the number 77 car, leader in the class, comes through to lap these two, oses that pit stop out of sequence, of course, to 77. It's going to be a topsy-turvy points table in GTM after this one.
Yeah, we're going to have to get the abacus out.
As Leitz is on the jacks, through come the rest of the pack. There goes Verlander. Pile still to come by. Leitz is away, and I think it's going to be pretty close for second between the two Porsches.
Through comes Marcus Seyfried to lap this battle for 4th position in his class. He's the leader, and here's Sam Bird.
Sam, dropping back uncharacteristically, it would seem that tyre choice was crucial for you.
Yeah, it was really difficult, really tough. One of the hardest stints I think I've ever done in motorsport. Cut slicks all the way through when the conditions clearly weren't cut slicks at the beginning, but still we're in 3rd place. It's not the end of the world. Julian's got him now, and we'll see how it goes.
Thank you.
Hero stint from Sam Bird, and you can see there, can't you, just how much it's taken out of him mentally.
Absolutely. I mean, this is 2 hours plus in challenging conditions with not a lot of visibility, John.
So Porsche leads, but they're just being eaten into their lead. Nick Tandy refuses to jump out of the LMP2 leader. Tony Vielander and Marcus Seyfried has lapped up to 3rd position in GTE. Well, amazing stuff by all of the drivers. Just wondering if you get another look at the De Grassi car to check that windscreen wiper. I think it has gone.
It's gone, definitely. Lotterer, meanwhile, is still making inroads into that.
36 last time around.
It's 38. Unfortunately, lost some time that time, but it's down under 52 seconds. But that came courtesy of a slower middle sector for Lotterer on that lap. Traffic that would have been. But with a clear lap, he does seem able to squeeze out a lap about a second quicker than Lieb can manage just at the moment. And the rain is beginning to come. The umbrellas are going up. I don't think it's going to be very much rain for very long, John.
Audi are doing a rain dance, Toyota are doing a rain dance, and Porsche and GTE probably doing a rain dance, but not Porsche at the head of the field, I wouldn't have thought.
Well, Tony Verlander has a massive advantage now. It's over 2 minutes the advantage the 51 car over the number 92 Porsche. Patrick Pile did get by the 91 car after that pit stop for the 91.
Temperatures dropped, Graham. No doubt feel that here in the booth. The wind that's blowing through the cable haul right in front of us is definitely cooler than it was.
Shorts were not the good choice.
No, shorts were always a good choice if it's going to rain, because your legs are going to get wet either way. It just means you haven't got to worry about any huge amount of cloth around them.
Yeah, this definitely wasn't in the plan, additional rain. They expected drying weather from 1 o'clock. We're now, just gone 1:45 local time. 3 hours and 12 minutes remain. There's the black cloud, John.
And 3 drivers have been in the car since we started almost 3 hours ago. Pierre Cafra in the CLM, which is still going and going nicely. Nick Tandy in the KCMG 47, now back leading its class. And Paul-Loup Chatin chasing him in 2nd place, 25 seconds back in the Alpine. And Tony Vielander in the 51 Ferrari, and he's still in that car.
4 drivers, yeah.
Sorry, 4 drivers, yes, my apologies. I said 3 and then read out 4 names. I'm getting tired already. Too much excitement.
So clearly the couple of hours race in Asia Le Mans wasn't enough for Pierre Caffer.
Oh, 4 wide abreast.
Oh, fantastic.
And I think
4 different classes.
That was all 4 classes across the line at the same time. Somebody take a picture of that.
Paul-Loup Chatin might well be at the end of his long stint. He's on pit road now in the 36 car, pitting from 2nd in P2.
Alan Prosser is the king of the screen grab. I guarantee he'll be tweeting that any second now. Here it is again. GTE Pro.
It's 2 Pro.
It's 2 Pros.
It's ruined it.
Have to have that done again.
Photoshop will get that sorted.
Yes, absolutely. Shatan out. Nelson Panciatici jumping in.
Leader in from GTM as well, Marcus Seefried, that out of sequence pit stop.
And Inters, Dunlop Inters going back on. That car was already on them. Yeah, that's definitely Nelson Panciatici's helmet. In fact, if you just read the side, you could have seen that. Sorry, I was going on colours there.
So the gap now, the lead gap, not this car. This car running 4th position. Lucas de Grassi looking to try to get onto better terms with, in racing terms, not personal terms, of course, with Brendon Hartley.
Well, you just don't know.
You never know. There could be daggers drawn. Who knows?
Leap of faith there.
The lead gap ahead of this car, Mark Lieb to Andre Lotterer, about 50 seconds now.
As he's off on the grass on the last corner. Panasonic turn, but all-wheel drive.
De Grassi moment.
Gets him back onto it. A number of people asking, as we get another look at this, about the drive time. In LMP2, you can do 3 hours and 30 minutes. Oh yeah, he's on the... Now, is that Astro or is that real?
I think it's real.
And this was coming out of the previous corner. And there you can clearly see, thanks guys, there is no windscreen wiper on the number 8. So the power of
it is real grass.
Rain-X or something similar is the only thing keeping Lucas de Grassi seeing where he's going. So he doesn't want to see any worse weather. So that when the windscreen tear-off was taken off has been caught by somebody. And the worry will be for me is if they've broken the fixture there and have to bolt another one on. And there is the hardy spectators. The arrow on the screen keeping it clear-ish for Luca de Grassi as he comes round to the bottom of the spin by the Alpine. The 36 has gone around and that is right in front of Luca de Grassi, and that is Nelson Panciatici on his outlap. There is the blue flag flashing right in front of him to let him know that the lead car's coming through. It clears as the car goes by. Brilliant system, this. Had a big play with that last year at Shanghai in the safety car. Safety cars have them as well.
So maybe marginal conditions now for Inters, as they could clearly see from the number 8 car, rain coming.
Oh yeah, that was just getting on the throttle too early from Panciatici, and a brilliant avoidance mover by Nick Tandy. Let's have a listen. He's all right. Wheel spin. Oh, it was on the gear change. It's on the gear change. There's still enough dryness there to squeal the tyres when he stops.
So another stop meanwhile from number 2 Toyota.
Another one.
They just switched to wets. We remember a little while ago that was clearly the wrong choice. Unless there's a further drama for the number 2. And it's gone in the garage, number 2 in the garage. That's disappointment for the Toyota team. And the home crowd, of course. Still lots of Hardy spectators in the grandstand as well as in the spectator areas behind us, John.
GTE Pro 4 hours and 30 minutes for the drivers. I'm not sure if you can do that all in one go though. So there's not fevered action at 2, is there?
No, we can't see the back end of the car, of course.
But
the camera angle.
No, they're gonna make some changes to the suspension, and the driver is out of the car. So this was a few moments ago.
Okay, yeah, we have a problem with the HV cooling system.
Engine cooling system.
Yeah.
Is the problem. Now, is that a block radiator? What is that?
There was brake temp issues on the cars earlier on. We heard one of the Toyota drivers saying, I think. Well, that's a shame. And the car being stripped down very effectively. Notice the big shrouds on the brakes again this weekend for the lower temperatures. The big biscuit tins around the carbon discs.
And then
let's go down to the pit lane. Paul-Luc Chatin almost doing half the race. He's with Luis now.
Well, Lou, that was an incredible performance by you.
Yeah, it was very good. The team did a good setup without practice on rain before. And yeah, the track conditions are very difficult. So I'm happy. I think we are P2. We keep the same tire during 3 hours. Now we change. And at the end, it starts to be a bit difficult, but we feel good with the car. Nelson in the car now, so I'm fully confident with him, and we'll try to push as hard as possible until the end.
Thank you.
Yeah, and brilliant opening stint. Nelson Panciatici finding out how difficult it is out there. Just puts 4 loops exploits into sharper focus, doesn't it?
It does rather. And hearing back from the UK, by the way, the early hours of the morning.
Hashtag 6H Fuji, please.
Trending at #1 in the UK in the early morning. Fantastic. Sports car fans do it in the early hours.
Clearly a slow news day in the early hours of the Sunday morning back in the UK. Wherever you are in the world, thank you for choosing to spend your Motorsport Sunday with us. Still got half this race to go. Being told that early in Ollie's second stint, the windscreen wiper stopped working on the 8, so it was removed.
Excess weight, you don't need it.
And probably aero issues.
Aero, very good, yes.
So the 2 Astons continue to battle Graham. And hearing that rain reported at turns 1, 5 and 14.
Still 52 seconds is the lead gap overall, swapping lap times between the top 3 at the moment, separated by about a minute, the top 3. But Mark Lieb, courtesy of that advantage drawn, the Toyota team still got to work on the #2 with a cooling issue. 52 seconds still the gap to André Lotterer, for the 6 seconds back for Brendon Hartley, with Lucas de Grassi battling hard to try and get back onto terms with the top 3, and Davidson holding that gap with the #8 Audi, about 6.5 seconds currently in P2. We're still watching these 2 battling Aston Martins for second place in GTE. Well, in fact, it's still second place, isn't it?
Yeah.
In GTE AM. It's Nick Tandy from Julien Canal now in the P2 order. 1 minute and 20 seconds, though, is the gap there. That's after the drama for the #36 car that saw that car spin out of second.
And we're into 3 figures as far as the laps is concerned, with Mark Lieb having just completed his 100th lap, just ahead of half distance.
GT Pro, meanwhile, another car with a big advantage. It's Tony Verlander ahead of Patrick Pilet, but he's got 16 seconds. And Danny Watts between them, as Danny Watts makes a recovery drive in the Stracker Gibson, running 4th in the class at the moment. Let's not forget this class, the LMP1 Privateer class. Nicola Prost, 6 overall at the moment. And ahead now of the stricken Toyota, with the CLM, the bicolor CLM second, and the delayed 13 Rebellion fighting back through the P2 order.
It's Nicola Prost in the 12 car at the moment, that's coming across the line just in front of us. Had a brief but very illuminating chat with the man at the head of Rebellion. And Bart was good enough to allow me to take a quick dinner with quick lunch actually with them before qualifying. Bart Hayden, and already looking forward to next year. Well, one of a number of people who have raised an eyebrow about the additional round in the championship. 9 rounds next year. Although, as Gerard Nouveau, the man at the head of the WEC, was keen to point out to us when he was in the studio with us at Court, having announced that schedule, should be no extra costs to the teams because of the travel fund.
No extra travel costs for the teams.
Also hearing from Right Turn Lover that hashtag 6H Fuji is trending in Germany and Switzerland as well. So right across Europe, people tuning in to the action on the other side of the world. You're very welcome. You're very welcome to talk to us. There you go. There's another shot. It was past that, the line they shall not pass, which is not the blend line. It's the line across the track. You can't cross it beyond that. We'll have a look at that a little later. But you can talk to John and I. Anything you spot that we don't on at Specutainment or at DSC Editor on Twitter.
236 laps was the biggest distance that we've gone here at Fuji in the 6 hours in the FIA era. Now that had only 5 minutes of full course yellow. If you remember, it was barely even a full lap. Green and dry apart from that. I think we're probably looking somewhere around 220 according to Paul Trustwell, as there's been a coming together between a Porsche and a Toyota.
That was the two car. That was what caused the issue. I think it's taken a clout in that side.
And that was where the radiators are, of course, and that was one of the Proton cars, wasn't it?
It was the 88 car.
Down at the bottom of the hill at turns 10, 11 and 12.
So all of a sudden, bad news for both Toyotas. Problem in the garage for the number 2 car. We'll see that again.
Watch to the right-hand side. He's going slowly, and there's a Porsche just nails him. You don't see the Porsche until then. He was already going slowly, Graham.
Yeah.
Because the Porsche was catching him up.
I think he was going slowly because he couldn't take the turn.
You may be right. Is that the second time that car 1's been called for crossing the line at turn 1? Yes, it is.
I think it is.
Or is that just the result of the investigation?
Oh, you might be right. We'd have to have a quick look at the...
Anthony Davidson, who brought the car in, and when it was reported, he stayed in the car. It is, in fact, still Anthony Davidson who served the penalty. So,
Mark Lee, by the way, is holding that gap now. Andre Lotter has not made much more of an impact. Got it down to just a couple of tenths over 50 seconds, now 52 and holding there.
Kelly McNish celebrates her birthday today. Happy birthday, Kelly. I know you're often tuned in. It might be a little early in the morning for you back in Europe.
But there is a problem with that, I'm afraid, John. I've checked, and there's no shop in Monaco that sells candles in, 23 packs of 23. So Kelly, you're just going to have the odd one on the cake this time.
That's right. Yes.
It's always good to see racing drivers with much younger and, let's face it, more attractive wives.
Yep. Best wishes from all of the collective to Mrs. World Champion. Now let's check the GTE Pro category, where Tony Vielander in that car from the start leads by 12 seconds to the 2 Porsches. It's Pilet and Leitz in that order, 92 and 91, on a spectacularly different strategy. The AF Corsa, dare I say it, Graham, back to some form for the defending world champions who've had a horrible 2 or 3 races.
They needed it. They needed it badly. And at the moment, it's going the way they needed it to go, because it's the correct Porsche for them in the Drivers' World Championship that is leading, as in not the leading one, and their colleagues in the 71 car are behind both of them. So that will be another topsy-turvy move. Clearly, the issue for the Toyota is a serious one. That's a long stop now. That car has dropped down out of the top 10.
Marco Seafried continues this stunning drive in the 77 Dempsey Proton car. And that clearly is a very quick package here. And I'll say it again, Patrick Dempsey got to grips with the conditions here, pundit absolutely intended very quickly. He did have a spin early on and almost see Mount Fuji, by the way, in the background now. That's the first time we've had any look at even the foothills of the Great Mountain. Patrick Dempsey was for quite a lot of the end of his stint on the same 10th as Emmanuel Collard, who was ahead of him, and Stuart Hall, who was ahead of the pair of them. And I'd say for a non-pro driver, as he is at the moment, that Patrick D should be very happy with that. This is a circuit he's not been to, and by his own admission, I think he took a little more time to get up to speed than he thought he might have, but the confidence is coming as he's able to devote more time to his motor racing. Full-time, pretty much a full-time motor racing driver now and a part-time actor. Good luck to him for that. We'd all do it if we were in the same position, wouldn't we?
Absolutely would. And all of a sudden, Brendon Hartley is right back with the number 7 Audi.
Yeah.
And I suspect, John, that's because this track is beginning to dry and dry quickly.
Well, the 17 not even got its wiper going, though it does have one at the moment because there's so little spray coming up.
That's the car straight in front of it is the Audi. That is Mike Conway aboard the number 2. That looks as if they're getting ready to get the car back out. Tyres are being offered.
It was Stefan Saracen who brought that car in, of course. So they've done a driver change in the pits as well. Absolutely legal, as the number 1 car goes a lap back on the number 7. So Anthony Davidson finally loses the struggle to stay on the lead lap. Already the lead has gone through, and now 2nd and 3rd about to do the same. Although for a moment he's playing backstop unwittingly for the Audi and holding up Brendon Hartley a tiny bit. That will be of some good news to Andre Lotterer. Meantime, the 2 car back on the apron.
Off the dollies, off the jacks. Milk float mode and fires up the V8.
Don't you start, that's a Damonism. That's part of the dictionary. Thank you, by the way, to Nick Damon, Joe Bradley and Martin Haven, who were on duty at Brno for our sister service. It's in the FIA IES. Good race had by all, and that's the reason that car was in the pit lane, by the way.
GTM leader down pit road as we get stuck into this battle again. It's just a few moments ago of Mike Conway being released in the 2 car. This is the battle for 2nd position. That's 2nd place, number 7 Audi in the hands of Andre Lotterer. Brendon Hartley back into contention now, courtesy of a quick couple of laps, getting back onto the tail of the 7 Audi. Ahead of these 2, 55 seconds ahead is Mark Lieb, rather.
And it's a good 4 or 5 seconds, sorry, a good 4 or 5 laps before we expect the Audi into the pit lane. Let's have a listen to see what's being said. Brendon Hartley on the phone.
Boost seems to be coming very late out of the last corner, very late but very slow. Copy that, we're down on torque a bit. You can use a manual boost off the line to stay ahead if you need.
Now that's interesting. So the boost coming in slowly and late off the final corner, says Brendon, and Carl Wilson-Clark, his engineer, saying they're down on torque, which normally means they're down on energy from the battery cells. Use your manual boost after the line to stay ahead if you wish. That's it. Always assuming he can get close. Let's have a look. Here he comes.
There you go. Again, he's right out of the final turn.
The Audi does have an advantage there. The 4 headlights either side of the Porsche. Here he comes. Audi takes the centre of the road. Hartley's not going to be anywhere near as they go down into turn 1. Well, he has got there. My apologies. Brendon braking super late. 13 minutes and 48 seconds in the pits for the number 2 after that incident between the Toyota and the 88 GTE and Porsche.
Just a little insight, isn't it, the conversation then between Brendon and Carl, that the multitasking aspect for these guys, there's a lot to think about. It's not just a matter of turning the wheel and screaming into your helmet.
Ah, Nick Tandy has found the door release.
Ah, lovely.
Been looking for that for 2.5 hours, he says. He gets out, walks away with nary a backward glance, by the way, and allows his teammates to get in. Matt Howson on his own. That's funny. I've done my bit.
I've had it.
That's enough. It's all yours now.
Brings it in from the lead, and substantially from the lead. Julien Canal, the better parts, is a minute more behind. Still,
they've got half a chance of getting out without losing the lead there.
Lotterer is hanging on to that 2nd place. Grim death. Hartley looking, just a tiny look at the inside, closer this time as they get onto the start-finish straight. There goes the Audi.
And there's that big black cloud again, refusing to move too much further.
Hartley pedals harder this time. checked slightly. It's going to get track position.
Oh, he's got a Porsche. He's got an Aston in front of him. That's going to come into play. This piece of carbon fibre thrown up, but Hartley's gone through. But here comes Lotterer. Lotterer knows his way around it. Nice block. Parked it on the apex.
Great move there from Brendon Hartley. I think he knew exactly what the game was from Andre Lotterer. That was a masterful piece of cornering at turn 1. Very tricky corner indeed. Turn 1, and away he goes.
Yeah, that was very, very good indeed by Brendon Hartley. A motorcycle, almost like a motocross block pass as he got into the apex, parked the car in the apex. Watch this again. Lotterer tries to make it difficult, but doesn't pull right over. I think he saw the Aston and was rather hoping the Aston would make it more difficult than he did. Little piece of tape or debris thrown up there. Now at this point, Lotterer is trying to dive down the inside. Nope. As you can see there, watch how quickly the Porsche gets up alongside. Very, very good driving. There is the 92 Porsche in GTE Pro. Patrick Pilet is 18 seconds behind Wielander. No, he's not. Excuse me. He's 7 seconds behind Wielander.
Danny Watts has made his way by both those GTE Pro cars to join the 4-car train for the lead of LMP2. And Brendon Hartley has just gone. And you know, the line as they cross, which will happen. There's us. Just gives a wave up to the left there. It's a gap of about 2 seconds
in lap. It's starting to look very dry out there, isn't it? It's Porsche now back installed as they were at the start of the race, although positions reversed from the two Porsches. Almost a minute between them. Then the number 7 Audi in LMP, Julian Canal, has been scored as the leader as Matt Howson goes through. In Pro, it's AF Corse of the 51 car, and in AM, it is going to be Marco Seefried for Dempsey Proton Racing. Still 2 hours and 50 minutes or thereabouts of racing from Fuji to come. You know, the hardest thing about this being in this commentary box at the moment is the fantastic smells of cooking that keep drifting up.
It's fabulous.
I need to drift away in a moment.
The thought that occurs, how long before we see the Audi pit, John?
Shortly.
We'll come to that point in a little wee while. I'm just going to have a quick check and something, and we may have a bigger advantage still coming Porsche's way.
Okay. Well, the huge crowd on hand earlier today to welcome the 6th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, where all teammates have now become rivals. Great start behind the safety car for everyone because of the wet weather. Andre Lotterer trying to get the race underway as early as possible. When it did go green, the two Porsches from the front of the field, with Mark Webber taking the advantage. Romain Dumas in second place. But clearly early on, the Audis, knowing that they had an opportunity in the bad weather to try and put pressure. It was Marcel Fessler in the number 7 car who started to gain on Romain Dumas. Romain hitting the pit lane speed limiter button, and that caused him to slow down as his teammate went wide at turn number 4. And that cost Mark Webber 5 positions. Visibility atrocious early on, but the racing magnificent, with the Audis coming through to from first and second, and the number 1 and 2 Toyotas also passing the Porsches. Then it was a battle of close quarters, fighting too close for Alex Wirtz and Romain Dumas with some synchronized spinning. The GT battle at the head of the field in AM, 2 Ferraris battling together. Stuart Hall in the Aston Martin saying thank you very much indeed. I'll have a little bit of that, fellas. Victor Scheitar there in second place. then as conditions changed, it was the Lotterer and Mark Webber show. Excuse me, the Fessler and Webber show. Positions changing almost corner by corner with the most unbelievable confidence being shown in their machinery, the cars they were passing and each other as they raced wheel to wheel, side by side for a good 15 minutes, keeping us all on the edge of our seats until Andre Lotterer peeled into the pits, but just got ahead of Mark Webber before he did so, just to prove the point, I think. Ollie Webb went long in turn 1, couldn't get the car turned round.
We are back to green.
And went to full course caution.
At racing speed. We are back to green at racing speed.
And as the full course yellow was withdrawn, the 8 Audi and the number 1 Toyota trying to get back on the lead lap, as the Porsche just took a moment or two longer to fire up its warp drive, but once the batteries were charged, it disappeared into the distance. Mark Lieb then still leading for the number 18. There he is by the better part of a minute over Brendon Hartley now in second place, and Andre Lotterer is 5 seconds in arrears in third position.
It's not been short on action, has it? It's not been short on action in every class.
No, indeed. Let's go down to Nick Tandy. Finally found the acetone to break the seal between the seat and his super glue bottom. He's down in after a fantastic stint. He's with Lou.
Nick, thanks for talking to us, because you're obviously exhausted. That was a busy day for you.
Yeah, I only had to get out of the car because I was hungry and I need the toilet, but no, it was okay. You know, it's clearly not as tough physically when you're driving in the rain as what it is in the dry. So, you know, 3 hours is not a problem, but the conditions were getting a bit drier, and we had the same set of tyres on from the start of the race, and they were getting a lot, you know, they were getting a lot far past their best. So it was time to come in and change. And Matt's out now, and it was good fun. Vision is a big problem. We get water in the car and the windows steam up. That's the biggest issue in the rain, but it was good fun.
Thank you.
And that, John, is going to be the biggest issue that we saw at the start of the race with the open-top cars coming to the fore. We've not had much wet weather running with this new era of LMP2 coupes.
That's a fair point.
It's Mannhausen at the wheel of the 47 car. And continues on at the moment, second position to Julien Canal. But I think Canal owes us a stop, as the 47 car was one of the cars that stopped early on.
Yes, is my answer to that. He's got about 10 laps on this stint. A bit less than that now.
Meantime, back in GT Pro, this is the lead battle because the number 92 Porsche.
Let's have a listen to the 92 car, leading, second in GT Pro by 2 seconds.
Really, I have under steering, but what is I doing?
You are faster than them. Right, pace is okay.
Yeah, understeer push on the Porsche, but he's managing that, is Pile.
Yep, Patrick is faster than you, would be the message at the moment.
There's the leader. That's the man you're chasing, right ahead of you.
And he is faster. He's faster by some distance, almost 2 seconds quicker on the last lap. Pile looking. They're now looking to cool the tyres down, John. The point I was going to make just before we went to highlights was that it's going to depend on when we next need to see the Audis in, because we might, at certain parts of this track, be getting to the point where slicks could be possible. But will it come too early for Audi in the pit window?
I think they've got to gamble, mate. I think they've got to gamble. I think they've got to set the pace in terms of the decision making. They've got to lead, not follow. And then they've got to try and force Porsche into something that they don't want to do.
Pile looking for a route by Villander now.
Rain on the windscreen. That was not spray. That was rain on the windscreen.
There's rain. There is still areas where you've got small roof stilts, and here he comes just on grip. Is Pile going to make his way by here? Not quite. but he's got the pace to get by the Ferrari. Has he got the track room? Looking left, looking right. Not there. Over the curbs for Patrick Pilet. Tony Villander is watching him.
2 hours and 41 to go, so it's an hour and 3 and 20 down, and this is the battle for the lead in GTE Pro, and this is huge in terms of the championship.
Absolutely
drivers and manufacturers. Look at the Porsche four-wheel drifting there. Pilet really got confidence in the car, takes a much different line to the Ferrari ahead, coming round to the final corner. Now who punches off turn number 16, the Panasonic bend? You can take any line you want round there. It's all about how you feel with the car. Ferrari initially gets a little bit of a punch out the corner, but here comes the Porsche across the line now in front of us, and there's nothing between them and the Ferrari. If anything, has got a slight advantage, Graham. The Porsche comes again down the second half of this 1.5 kilometre main straight and has a look down the inside very late indeed. He's come from a huge long way back, and I can't believe that Pilet has pulled that off, but he has. Fantastic. But here comes the 51 on the wetter side of the track. He's got the correct side of the circuit for the next corner.
Got it back.
And he gets it back.
Another duel.
Those cars were on such different lines there, and they were so far apart, it was like watching slot cars.
And such different strengths as well. The aerodynamics completely different, the traction completely different, but yet an overall lap time is almost identical. It's another part of why the only right sort of motor racing is sports car racing. It's the only one. Why bother? Here come both the Audis. The number 8 is on the way out, Lucas de Grassi. We're not looking at tyres for this is fuel only.
I think you're right, and a drink. So it'll be about 20 seconds for fuel and nothing else. As the Ferrari-Porsche battle continues, add Ford to this next year, as well as obviously Aston Martin, and delighted to say that Porsche will be back with the full works effort in GTE, and the Audi is getting tyres, Graham, and it's got a new set. Now what I didn't see, they weren't in this, so I think they've gone to slicks. They weren't in this, they didn't have the white marks, so they've either gone back to wet or they're on slicks. This is a huge gamble for Audi as this battle at the head of the GTE Pro field continues. We'll pick up the story in LMP1 in a moment as down the inside, Pilet again comes from a long way back, but gets it done this time. Villander will once again cut to the inside.
Has he got the room? Not this time.
Oh, a little bit of a wiggle as the Porsche was on the paint there for a moment.
He's not got the room to do it this time, John. The move has been made. There goes the lead. Porsche lead in Fuji in 3 classes.
Yeah, it's only P2 that they don't lead in, and that's because they don't have a P2 product.
But the P2 factory driver did, of course. The Porsche factory driver did, of course.
Slicks for Lotterer confirmed from Audi. Thank you to Martin Pass and the Audi management for allowing us access.
They've got to throw the dice.
That's what I said. I think Louise has just ran all the way up there to find out the same thing that I did on Skype. Sorry, Louise. It's fair to say that Audi have given us brilliant accents again this weekend. We were talking to Chris Renker, the head of mission, if you will, just less than an hour before the race start, and talking us through some of the potential tactical decisions and also what changes they've made to the car in terms of the aero. And also, as ever, Martin Pass there, venerable PR, doing a great job for us and being electronically linked to us, although on the other side of the circuit from us at the moment.
Weaving the Audi on the straight. That is the 7 car, was weaving, getting to heat into those slick tyres. Let's keep an eye on lap times then for Andre Lotterer.
And the 42 Strata into the garage.
Oh, that's
Danny
a shame. That car got up into the top 4. So Again, look, not with the Stracker team. Promote Ryan DL, meanwhile, to 5th in class. That team has been brilliant. You can see there the tyre with the fans' names on the side. It was done in the autograph session.
Brilliant.
I think that will be making its way to a charity auction site near you sometime.
So here's the leader, Mark Lieb. Andre Lotterer is the best non-Porsche at the moment, but leading the championship by a slim 9 points. Audi have gone to slicks on their lead challenger. That is the only card that they had to play there. They've got to do something different and hope that the weather doesn't change on them.
They're going to lose either way, John, with that move. They didn't have an option, but they're going to lose either way because Porsche can afford to stand and wait. If things change to the better quickly, they've got time to come in and make that change to match them. At the moment, in what are difficult conditions on the slicks, hand over fist, they are quicker than the Audi.
And Di Grassi, by the way, still on inters because it was a fuel-only stop for Di Grassi. Comes the number 1, defending world championship from 4th position, Graham.
Absolutely, from 4th. It's a driver change. Sebastian Buemi gets aboard the number 1 car.
And hearing from Stracker Racing, who are at Stracker Racing, ECU change, an intermittent issue.
Quite possibly water ingress.
Almost certainly.
Good evening, good morning to Jeremy Panish in Patrick Dempsey's hometown at 1 AM. Watching his first 6 hours of Fuji. Glad you're with us, glad you're enjoying it. I don't think it's going to be your last. Number 8 Audi continues on back up into 4th position with that pit stop from the number 1. And only 9.5 seconds back from Andre Lotterer, and I think Di Grassi is going to take that position very quickly because at the moment Lotterer 10 seconds off Porsche pace and 8 seconds off Di Grassi pace, and the gap 9 seconds.
Matt Guest, who has just tweeted in at Specutainment and at DSC Editor. Dry line, by the way, there. That's proper dry now, that light colour. The saying, actually something that I meant to mention at the time, so Matt, thank you for reminding me. He says it still amazes me seeing the 2 GTE cars battling at the head of the GTE Pro field, being passed like they're chained to a post by a P1 car.
Absolutely. Verlander, meanwhile, has fallen back a couple of seconds, but is matching the pace now. Brendon Hartley, the lead the race, ahead of this car. Andre Lotterer's car tiptoeing round on those slicks. Quickest first sector of his race so far on his inters. Brendon Hartley in pursuit of his teammate ahead, Mark Lieb. That's about manufacturer's points, but also, of course, the Drivers' Championship. Racing all around the world, of course. Not just this championship, but this weekend all around the world. But this is where the action is.
Yeah, that was a bit obvious, wasn't it? Looking to wonder what we were going to see there. And you see a Porsche coming in unabated speed. The 88 car, which has Khaled El Kabezi at the wheel. Saab Moran pit, grab a snooze when you can.
Like a coiled spring there.
Possibly.
Fastest lap of the race for the number 17 car, but not the fastest overall, but just a 10th off it. Brendon Hartley into the 133s now. Still on enters, remember. And coming towards the end of their pit window. Or their fuel window, rather.
Yeah, Lotterer's first 2 laps, a 44.9 and a 43.1. It might have been a bit early.
What do you think about tyre choice next? I think it's still Indus. Copy.
Still Indus, said Brendon Hartley.
And the
Mark Lieb has just done the fastest third sector of the race.
Another 133 there. Both of the Porsches 133.6s to 142.3 from Lotterer. And he's about to lose, and indeed has now lost, third position to his teammate. Has no defence to the Inter-Shod de Grassi at the moment. But you're right, John. A broad grey line now appears. Here's the position changing now. No defence going to be offered here by Andre Lotterer. Offline and almost off track, indeed off track with the slicks.
And worn Indus, double stinted Indus for de Grassi. So Audi have rolled the dice on the 7 car, and it hasn't at the moment paid off. And down in the pit lane, Louise Becker can tell us what.
The number 17 is getting ready for a pit stop. I can't see any tyres at the moment, but I will give you a shout as soon as I know what they're going to do.
Well, Brendon Hartley asking for another set of Indus. If that's the case, they might just double stint him, Graham.
Yeah, I might have thought that went away. I mean, nothing wrong whatsoever with the pace of the moment of the Porsche. And they're pulling away at a rate enough that a few more laps of this and they'll be able to afford a tyre stop anyway, John.
And I think, to be honest, if I was going to do anything, I'd be looking at, you're not gamble on slicks at the moment. Let's go down to Louise. Let's see, is it going to be a set of tyres? They're going to double stint what he's on at the moment?
It looks like they are going to change tyres. Looks like they're going to change. They've got Inters at the ready.
Yep, correct. So I can see them there. Absolutely right there.
Another set of Inters then for the Porsche with 2.5 hours to go. And in the pit lane, it is in the deceleration lane. Hits the brakes now and gets down to 60 kilometers an hour. Oh, and even worse for Audi. The last pit stop, the pit stop before last is under investigation. Pit stop on the last at 77 is under investigation. Car 8 pit stop and lap 77 under investigation. That was a very long time ago.
Wouldn't be anything to do with a windscreen wiper, would it?
Possibly. And they've changed their minds. They got new Inters out and they've sent them out on the current ones. That's just saved them a few seconds. Brendon Hartley, no change of tyres.
Leader in the pits.
Now, well, they've got to go the same way. Or, they've got time to put a set of tyres on and probably keep the lead.
Tyres ready.
See the white there just beside the Michelin logo. That shows that they're the Inters, very carefully peeling off the windscreen shield. I think that's what caught Audi out. Now, the reason the tyres aren't being touched at the moment... Now, thumbs up from the Michelin man. No tyres either. So, that is going to be Lieb fuel only. So the new set of Indus goes back to the warming cupboard. We haven't had a word with Mark Webber yet in the race. Started from pole position, had a little bit of an off early on, but fought back. Brilliant battle with Marcel Fessler. Here's Louise.
Mark, the 17 deciding not to change tyres at that point.
Yeah, I think we're not sure if the number 7 put slicks on, but it's just right on the bubble. But it also starts to mist with rain again, so we were looking at going to leave the Inters on, and then it gives us options if it goes dry in the next 15 laps we can put the slick on. Also, we're racing the 7. You know, we want to beat the 7 today, and we're managing quite a few things with our car at the moment, so doing well, and yeah, it's so far so good. So fingers crossed.
Like, what are you managing exactly?
Normally they're managing the drivers because we're never behaving, but yeah, it's yeah, we've got a few things in the background which we're just trying to keep an eye on, but in general, car is now running pretty well.
Would that be torque Is it a torque issue?
Yep.
Thank you.
Nailed. Aussie Grit, I'm afraid, swept off the road there by Louise Beckett. Beautifully done. that was, I'm afraid, that was the fantastic sight. You don't often see it, of pure blind terror in the eyes of Mark Webber.
This is the number 7 car coming back in for a set of inters. The slicks have not worked.
And that, I'm afraid, has really removed any kind of competitive run for the podium at this stage of the race from the 7 car on pace. They lost a chunk of time. Pitted from 25 seconds back. Trouble, meanwhile, for the number 31 car, yellow at turn 16. The 31 car in the hands of John Fogarty.
It's the last corner
and it's beached.
And that's going to be, I'm afraid, that's going to need
full course yellow,
some
I think.
help. Well, he might get away with that.
No, he can't recover it from there, John. He can't reverse back onto the track from beyond the apex of that turn.
He needs a hand. Well, if Audi had held on one more lap, they would have got a free pit stop for the tyres. And it is not going Audi's way today. It is not going Audi's way. Look up ahead. Just to the right-hand side, you see John Fogarty spinning that car.
And he's pulled off the track, which
he's actually got out of the way to avoid himself having to reverse on the track. He's trying to get enough lock on, but he's fallen into a little bit of a hole. Yeah. And yellow flag at turn 16. That's the Panasonic turn. And if Audi had hung on for one, well, I suppose he was losing so much time.
Buemi, meanwhile, is up to 4th position in the number 1 Toyota as a result of that additional stop for the Audi.
In 20 seconds.
Full course caution in 20 seconds. Full course yellow.
Full course yellow in 15 seconds.
This is Eduardo Freitas doing the countdown for us, so Graham and I can take a break.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow. We are under full course yellow. I need to get a car out at T16. He's in a very critical situation. We are under full course yellow.
This gives us the opportunity to speak to another Audi driver, Ben Trellier, down with Louise in the pit lane.
Ben, you made the choice to go on to the slicks, but come straight back in.
Yeah, it was a little bit risky for sure, and we didn't have exactly the tire we wanted, and we tried, but it didn't work. But finally we came back on the intermediate tire. But yeah, we have to push again. The race is not finished. It's a long race. We need to take risk to fight against the Porsche. The car is pretty good today, so we push our maximum.
Thanks.
So let's have a listen to what's being said to Brendon Hartley. Remember, he went out on the inters. Under the inters he came in on.
Brendon, Audi 7, they tried slicks. It didn't work. They came in and on the inters now. They had an extra stop just now.
Well, there you heard it. It was Audi threw the dice in what's been a race with weather we expected at the start, but we expected this to clear far, far earlier, and it's not drying quickly enough. So the throw the dice from Audi, I'm afraid, has not got them back into the game, and that might be the decisive moment. The decision, not the decision to go to slicks, but the realisation it wasn't working and having to go back onto inters. Meantime, of course, behind on this the full course yellow, a number of cars taking the opportunity to pit, including the leaders in GTE Pro. We'll keep an eye on those cars, and also some of the P2 cars. Just seen the number 30 Tequila Patron ESM car as John Fogarty's similar car gets towed away by one of the most glamorous tow cars in world motorsport, the hybrid Lexus there. Both factory Porsche GT cars. And we'll run down the order in the GT Pro cars after they finish this next lap. But in GTM, a fantastic run from Marco Seifried has got the 77 car to the front of GTM. Fred Makovicky leads in GT Pro. Matt Howson in the LMP2. Of course, Mark Lieb leading overall and leading LMP1, but Marco Seifried, the 77 Dempsey Proton Porsche, leading that train.
Watch dragging. That's dragging some. What is that? It's just some ribbon.
Is that a toe strap?
Not quite sure what it is. It's a gaffer. Just hearing back from Lou in the pit lane. What do you think it is, Lou?
I think it must be the gaffer tape that they put on the bottom on the floor.
Spot on. Spot on. And looking at the pit stop we see underway with the sister car, it's exactly the same colour. Well done, Lou. 77 though from 96,
5,
98,
4,
72,
3,
and 83.
2,
back to green.
1. Full green. Green. We are back to green. Track is live. We are back to green.
Yeah, that is the advantage, the quickie yellow there. Soon as John Fogarty's car was out of a position of danger, we can get back to green flag racing, and that's what Eduardo Freitas has done. So back up to speed then for the leader. Derek Full Minds saying, what exactly did Louise mean by talk in the Webber interview? Just getting caught up, he says. It's what we heard Brendon Hartley saying to the pit, or at least what we heard the pit saying back to Brendon Hartley. We're having torque issues, and by that I don't think they were running out of minutes on their form plan. He was complaining the hybrid was coming in late and slowly coming off the final corner. So it suggests, and this has been a problem with Porsche in the past, that they haven't been able to deploy all of their hybrid energy. It may well be that they're just having a little similar issue with that right now. Generally speaking, the engine has been phenomenally, the ICE, internal combustion engine, has been phenomenally reliable, Derek.
I'm just wondering whether or not there might be an aspect here, and I think there's lots of very clever electronic systems managing it, but they don't want to put too much pressure on the drive shafts with tyres spinning up with limited adhesion, John.
Yes, possibly. It also could mean that they're being traction limited, which is a phrase that you hear a lot, which basically means wheel spin. And the issue there would be that the hybrid energy is not going down as they want it. That will be a question of balancing the hybrid and the engine, the internal combustion engine. So much going on in these cars. Now, do you know what? That track is starting to look very, very dry now, isn't it? People actually going offline and throwing up rubber debris. Now, don't forget, though, the GTEs don't have the luxury of having the intermediate tyres. It's wets or dries for the GT cars and a spin for the 99 Aston Martin out on the circuit. The 99 at the moment being driven by Alex McDowell, man from Cumbria, has just looped it northwest of the UK. He'll know plenty about weather like this. Being from the left-hand side of the country. Fastest lap of the race by Mark Lieb on Old Indus, 1:32.5. Is this more like it? It does mean, though, that it is getting very dry out there. The 7, by the way, still in 4th position, but now 1 minute and 17 down. 1 minute and 17 down. But was dropping so much time. Audi had no option but to go back onto the Indus, and now they've got to make those last, this full stint now, and they've got to use them, and they've got to use them. And Luca de Grassi's just put the fastest lap in on Old Indus, a 32.2 from Lucas. So now it's hotting up. And all of a sudden it's coming to life again. And Lucas de Grassi, remember, is the closest of the two Audis now to the 17 car. Fastest lap of the race by Mark Lieb for his car, 32.5. So he's just put a couple of really quick laps in, 32s. But a 32.2 by Di Grassi. Now, theoretically, that should be achievable as well. 19.9 second first sector by Di Grassi. So theoretically, Andre Lotterer should be able to do that as well.
Absolutely, John. And unfortunately, they've lost a lap, courtesy of those 2 stops, to try and unfortunately fail to move to slicks too early.
More than that, actually.
Yeah, you're right, because they were within, what, 30, 40 seconds.
They're a minute and 17 behind their teammate, and their teammate is a lap off the leader.
Lotterer into the 32s as well, 1:32.890. But we're getting into that phase now where we are going to soon be to the point where slicks are going to have to be the option unless it rains again. And that black cloud, John, just is not moving. It's sitting over the circuit. Still seen bright sunshine about a mile or 2 away. We've just seen precious little of it. 32.4 from Brendon Hartley ahead. The pace is being upped.
Right, let's run through the classes. Marco Seyfried leads in the 77 Dempsey Proton Porsche, with Pat Long still to come in that car. Matthias Lauder is in the second place Aston, the number 98 car. Federico Castellacci is still in the 96 Aston in 3rd position. But at the moment, Seyfried is just banging in fastest lap after fastest lap. Another fastest lap of the class, 49.5, just gone in for that car. Do the other classes in a moment. Let's go on board with 18 and radio.
Yeah, the risk of rain is for the next 15 minutes. Risk of rain, slight rain for the next 15 minutes.
Slight rain for the next 15 minutes if you didn't catch that. In GTE Pro, Fred Makowiecki leads for Porsche now, with Jimmy Bruni finally getting in to the 51 car. So 92 from 51. And there is 25 seconds difference between first and second, and only 3 seconds between second and third, with Michael Christensen, who seems to have been in forever in that car, in the 91 car, in 3rd place. In P2, Matt Howson took over the KCMG 47 car in 8th position overall and leading its class, which he continues to do by some distance now over Nelson Panciatici in the Alpine. And at the head, and Julian Canal, by the way, is in 3rd position, and he is only 6 seconds further back. So that there is a battle for 2nd and 3rd beginning to shake. Well, Brendon Hartley on stint and a bit old Inters of 31.9.
Yeah.
First driver in the 31s.
1:31.938 from the Kiwi. 56 seconds back now from his teammate Mark Lieb. Porsche 1-2 and looking increasingly impressive as the track gets drier and drier, despite the light rain that he was being told by Matthew, not by Matthew Linnell, of course, but by race engineer. But a minute or there or thereabouts is the gap for the lead 2. Audi looked very strong indeed at the start of this race, but as the track is drying, I'm afraid their strategy's gone awry into pit lane for the number 36 car. Nelson Panciatici stays aboard, gets a new drinks bottle and fuel. No tyres though for the 36 car.
Loses 2nd place as Canal goes through. Julian Canal then goes through. By the way, Dominic Krajheimer just crawled his way back up to 8th position, so Matt Howson is now in 9th, but still leads the class by a comfortable 23 seconds.
Back into contention, by the way, if there's any problem for anybody in the top 3, has come the number 28 car, and that's been principally because of a fantastic run through the field from Pipo Derani. All sorts of problems with the 28 car at the start of the race. Dog last for much of the first hour, but made its way back up through the whole GT field. Now is in 13th place, 4th in class.
Yeah, that's true.
And behind, at the moment, the recovering number 2 Toyota and Mike Conway.
I'd like to have seen Pipo Derani getting a shout for the test at Bahrain, if I'm honest. Very accomplished P2 driver.
1:31.815. It's Mark Lieb now that grabs the bragging rights of fastest lap of the race, but I don't think it'll be the last one. 1:31.8 on lap 131, and there's wide dry lines appearing now. Now, who is going to cough first here?
Porsche don't need to do anything.
They don't at this stage.
They can sit on those warnings.
They can sit for a couple of laps and see what happens.
They can sit to the end of the stint, because they're not going to, even if they fell off a cliff now, they are not going to be caught. So they have toughed it out, and basically what has made the difference for them is the extended fuel window that the balance of performance gives them.
Yep.
Or the equalisation of technology, fuel technology, and that with their increased megajoulage, more energy from the hybrid system, has given them about a 4-lap cushion. And in both cases, when there's been either decision to be made or an advantage to be gained, they've been able to use it. The full course yellow, if they'd been on the same lap as everybody else, they wouldn't have been able to use the full course yellow. The decision still had to be made, of course, but they, in point of fact, went for quite a conservative decision just to leave the tyres on that they had. Now, Audi could have done that, and there will be people sitting at home saying they maybe should have done that, but as I said at the time, it was their only chance at that stage of the race to grab something back on Porsche. Just to replay of the 88, and Khaled El Khabaisi just taking a little wider line than perhaps he should have. Yes, they could have gone for something very conservative, but it wouldn't have done them any good, because Porsche, generally speaking, have been better on those tyres as it's dries.
But that advantage also gives them another advantage, John. It gives them that window to sit within their own fuel window.
Correct.
It's a bit of a battle between the two Toyotas on track, which is not for position, but either way it'll be number 2 trying to stay with the lead pace. It gives them the opportunity to observe from a distance what the Audis are doing, and have 2 or 3, 4 laps to see whether or not that's a strategy that works before they decide whether or not to match them. And for no other reason, maybe that's why that needs to be looked at. Into the pits for the number 92 Porsche. Class leader, Fred Makovic, brings the car in, he stays aboard. That will mean that Jimmy Bruni takes the lead of the class, because the second Porsche, the 91 car, is also on pit road, hands of Michael Christensen. 1:31.3 now, the fastest lap of the race for Brendon Hartley.
Only thing I would say about that is Audi have had the opportunity to increase their megajoule capacity, which would have changed their fuel balance.
Yep.
That's why these regulations are so fascinating, and we're saying, you know, we're going to use slicks in GT. No inters in GTE, remember. So that is the first of the leaders, I believe, going on to slicks. And that's slicks. They don't have slick intermediates. And a lap or two ago, that car was off on the side of the circuit as well. Lots of blue on the screen at the moment.
Of the top 26 cars, John, all bar 6 have set their fastest lap of the race on that last lap, or are changing tyres now.
Yeah. Audi may have just gone for slicks a little early, but as I say, can't blame them for that. They had to roll the dice.
And the sadness is, at this stage, all of the cars are in the 32s in the top 5.
Yeah, but we've got only the 2 Porsches on the lead lap because of the way the full course yellow fell, and because of their impeccable tyre strategy. Let's not take anything away from Porsche here. They are using what they have had. Looked into, you know, there's 55 seconds of the lead. That 55 seconds was gained by the 18 by making its fuel stop under full course yellow when everyone else did them under full green in Toyota's case, and pretty much half and half in the case of the 17 car.
Yep, 1:31.4, that time around for Mark Lieb. He is heading for the hills.
Now, the other thing, of course, that we've got to place on record here, that Porsche have not been 100% reliable this year.
They haven't.
But I don't think they've been pushed hard enough here to push them into, well, you might have said the same thing at Quarter, but I think the weather there and the extreme heat was what caused the issues at Porsche. The Juliet 6 issue, which we haven't had an explanation from.
I think it's another game at play here for the lead car, John, and that is they want to maintain a very good lead over the team car. Why? Because they don't want there to be any question whatsoever of a move at the end of the race for the Drivers' Championship. This will put them far closer to that fight, and that's something we don't expect Porsche to do it. They might, but I don't expect them to do it.
Mark Webber's already told us the answer to that. We're racing the 7 car today. So basically, they've already had that discussion. The 18 car can go ahead and win, provided the 17 car is ahead of the 7. Now, Audi will switch around the 8 and the 7 at the end of the race. They absolutely will. And that's completely correct that they should do that. Oh, they're down on speed there, aren't they? If that is correct, only 297 kilometres an hour, and we saw 314 we did earlier in the week. Now, all right, it's wet now, so you're not punching out of the last corner quite as much.
1:31.0 now for Brendon Hartley in pursuit of this car. And Brendon will be coming through in just about 30 seconds or so to complete his lap. 135 laps under the wheels of Mark Lieb's car already. 135th lap in progress for Brendon Hartley aboard this car. Onto the final start-finish straight, past the Bridgestone Bridge, over to the left-hand side, circuit access road. Here comes the Kiwi. And how quick this time? It was 1:31.0 last time around, it's 1:31.5 this time around. 55 seconds is the gap.
Coming down to the last last third of the race. Brendon Hartley pushing, still 55 seconds in arrears.
Sebastian Buemi, meanwhile, albeit running 5th, is as quick as the Porsches are at the moment.
Yeah, and that's you know, isn't that brilliant? Slightly a shame that we've got laps between them.
Yeah.
It is only mechanical woes now that can stop the Porsche winning, or a downpour. A downpour that's not enough to bring out the safety car or put the car in full course yellow.
I think rain is looking unlikely, but not impossible.
I don't think so now. I thought we would have been drier at this part of the race. I said before the race, I think we would run this the last half of the race in full dry conditions. We haven't got there yet. We're still a good 8 or 9 seconds maybe away from a fast time. Certainly the qualifying would say that.
Yep, we could be getting a lap record at the very end of this race, John.
Yeah, the LMP1 lap record is a 26.2, set by Andre Lotterer.
So 5 seconds off that, but they're working it, aren't they? 1:31.0 at the moment. Brendon Hartley is on a quick one at the moment. Number 8, Audi completes the lap. 1:33.7 for Lucas de Grassi. Lap down now, of course.
Up to the 2-hour mark to go. And it is at the moment Luca de Grassi. And all of a sudden, Andre Lotterer has started to get the lap times in as well. But Brendon Hartley's just put the fastest first sector in.
He was fastest second sector last time through.
It's what's that? A 19.6. Oh, well, they've all put 19.6s in. De Grassi, Lotterer.
Buemi's a 19.8.
Yeah. So it's amazingly close, and once again, congratulations to the ACO and the FIA for getting their sums so right in terms of lap time. Still see that number 8 is missing the wiper blade there and the wiper arm, just the stub sticking out in front of the driver on the right-hand side of our onboard shot. As through goes the number 7 in 4th position, Andre Lotterer. That was a 32.8. He's a minute and 13 behind his teammate. He's taken 4 seconds out of his teammate since the last time I looked.
Buemi sticking with him, just 8 seconds back. Tyres for the 83 car.
And that is slicks going on there as well. Again, make the point that the GTE cars do not have the luxury of any kind of intermediate, and guess what? Raining in that corner of the circuit. And Louise, is it raining down in the pit lane?
Very lightly, yes, but it is starting to.
Okay, keep an eye on that.
Jimmy Bruni, meanwhile, leads GTE Pro at the moment, but owes a pit stop, of course. Craig Makovicky has made his 4th stop and sits second, full minutes behind, 51 seconds rather, behind the Ferrari. Lapping just a little off that pace, but remember the Porsches are on slicks. So the difference between an inter and a slick in GTE at the moment...
No, there's no inters in...
That's our apologies, between the wet and a slick in GTE at the moment. Next to nothing.
And there is the anemometer, feeding data back to the Audi pit perch. Crowd beginning to come back. Look at the greenery in the background. Should be no shock that we get so much rain here. It is a beautiful part of the world. The lake that we're staying next to locally, a big tourist resort, rather modelling itself on Lake Como in Italy, and an inordinate amount of Italian restaurants around it.
Lake Yamakoko.
Yamakoko, indeed. So at the 2-hour mark then, it's Porsche from Porsche. 52 seconds is the lead from Mark Lieb to Brendon Hartley. The 2 Audis are the wrong way around as far as the championship's concerned. That can be sorted. KCMG, Mark Howson leads.
Matt Howson.
Matt Howson, that's your trick normally, isn't it? By an increasing margin in GT Pro AF Corsa for the moment ahead of the Porsche. Everybody switching to slicks there in the GTE category. And in GTM, courtesy of a brilliant stint by Marcos Seefried, Dempsey Proton Racing are ahead of the field by almost a full lap. More racing to come from Fuji. Right, Graham, predictions then.
Porsche win, Porsche second at this stage. I cannot see this swinging back in another direction unless there's a problem. Unless we do get a sharp shower of rain again and we see further issues with cars coming off, but it seems to have swung comprehensively in the direction of Porsche at this stage. That was, I think, a gamble that Audi had to make, and it was the wrong call, unfortunately. Pit stop for the 88 car. This running last, actually, at the moment, and all cars still running with just under 2 hours to go. Khaled Al-Khabazi stays aboard the car. 17 car, meanwhile, still in pursuit and closing a little, down to just under 53 seconds now with Brendon Hartley. Gaggle of P1 cars there, the number 2, recovering number 2 Toyota. A bit of a twitch there for Mike Conway. He runs off the circuit to the right. Coming through is the wiperless number 8 Audi, running third, but a lap down now, of course, on Brendon Hartley. I think that might have just gone too, no, it's just gone off the lap, so it's just gone off Hartley's lap. So he's now a full lap down on Hartley, which means 2 laps down the leader. Hartley is on a tear though on this lap. Balletic shot there of Pipo Derani. He continues to make his way up the order. 13th position with the number 28 car. But a lap down on the 3rd position, 36 Signatech Alpine, John.
Can't be long, surely, before a manufacturer takes a look at Derani.
I would have thought so.
I think he's been outstanding this year.
This is a managed chasing. This is a team that has been looking for luck otherwise than the bad variety that they've had all year. Not enough points on the board at all for this team. Believe they're moving. You see the broad grey line now. Believe they're moving to a coupe next year.
LMP2 in terms of pit stops. Howson will pit in about 3 laps time. Then Canal is the next one, but not for about 20 laps. And then 6 laps after that, the 36 Panciatici should be able to make his stop. But then they'll all have to do one more stop. So, although it looks like a huge advantage for Panciatici, he's still got to do one more to get to the end after his next stop. So effectively everybody in the P2 battle have still got 2 stops to do. They're just doing them at different times.
Into the 130s now for Mark Lee, 130.906 on his lap 141. And a quick lap 2 underway from Brendon Hartley. And all of a sudden it's gone very dark here. That dark cloud that sat just over the start-finish straight has expanded rather to other areas of the circuit. We could get more rain here.
So an hour and 55 minutes still to run here. It's Graham Goodwin, the editor of dailysportscar.com. I'm John Hindhaugh. Thank you for choosing to spend a packed Motorsports Sunday with us here at Fuji.
Well, we're nice guys, why wouldn't they?
The Fizz may have gone out of the battle at the head of the field in terms of side-by-side racing, but what we've now got to look at is lap records as we listen in to Sebastian Buemi in the defending world champion #1 Toyota.
We lost the plastic protection on the light. Okay, we saw, okay.
And you can see on the right-hand side of the screen the aerodynamic Lexan cover that should be on the headlight. It's just rotated, catching his eye a little bit there. As you can see, it's just about hanging on.
Cheeky wink, it almost is, isn't it, from the Toyota. That's not going to do his aero any favours whatsoever. Another new fastest lap of the race, 130.2 now from Brendon Hartley. That's what's going on here, John. This is the Porsches heading for the hills, but it's also Brendon Hartley trying to get the 17 close enough to force the call. That's what it's about. They want the 25 points.
Yeah, the Audi will swap round the 8 and the 7. They have to. New nose ready to go on the #1 car. Easier to do that than to try and fix the headlamp. As I say, Audi will switch round the 8 and the 7 to give the 7 the maximum points. They have to do that to keep themselves in the championship race. But what the Porsches will be trying to do, and the 17 in particular, is to get close enough to have team orders on the 18 to tell them to slow down enough to catch him, because he's not going to catch him on pace, not at 50 seconds. He might get it down a few seconds here and there. It's bouncing backwards and forwards between them. But what, of course, Porsche can't afford to do, Graham, is to slow down the leader too much if the Audis are sniffing at their heels. Now, at the moment, that's not the case.
Exactly so.
Oh, closing speed of P1 cars on GTs. It is actually, you have to put your mind into another gear when you're doing this. Toyota stayed in contention for most of the first half of the race, Graham, and that will be of some slight consolation to them at their home track.
Yeah, it will. On board now with the number 8s. We've got 2 class leaders on pit lane together, the 77 GTM leading Porsche and the 47 LMP2 leading KCMG Orica. But yeah, it will be of some import to them. But Marcus Seafried will be getting out of the number 77 car after a fantastic stint.
Pat Long will finish the race.
That's the bad news for the rest. They've got Pat Long in their back pocket.
Interesting the way that they have done their race, because they put Patrick Dempsey in for his whole stint, Marcus Seafried in for his whole stint, and now Pat Long will be in for his whole stint.
Yeah.
Basically. And Louise, the tyres on the 77 car?
Wets have come off, slicks have gone on.
Californian Pat Long then. Back into the fray. I think, without losing the lead, Matthias Lauda is the next guy back, just being confirmed as teammate to Freddie Hunt in the Euro NASCAR competition. Yeah, Pat Long is back out before Lauda's come through and crossed the line, so they have not given up the lead.
Matt Howson stays aboard the number 47 car. So we've not yet seen Richard Bradley after that very long stint from Nick Tandy at the start of the race. Pace at the lead is still pretty punishing. New leader, of course, because of that 47 stop, is this car, the number 26. Second in the championship standings, Julien Canal. 26 G-Drive Ligier, Nissan engine car, of course. He's very attractive, dark grey, orange and white cars.
Yeah, I do like that.
Head-turning new livery for G-Drive this year.
Still slippery offline. That's going to be the issue of anybody that goes to Slicks as the Labra competition. Corvette heads to the pit lane.
It was fastest lap of the race for that car, the 26 car, last time around, 1:42.0. He betters that substantially with a 1:40.992.
And that's what other people are doing in the class. Nelson Panciotici's just done a 40.7. Also a 40.7 for David Ennemeyer Hansen in the lead ESM Patron car, the 30 car.
Been very impressed indeed with Julien Canal this year.
Yes.
Stepping up into LMP with Roman Rusinov, and this year joined, of course, by Sam Bird. And after a shaky middle period of the championship, finding form again in the chase for championship points. Took second position from the sister car last time out, as we see a tyre stop for the Labra Corvette.
And that is slicks going on, wets coming off. Remember, no inters available for GTE cars in this championship. Steaming wets, clearly right at the end of their life there. Is there anything better than the sound of a Corvette, even on the pit lane limiter?
No, nothing at all.
You're a big fan of vets, aren't you?
I love big V8s, love them. Love them, love them, love them. And there's another one, 99 car. Not their best day so far for the number 99. Had been the class of the Aston Martin field.
Earl
It's
Bamber.
not come their way.
Sorry, Earl Bamber's just jumped in the 88 Porsche, the Proton Abu Dhabi car, 1:46.5, as he starts to pepper the fastest lap of the race in class. 46.3 for Matthias Lauda. So things are getting considerably better on there if you can stay online. That will be the big, important caveat there. Keep the heat in the tyres, stay online, and your slicks will be fine in this.
We've watched the 31 car. We've got both of our WC debutants on track at the moment. In the number 96 car, Liam Griffin has just joined the race. And in that stop we just saw the end of for the Labra car, Nikolai Sylvestre, young Danish driver, is aboard the 50 Labra car now. Two new members of the WEC family. Liam Griffin will be with us for Shanghai as well, aboard the 96. Nikolai will just this race, I think, at the moment, for covering for Christian Pouls, who has commitments elsewhere. 1:30.049 for Lotterer now. It's the fastest lap of the race.
Julien Canal, well, hang on, I'll give you this in a moment. I've just had an amazing piece of information come through after we've heard this radio.
Okay, Mark, if you feel anything strange in high speed on these tires, on the front axle, like in Le Mans, you let me know. At the moment, everything is okay. Copy that, back.
Oh.
That's interesting. Remember, these are inters that they are on at the moment. And that's clearly a known issue with inters on a drying track for the Porsche. Just hearing from Dunlop that the 26 car is on the same set of inters that it started the race on.
Good grief. 4 hours?
Yeah.
Did they change at that stop? Oh, they're not stopped yet, have they? No.
Julien Canal's still in the race, still in the car.
I'm just looking just across the track. We had an off there and back for one of the Tequila's Patron cars, but no further drama. Wow. Number Number 7 car, that is the fastest lap of the race so far. Last time around, a 1:30.0. Substantially off that pace this time, almost a 1:34 that time for Andre Lotter as traffic begins to play its part. Danny Watts looked at his mirrors.
Yeah, he did see him, but rather late. Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich looking very serious down in the Audi pit. It's gone dark again.
It's got a lot darker, John.
It's gone dark
I'm
and
not going to be
cold.
surprised to see another, not a downpour, but certainly a shower's not out of the question here. Number 17 passes that GTE car like it's standing still.
Sub 90-second lap for Brendon.
29.966 for Hartley. 48 seconds the gap now.
Yeah.
It's getting into play.
Yeah, but Degrassi is keeping him honest. And they can't afford to back Lieb up to them.
Yep.
With Degrassi still putting those times in. Let's hear what Brendon's being told. Remember, they've got a slight problem with torque.
Okay, Brendon, how's the track? How's the track? Getting better and better. I think by the time we talk, it'll be quick. Copy.
And remember, they asked, that was Kyle Wilson-Clark, formerly of Audi, asked Brendon at the last stop what he thought about tyres, and he said, no, leave it on the Inters. I want new Inters. They didn't actually give him new Inters. They left him on the Inters that he had, and now he thinks it'll be slicks next time around with an hour and 45 minutes. There is a big rear line. This is where these Michelin slick intermediates are so good. He is just cooling them a little bit as you see him wandering offline, but he doesn't feel the need to have to do that all the time. I've no idea. And the sparks coming from underneath the car now, again, as I would suggest, the speeds, next time we see them, is getting higher.
In car again with Brendon Hartley, and he's coming up on the back of, I think that's the CLM, isn't it? A big twitch, I know it's the Stracker. Big twitch for Danny Watts. Will be out on slicks, I think, by now. Well, Danny?
See how wet it is in the pit lane, though, just getting stopped. Now, here is the number 8 car.
That's still on Inters.
That's on old Inters, so they'll have to put something on it. And we should be seeing Lieb and Hartley coming in at roughly the same time as this car.
Tyres not ready. Oh, if they are, they're not out pit lane yet. Goes up.
You can see the white mark on the side.
Slicks coming.
Like Duval in the car. Like tightens the seat belts down on his hands device, plugs in his drinks bottle. The guys waving the flags who are mental, and just every time a car comes by, they'll have been doing it all lap. He's gone. Louise, did they put slicks on that car?
Yep, confirmed they put slicks on there.
Thank you.
Canal now down to 140s in the lead car. There was
look to the left, look to the left here.
17 goes through.
That's another lap, but he's due in, I think, next time around, if not one more.
Martin Lieb, meanwhile, is on a charge. And this will be close to the fastest lap of the race so far if he gets a clear run in Sector 3. Here, though, is Andre Lotter now, of course, by dint of that stop for the 8 car up to 3rd position. Passes the CLM, which just spotted at a bit of a run wide, turn 6. Rejoined. So 130.6 from Lieb. Still waiting with 4 stops for the Ferraris.
Back onto the radio channel with Brendon Hartley and Kyle Wilson-Clark.
I hear a strange sound in the car, like a ticking noise. Can you see something? Okay, we check.
Ticking noise.
Clicking
noise.
I hope that's what he said, yes. If he said anything else, we apologise. But just to attune your senses, he's looking around. You can see clearly he's looking around. Is there something rattling in the car? He's checking his helmet to make sure he's not bumping into anything.
Or there's something loose in the helmet.
Loose in the helmet, absolutely right.
That's the...
Look at the eyes to the apex of the corner. winds off the lock, down the hill, through turn 2, 3, coming up.
Mark my words, a start of the present and well into the future, this young man. Audi continues, 5th position now, it's fallen behind the number 1 Toyota on that front last pit stop. Still, by the way, has not pitted for that new nose.
Yeah. Has the plastic fallen off though? That's
no, still there.
Right.
So it's got good fixings.
Oh yes, there we are.
They make him good in Cologne. But Buemi going quicker than he's been before.
Lee been as quick as he's been before as well, but still only 1 car. Hartley
under 130.
Under 130.
It's just a 10th between the fastest laps of the 2 Porsches, but it's enough to make the difference between a sub 130 lap for Brendon Hartley.
Number 8 Audi through this race, 40 laps, 37, 36 and 34. Interesting how they come down as it gets drier, of course. So 1 more stop for the 8 car to the finish. This is on board with the 8, left or right?
1:29.299 now for Brendon Hartley.
So that ticking then, not slowing him down.
And that came without him setting a fastest sector for any of the sectors. So it's just a
not even his own personal best.
Consistently good lap. But going quicker again. Buemi, meanwhile, a 1:30.2, quickest for the Toyota. A 1:29.873 for Duval.
Next generation of sports car fans, of which there are plenty.
And he's offering a sweetie to one of the marshals.
Ah, how fantastic. If only we could do that to all of our marshals. Oh, now. That's an Audi going past a Toyota.
That's
not for position.
Duval on Buemi, 4th position, John. For
4th position, excuse me.
It's for 4th. And that's because Duval is the 2nd man in the 129s last time around. And he's going very quickly indeed now, but will be held up a little by the Toyota ahead on pace, but this is for position.
Just starting to lose the light here. It is just after 20 past 3, the overcast not helping. It's dark here, very, very early. It starts to get dark about race time, and it's full dark by about 5:30, 6 o'clock. So it will be well within the gloaming, and if we don't get a little more in terms of cloud clearance, we might be running the last half an hour or so in twilight at least.
Oh, certainly. Look up the inside there from Duval. He couldn't make it stick though, and Buemi not in any hurry whatsoever to lose this 4th position to the Audi. Andre Lotra, meanwhile, becomes yet another man into the 129s now, in pursuit, albeit distant pursuit, of Brendon Hartley.
And those 2 trading times and trading tenths have been very close in their sector times as well. Shame that the rhythm of the race split them up.
Yep, Mark Lee gets bored with this talking about everybody else. He puts 1 in the 129s as well.
So now the top 4 have all been
in the
top 5, in fact.
Top
4.
3 plus Duval.
Plus Duval,
5th.
yeah. 4 of the top 5 then. Just a moment or 2 ago, a nasty moment for the number 2 Toyota, trying to fight back after its 13-minute stop.
Back into the top 10 for that car, by the way.
That's Mike Conway having an issue, nothing as bad as the couple that he had at the Circuit of the Americas, including a very odd off when he was accelerating out of the of turn 11 onto the back straight and put that car in the wall very, very hard indeed. I should mention just how hard the teams are working, Graham, because I know from Audi's point of view, and I would suspect it's the same from the other manufacturer teams, as well as definitely for the private teams up and down the field. They aren't going back to base between all of these flyways. So from the cars going out to Circuit of the Americas through here, Shanghai and Bahrain, they will not get back to base.
No, they won't. The cars are crated up here. They had, I think, I'm right, some testing at Kota after the race there.
Audi for sure were doing a full strip down and shakedown test. They took the Sunday and the Monday to strip the cars down and rebuild them in a rather leisurely pace. Monday,
well,
Tuesday,
leisurely by their standards.
Yes, yes, that's what I meant. Yes, absolutely. Then on, I think either late Monday or early Tuesday, they did a shakedown test of the cars before creating them and sending them up. The 42 Stratus had an issue.
That's Nick Leventis on his outlap, I think it is.
He might just be struggling with tyre temp, or is that car not quite straight?
He just spun.
Yeah, coming out of turn 1. Yeah, we've all done that. It is so easy to do that. Not the first to do that this weekend, and I'm sure it won't be the last. Meantime, this battle for 4th position continues onto the start-finish straight as we've got Aston and Porsche side by side as well. The Toyota making a slightly bigger hole in the air than it normally does with that flapping cover on the windscreen. And now, surely, this will be Loic Duval's opportunity, but immediately Buemi looks back into the slipstream to see if he can gain any advantage.
That came courtesy of the fastest lap of the race for Loic Duval now, 1:29.264 for Duval.
Fastest of anybody, yeah,
absolutely.
That is a new fastest lap of the race from Loic.
Gets him enough pace to get by Buemi with the Trafficator light cover.
Box is lap confirmed for tire change for slicks, soft low temp. Mike is using it now.
That was Mathieu Lenel this time for tyres, fuel, and I suspect the replacement nose. Gustavo Jackermann, the latest man to join the race, the number 28.
That's his second stint.
But
He was in that
meantime,
earlier.
the bar has been raised, lowered, call it what you will. 1:28.822. It's Mark Lead this time.
Spin for Gustavo Jackermann at the same spot as Nick Leventis, Nick Tandy, and Uncle Tom Cobley and all have done it.
Jackermann did exactly the same then on his outlap,
Yeah.
first turn. That's how tricky it is.
Well, particularly when you're on slicks. Here is the number 1 car and has given up 4th position now. There'll be one more stop before the end of the race for this car, which is the same, I believe, for all of the hybrids. 1:29.1 for Brendon Hartley last time around. It's his fastest lap of the race.
So overall, as we see the number 1 stop from its 5th position, it's the 18 from the 17 Porsches. 45 seconds the gap now, then both the Audis, with the number 1 Toyota dropping back to 5th position with that pass last lap around from Loic Duval. The number 12 Rebellion leads LMP1L, 6th position overall, with Mike Conway looking to make up lost ground 2 positions back in the number 2 Toyota that had that clash with the Porsche, damaged the radiator. A lengthy stop for the car. And the 26, 47 and 36 cars are the top 3 in LMP2. The lead 2 cars separated by, well, what, about 12 seconds. Julian Canal from Matshausen.
Matshausen's been great this year. They could, they just pulled off the cover there. They could short stint Matt and put Richard Bradley in for the last hour and 15 minutes, effectively putting a gold driver in instead of a silver, but I don't think they need to at the moment because Matt, his lap times are pretty tight on Julian Canal, and they both have one more stop to do.
It's Roman Rusinov to come, isn't it, in the 26 car? And I think that's the game, matching their drivers at the end, the gold drivers at the end.
Well, and in fact...
Oh, trouble for the number 1 car. It just goes to show it's not just...
on the outlap at the same point of the track.
So Leventis, Jackermann and now Buemi get up to a world champion too. Here he comes out from pit lane, goes to the outside line, finds no grip. Whoops. So anybody that was having a quiet chuckle at Nick Leventis, don't. It really is a massively tricky turn, that turn 1.
And they're 3 that we've seen in 3 consecutive laps. We saw more earlier on in the race. Just a quick point, by the way, that if I remember rightly, in fact, Paul Trustwell, thank you, Paul, has just reminded me of this fact that Matt Howson was actually quicker in his average lap times than Richard Bradley at Austin.
There you go.
He's had a great season, he really has.
There was a great shot there, by the way, of Wolfgang Ulrich watching that, and he was saying, I think under his breath, don't laugh on camera, don't laugh on camera. Because it has been a pretty close run thing between the Toyota and the Audi on the pit cycle.
Yeah. The third drivers in the LMP2 cars, by the way, need to be in the car within the next 15 minutes. Capelier, Roman Rusinov and Richard Bradley have not driven yet, and they will need to put their time in. 1 hour 15 minutes is the minimum for those guys.
Timo Bernhard plugged in and listening and ready to climb aboard the 17
I like that.
car. Loic Duval still well in touch with Andre Lotterer. 16 seconds the gap there. Matt Howson 13 seconds behind Julien Canal. With Nelson Panciatici going quicker than Matt at the moment and a further 23 seconds back in what is a real world battle for the top three. Let's have a listen to what's happening with 17.
Okay, Brendon, you're starting your last time. You're starting your last time.
Yeah, copy. Just tell Timo, be careful for 4, 5, and 15. Everywhere else is okay, but the front e-boat is very lazy.
Copy.
So the e-boat is not pulling you out of the corner at all.
Copy.
Yeah, and that is still the issue that they're having with the hybrid drive on the torque on the front axle. Here's the answer then.
That was a short stint, a second stint from Matt Howson.
But he's done his time.
Absolutely.
And he gives a little bit extra, 15 minutes more than he needs to do for Richard Bradley. The distinctive black and silver helmet of the third of the three Brits there, and it's back onto slicks. And that car's been, well, that's not a bad shout then, because those Dunlops,
they'll do to the end now.
Those Dunlop Inters look like they have had a hard life. Oh, dear me! Now, a stumble and a drop. How will...
It stayed within the box.
It stayed within the box, but how will that be viewed by the race director?
Well, let's keep an eye as Porsche in the pits, and it is the number 18 car pitting now. Mark Lieb from the lead as Brendon Hartley crosses the line last time around to up the ante. 1:28.743 now. And we're getting closer and closer to the lap record pace as time moves on, John.
And here is the third driver for the 18 car.
Neil Yanni.
Neil Yanni.
One of the quickest men here.
Now, take your time, guys. Do everything right. You've got plenty of time. In fact, he's just got the seatbelt stuck in the door. As through goes Brendon Hartley to
take the lead.
Take the lead of the motor race with a 28 flat.
Also 7 Audi from third position on pit road as well now. Fires goes.
They're still on Inters, of course. The seven Audi on Inters. What happened with the Porsche, Louise? Did they go to full slicks?
The 18 came off the Inters and onto full slicks, yes.
Thank you. Having a look underneath that Audi, make sure there's nothing in that new nose cone. A little bit of steam coming from the tyres on the 7 car.
I'm watching this black cloud as we're seeing the action on track. It is getting lower and lower, John.
If it dumps, it's going to dump big, and all of that lovely dry tarmac is going to disappear very, very quickly.
In about 3 seconds here, but no sign of that happening yet, but it is getting very dark, and the black cloud is bigger and lower than it's been since the beginning of the race.
And spreading back down towards the valley again, where we had all the lovely sunlight earlier on. Out comes the championship leader. I think they've stayed on Inters.
What do they know on the weather? Let's have a look at that, so we'll see what we can hear from Audi.
Let me see if I can find that out.
17 now on pit road and heading down towards Louise. Brendon Hartley from the lead, of course.
quick in-lap from Brendon. Pulls to a stop now, on his mark. And they're ready with the wheel guns for a tyre change. Timo Bernhard, it is Timo time.
Timo strapped in. Always such a happy bloke.
1:27.5 now for Loic Duval up into third position with those pit stops.
That is the Super GT lap record in full dry conditions set in May this year. This is just purely by way of comparison.
Absolutely.
Okay. So Super GT lap record has just been matched by Brendon Hartley on a set of
by Loic Duval.
By Loic Duval, excuse me.
Good pit stop that looked like from the Porsche crew. It's 1:16 for Neil Yanni on his full service stop. Let's have a look what we're going to get from Brendon Hartley as he crosses the timing beam. Now, it's exactly the same, 1 minute and 16 seconds. That's what you look for from a well-drilled crew, consistency.
Just for those who want to know these things, the 18 from the start of the race, 44 lap stint, 38 lap stint, 40 lap stint, 37 lap stint. So one more stop required for them.
Further dramas in GT Pro. Davide Rigon is up to third position and chasing down now Fred Makovic. That is the car we can see ahead.
Oh, wow.
This is the battle for second position in GT Pro right here, right now. And this is critical for the championship lead.
And also for the manufacturers as well. This would be Ferrari taking more points away from Porsche, with Jimmy Bruni leading.
Might also force Porsche into a change of position for their cars if he takes that position to...
Yep. Roman Rusinov has just jumped into the 26 G-Drive car, and the set of Inters that have been on that car since the start of the race finally come off with just an hour and a half to go.
Sent into retirement, deservedly so. Nelson Panziatici, by the way, had taken the lead in P2 as a result of that stop. He stops now for their final throw of the dice. So the end game in LMP2 is in sight. This, though, is championship critical in GT Pro. On the left, in car with Fred Makovic, second position in GT Pro. On the right, in car with Davide Rigon, third position in GT Pro and second position in the championship, because the car behind him is Michael Christensen and Richard Lietz is Porsche, and it's Lietz that leads the Drivers' World Championship. Thought the excitement had gone. No. Put the kettle on again, another cup of tea, and settle in for the last 1 hour and 23 minutes of what's been a fascinating 6 hours of Fuji so far.
So total time in the pits, this is to now, 4 minutes 15 seconds, 4 minutes 17 seconds for 17, 4 minutes 17 seconds for 8. That'll be an outlap then.
That's the 31 car, and that is at the moment in the hands of Ed Brown.
Oh, and this is turn 1 as well with the 13 car in strife.
That car has had troubles earlier in the race. That's Daniel Apps aboard the car now, and that car's just come out, has had a lengthy pit stop and has stopped at the exit of turn 1, John.
Yeah, just to finish off, so 4:15, 4:17, 4:17 for 18, 17 and 8. The 7 car with that extra pit stops, 5 minutes 37. So that, you know, that gives you the story there. 1 minute and 20 seconds more in the pits than its competitors, and that's why at the moment it's in 4th position in the hands of Ben Trelier.
Absolutely. New fastest lap of the race. Neil Yanni now in the number 18 Porsche, leading the race and leading the timing order now, 1:27.256. Let's just remind everybody of what is the current LMP1 lap record here, John.
The current LMP1 lap record was set in October 2013 by the Audi of Andre Lotterer, the R18 E-tron Crotwell, clocked 1:26.235.
We are almost exactly a second off that on a track that is, let's face it, nowhere close to optimum conditions.
And again, the Super GT record set by Ronnie Quintarelli in a Nissan GTR in full dry conditions with a tyre war in May this year is a 1:27.5. That has been surpassed already.
Yep.
Sam Collins
Now,
of Race Car Engineering.
Yes, Sam. I'm sure he's listening.
I'm sure he really is. There's been a little bit of back and forth between Sam and myself.
Ben Treluet betters the mark again at 1:27.223.
Last man across the line gets
and
the lap
Daniel
record.
Apps has got it. Go on, Daniel.
Go on,
Get
Daniel.
it. We don't want to go full course yellow. Come on. It's moving, it's not.
Roll it down and bump start it. I'm not sure you can do that with these cars now, if I'm honest.
Richard Bradley is on the move. 21 seconds, with 2 seconds the gap now to Roman Rusinov. And he's taken a second out of the Russian on that first flying lap. Now, how much longer before Eduardo Freitas decides that he needs a full course yellow to recover that rebellion? Treluet is on a tear on this lap. This could very well be our first sub 1:27 lap of the race so far, John. Purple in both the first 2 sectors on his lap 162. Track is now clear at turn 1. Well done, Daniel Apps, for getting that car moving again. We look for the 7 car coming by us. It's getting quicker out there as it's getting darker. Here comes the 7.
And the 13's running by the way.
1:26.229 for Ben Treluet.
And that is a new lap record. A new lap record has just been set then by Ben Treluet
on a track that people have literally 5 minutes ago taken inters off.
And wets in the GT cases.
Now that is not going to be where this finishes. It is going to be now about just how quickly can these cars go. These fantastic, amazing 21st century machines. What a privilege it's been to watch these cars race this year, John.
It's not over yet. We've got Shanghai in that back straight to watch them down, which I'm really looking forward to. Just a shame for me that we didn't get full dry conditions here, because I just wonder what we've got down to. Oh, more problems for the 13. And that is the...
Almost got it back. It's turn 16.
It is, yes. It's the last corner, isn't it? Panasonic. And he's on the wrong side of the track there. Just too long for somebody to sneak in a stop here whilst it's yellow to get to the end.
I think they'll give him a moment or two. He's not in a position of massive danger there, but certainly that's going to need a tow if he can't get the thing moving.
Buemi, I think, just went better again, did he not? No, still 229.
No, Gianni lost out in that final sector because of the stricken number 13 car under yellow flags, but he's going quicker again in the first sector.
Treluet less than 50 seconds now, in fact less than 49 seconds behind his teammate as he charges back to what will be third place. The 7 car will overtake the 8 and the 13. Well done,
Daniel Apt.
To Daniel Apt. I have no idea how much button pressing was going on there, but he's done exactly the right thing and got that car going again.
Game Boy levels of activity, I'd have thought,
I'm sure.
in the cockpit there of the 13 Rebellion. Car 31, meanwhile, has got a pit stop under investigation.
Anything more about the Audi's pit stop on lap 77, did we?
We'll wait and find out. It can take a while, can't it? We've seen before these penalties being levied very much later than the incident at hand. It happened back on lap 77. We've done more than double that.
13's about to go into the pits, into its box.
Several improvements on the yellows. Sector 1 under investigation, we're told.
That might cause quite long stops for people.
Yes, that's not
that
something
tends to be frowned upon.
and tends
massively.
to be, yes, absolutely punished
And
severely.
right.
Correctly,
Yes, I
absolutely.
agree. 31. That pit stop infringement. Well, Graham, one question that still has to be answered for me in this brave new world of FIA WEC is the car gets a bit of a pat from their guys. Let's take this front end off, I think, was the...
One question, John?
What are we going to do about P1 privateers?
Something needs to happen. This is the kind of commitment from teams like Rebellion that needs to be rewarded by the rule makers. I had a long chat with someone who knows about the idea. I know we fielded on air last time around to do with perhaps a bolt-on hybrid system as a cost-capped addition. The industry's not ready for that yet, but something has to happen, and in particular with 2017 seeing LMP2 cars with 600 horsepower.
Yeah, and teams like CLM here and the guys at Rebellion not interested in a spec series P2. That's the thing.
Alex, you've been listening to the team radio. We've seen the car come in, go out and back again. What's the problem?
Well, we had a misfire with the engine. Then the team changed the course, and it was running well. But as Daniel went back out, we had some problem with the electronics, which caused the car to be stuck in the 7th gear. So that's why it was stuck into turn 1. And I think it recurred in the last corner. So now they have to investigate and see exactly what is causing the issue.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Repeated problems, I'm afraid, for Rebellion.
It looks great, though, doesn't it?
It does look great. They were eating spark plugs, which has been the problem with since we saw the car rejoin the championship.
But you see, that is a team, and speaking to Bart, speaking to the guys behind the bike collars, they are not interested in a pseudo-spec series P2. They want to go and design and build and race their own cars, which you can't do anymore in P2. Even in fairness, even if they could, I'm not sure they'd be that interested. Flat sliding, a P1
near
car.
Tokyo Drift.
Fantastic. So there has to be something to keep those guys' interest in the sport. I would hate to think we lost Bart Hayden and the team. Oh, puncture for the 72. And again, there's the tape getting picked up that we saw earlier on. It has been very wet.
John, this is a disaster for this team in the championship.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got some points to play with, but they've had a bad race as against 3 faultless races.
Yeah. Yeah, just going back to the privateers, I would hate to think that we would lose teams of the calibre and commitment of Bart Hayden and Rebellion, and that's where the tyre went. He's actually done a really good job, as Andrea Bertolini, getting that back. That just went down in him there. We didn't see any contact. CLM have made very, very good progress this year.
Yes.
Look at the reliability of the car, look at the speed and the straight line of the car, look at the results that they've started to get now and how much closer they are. They are just a couple of 3 laps behind Matthias Besch at the moment.
2 wins, remember, in the class against the Rebellions with the issues they'd had with those cars.
We're hearing it's a hydraulics issue for the Rebellion 13.
The lap times have gone out, John. Look at the black cloud above us here, out of the, it's getting lower.
And I think as well that it's that hard black line. And again, we're seeing cloud coming up from the valley floor, just starting.
I wouldn't be surprised if we got a little bit of rain to run around the circuit because the lap times have gone out just a little.
Yeah.
We've not seen anybody attacking the times the way they were maybe 5 or 10 minutes ago. That is
Saad Moran 43.
That's a change. That's Chris Cumming going by
Nick Leventis.
Nick,
welcome to the series, Chris Cumming.
That's Chris's second appearance in the championship after Le Mans, of course.
Yeah.
Racing in the
first in the 6-hour races.
And I believe he will be with us for Shanghai as well for build this car.
Has carved himself a decent reputation in the IMSA series.
Comes the 7 Audi tracking the number 2 Toyota.
Not at battle for position, we should say.
Yeah, Mike Conway now is back in the mix with the P1s and is about to go by the number 4 car for position for 7th.
Timo Bernhard's just put the number 17 car's fastest lap in at 1:27.4. He'll be pleased about that.
So more than a second slower than the fastest lap in the sister car. Oh, sorry, his fastest lap of the Audi, of course.
Yeah, that was Ben Trullier. Just over an hour and 10 minutes to go.
Amato Ferrari, the man with initials above the door at AF Corsa.
Yes, he is the AF of AF Corsa. A man of remarkably few words. Difficult man to get to talk to you on the record. Certainly, it's unusual for us to get an interview with him.
I remember being told by one of his drivers when asking whether or not he was available to be told it's like trying to get an audience with the Pope.
Yeah.
I did get a word with him. That's Amato, by the way, not the Pope.
You have had an interview with him on dailysportscar.com.
What, the Pope? Big sports car fan, yes. As indeed are all right-thinking people.
11, 1, 11, 11 left, and there is the 71 car that leads that is third rather in the GT Pro category with Davide Arrigon, just 2.9 seconds ahead now. What's going on here? Is there been a contract? Oh, well, is that?
That's what's lost in the ground.
Yes.
He was right in the wheel tracks almost of the Porsche. And this is his view of it.
That is not smart driving at all by the G drive. Who's in the G drive?
That's
Rusinov. He needs to get a penalty for that, I'm afraid. You can't just pull in front of someone and then stop when you've got downforce and they haven't. The P2 car stopped much quicker.
Literally nowhere for him to go.
No, and you know, well, the thought there is Davide Arrigon can run up the back and break some carbon fibre, which would probably do 3/5 of nothing at all to the Ferrari, but probably put the leading LMP2 car out of the race.
Just not smart.
And you know, he does his best to do that. He's disadvantaged in his battle, and you know, Rusinov needs to be had a word with for that.
Well, also
it's just poor awareness
on that lap. Rusinov also on that lap, John, his fastest lap time, so taking huge advantage from it.
Yeah.
Pit stop for number 98 from second position in GTM.
By the way, it's so close in GTM. You will remember a while ago that I mentioned Earl Bamber getting into the 88 car. He was dead last at the time and therefore last in class. He's up to fourth now and just 9.4 seconds behind Rui Aguas at a podium position in the Ferrari. A very,
he's not bad, is he?
A very, very motivated Earl Bamber. After a puncture took him out of contention at Petit Le Mans.
That guest, I'm afraid, is just unpicked the problem for us. It's not a cloud, it's the mothership come to take the P1 cars back to their home planet.
He might be right. That was a great stop by Aston Martin, and Matthias Lauda is back on his way. Rui Aguas has responded to the pressure behind him in the 83 Ferrari from Earl Bamber in the 88.
51 ready to come in now.
And he's just put in his fastest first sector of the race.
And Tony Verlander, that's
Davide Arrigon in the 71 on the way in.
You're absolutely right. I thought that doesn't like Tony Verlander's helmet. It is indeed the 71 car from third position. It'll be Collado in for the finish. And he'll be racing next weekend in the European Le Mans Series.
All the Dunlop P2 runners are now on slicks, apart from the 42, 32 and 30, who are still on Indus. That news from Dunlop, thank you.
1:26.104 is the new fastest lap of the race. It's again Benoit Trullier that's done it. 41.7 seconds now behind Loic Duval. That record.
He knows his way around here.
He does. He's another Super Formula star, isn't he?
Just as a, again, comparison, I'm not saying good, bad or indifferent here, but the Super Formula lap record is held by Andrea Lotterer, set in March 2014 at 1:21.5. That in a 630 kilo car. 630 kilos, including the weight of the driver.
So 5 seconds different.
Yeah, what did we get down to in qualifying?
20, I want to say 23s.
Yeah, 22. 22.7 was the average on the Paul sitting car.
Wow. So both AF Corsa cars have been in and out. James Collado is aboard the 71 car.
Oh, and a spinning Aston Martin now.
That's
the 95 car. And that is at the first corner again.
It's Marcus Sorensen. He rejoins now. Told you it was tricky. It really, really is. Drops off camber. Sign of a tortured Aston Martin, and almost drama for the Audi and the G-Drive car. Is that the 26?
That is the 26, yes. That was the leader in the class.
No, it's Jackerman. It was Jackerman.
Was it?
It was a longer first sector for Jackerman. So the 4th place car held up briefly by that. 95 car, meanwhile, gets back underway. Continues 5th in class, but that's allowed Darren Turner to close right up.
What a really, really rubbish season the 97 car has had.
Terrible.
They have had no luck but bad luck. That is a car that should be battling for the championship right now and has not been a factor pretty much all season.
Trelliway improves again. It's a 126 dead. 126.008 in fact. So the pace is there in the Audi.
Oh yeah. Interestingly, the pace is there in the Audi on slicks on a drying track. Now, I'll say off the back of that Porsche aren't being pushed right now. And there's 50 seconds between first and second. And then, you know, the better part of a lap between second and the first Audi. However, Ben Trelliway is doing his very best to make that decision to swap the 8 and 7 around as easy as possible for management. It's now down to 37 seconds. Yep. It's over a minute. Oh, Aston 95 with water pouring out from under the front splitter. Now, is that just being picked up from the circuit? It looks to be perhaps a little too much for that, but in these conditions,
we'll keep an eye on that.
May have been from his off-track excursion, of course, just a couple of corners ago.
Fred Makovicky is trying to make his way off to the sunsets in the top of GT Pro, but in LMP1, it's the same for Neil Yanni.
Right, let's quickly, before we get down to the last hour, give you a rundown of the classes. Pat Long has just done a 42.9 in the 77 car. That's the fastest lap for that car, but a 42 flat for Earl Bamber is the fastest lap in the class. It's 77 Pat Long for Porsche and Dempsey Proton Racing from Matthias Lauda in second place for Aston Martin number 98, then Rui Aguas in third. Now just 5 seconds ahead of a charging Earl Bamber in the 88 in fourth. In Pro, Fred Makowiecki is he's just done his fastest and his car's fastest lap of the race, a 41.5, leading Jimmy Bruni. And they are both, I presume now, with Jimmy Bruni having completed that stop, good to the end of the race. 5 seconds the gap between Porsche 92 and Ferrari 51. Unless Makowiecki has to stop again, I'll check that in a moment. In third position, 91 is Michael Christensen, and he is 10 seconds behind Bruni, but has a decent gap between himself and James Collado. 92 car a bit late.
20 seconds the gap, it's James Collado, and Collado quicker by a second a lap at the moment.
In P2, 26 Ligier, that's the G-Drive car. Roman Rusinov in the lead by just under 6 seconds, with everybody fueled to go to the end of the race.
And generally, but not every lap, Richard Bradley is catching him. There's perhaps a little bit of aggression in traffic from Roman, and Rusinov has stretched the gap a couple of times, but Bradley is catching him.
Third place, but 40 seconds pretty much behind. In third is Vincent Capelier in the Alpine, the 36 car. The head of the field, Neil Yanni, by 52.2 seconds, getting a couple of seconds on his teammate in the last couple of laps. 18 from 17 for Porsche, 8 from 7 for Audi in third and fourth position, but with Ben Trelliway the fastest man on the track at the moment. That's how it stands with just over an hour to go. Graham Goodwin.
By far the best run of the year thus far for the Signatech Alpine team. They were right up there at the start of the race, dropped back a little in the middle period, but are back up in a deserved provisional podium position at the moment. 63 seconds to the good from the third place car, the 28 Ligier, Gustavo Jackerman, at the wheel of that car after his off-track excursion coming out of the pits. There are questions to be asked in every class, John, as we move just 2 minutes outside the final hour.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to correct myself. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. In the P2 battle, everybody has one further lap to do. They have one further stop to do before the end of the race. And it is going to be basically down to the drivers. The stops may well be slightly different lengths because of how people have got to this last pit stop, but it will be down to the drivers, and Richard Bradley has closed in to just on 2 seconds. We're going to have a battle royale for the last about hour or maybe 55 minutes of the race.
Pretty certain that the lead two cars pitted within a lap of each other when Richard Bradley and Roman Rusinov got aboard the 47 and the 26 cars respectively.
The KCMG's last pit stop was quicker when they did the driver change.
It's tense now. It's 1.054 seconds.
Going down to turn
Bradley
1.
It's hunting him down.
Yeah, going down to turn 1, and Richard Bradley has target acquired.
They have the Sarmaran car between them, but that is the lead battle in LMP2.
And one stop to go for both of these cars before the end of the 6 hours. And it should be a fuel-only stop for both of these battling cars. The 47 there, just allowing the Toyota number 1 of Sebastian Buemi to go through. And there is the progression that Richard Bradley has pulled on the championship leaders.
Quick laps coming in, up and down, topping and scoring, John, including for Timo Bernhard into the 26s, Loic Duval into the 27s, but also into the 26s is Ben Trellier, not as fast as his overall lap record, but closing.
So we have battles in all of the major classes apart from right at the front of the field. 60 minutes to go. We're live at Fuji for round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Hello there, I'm John Hindhaugh. Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com is sitting just to my right. A weather formation from Armageddon is forming around the circuit at the moment, as you can see from that spectacular shot from our lead car, and Neil Jarney is driving into the teeth of a storm. Will it hold out long enough to get us to the end of this race in 59 minutes time? It's been, well, certainly the first couple of hours were absolutely outstanding. Wheel to wheel, door to door, mano a mano racing from Porsche, Audi and Toyota, who stayed with the lead pack for the best part of the first half of the race. And certainly whilst the track was wet and very wet, it was an interesting race. As it's dried out, it's slightly gone towards Porsche, and a roll of the dice from the best place Audi at the time, the number 7, on the slicks, perhaps just a little bit early in a 7-lap stint, and an extra pit stop has taken them down into 4th position and taken the pressure off the Porsches at the front. Porsche have had some luck today, with particularly the 18 car getting a full pit stop in during a full course yellow, with the 17 car in second place getting half of its pit stop in during the yellow when all of the competitors had to go under green flag. But take nothing away from the 919 hybrid team. They have executed par excellence this afternoon, and they are headed for another victory in the championship chase. It's going to be very interesting indeed. In P2, it's Roman Rusinov leading, but barely by a second, as Richard Bradley closes him down, 26 and 47. And in GTE, this is the 92 car in now second place, as Fred Makovici has come in out of the lead, given the lead up for his final stop of the race, and through has gone the Ferrari of Jimmy Bruni, defending world champion with his teammate Tony Vielander. They will have their stop to do to take them to the end of the race. Actually, I've said that. Yeah, Bruni has got...
Yeah.
No, Bruni has got to get to the flag without stopping. He's got to get it to the flag, otherwise it all goes horribly wrong. They pitted slightly earlier, a few laps ago, and that was when they gave up the lead to the 92 car. So Jimmy now has got to put his slippers on and get that car to the flag in 57 minutes time.
And James Collado running...
Just checking me addition there.
Yep, third position now, and it's going to be pretty close to the back of the 92 car when they come back round. Patrick Pele now at the wheel of the Porsche. So GTE Pro, as Pile goes off on his outlap, runs very wide. We saw the end of that, didn't see how immediately that happened. Here we go,
Exactly
he turned
the
it
same
around.
thing. It's exactly the same thing that we've now seen.
Watch for Collado, watch for Collado, because he's not far behind him. There he goes.
So Pile comes off, he's looking down, he's making sure everything's fastened, he's going to come off the speed limiter, gets a big slide on as he comes off the speed limiter.
He's looking for the Ferrari as well.
Yeah, he's looking, he turns in on the power now. Oh, and has just lost it. And then quickly fires it up to do the spin. And he knows at this point he's in trouble, so just spins it. That's why he didn't reverse the lock and steer into the spin.
Masterful recovery, masterful recovery. But
it doesn't exactly hurt getting a bit of extra heat into the tyres.
Bradley, meanwhile, in LMP2, as we watch GTE AM. And Bradley is within a second. Trouble for the Labra competition Corvette, reported to the stewards for improving Sector 1 under yellow. That will be from all those earlier investigations. Here, though, is Patrick Long. That's right, the 88 car.
That is the battle for third position in class, and Earl Bamber coming from the back of the field to a podium
Against
position.
Rui Aguas.
Yeah, that is the last piece of the puzzle for Earl Bamber, who likes that flash. You're not in a P1 now, Earl. Come on, I said this at quarter. Just get on with it. You are passing for position, not flashing to get by.
It could be more. The 98 car, second in GTM, is also reported to the stewards for improving Sector 1 under yellow. Could that be last-minute disaster for the Aston Martin racing team? Second place in GTM at the moment, and points they very badly needed.
Here comes Earl Bamber, right up onto the back of the Ferrari, down the hill, jinx left, jinx right, and then back to the left again. Has he sent Rui Aguas wide? He has. Brilliant driving that time by Bamber, but he can't get the nose of the Porsche ahead. Drops back in behind, through the Dunlop chicane, climbing now through turn 13, which is called 13, and heading towards 14, and it really is, honestly, as they come to this really tricky 14 and 15, the road falls away at the exit, and the 43 car, Saad Morand, has had an issue. 31 car is going to get a stop and go
1 minute. Yeah, that's going to, well, drop it further down the order.
Oh, side-by-side action for the lead in P2, and Bradley and Rusinov are banging wheels. Oh, this looks like Dijon and Formula One, and Bradley goes through.
Excellent stuff. Richard Bradley hunted down the Russian crewed car and has made that was a classy run for Richard Bradley.
Oh, that has been a great run by Matt Howson, and Richard Bradley has paid it off. Now back to the last podium position in GTE AM.
Shades of, by the way, last year with Olivier Blas and the KCMG team here with the old car for KCMG, but almost deja vu, but back with GTM. And it's Aguas still holding off Earl Bamber. And behind, by the way, this is a battle for position between Chris Cumming and Nick Leventis still. Leventis has not let that car go.
The problem here is Earl Bamber's got another stop to do. So he is going to have to really get it on. No, that was turn 1.
Oh, now.
And look at the red on the red glowing brake discs, and then coming out to 3.
That was why Roman Rusinov was so forceful, because that was a mistake by Richard Bradley just at the very edge of the braking envelope, and Rusinov didn't like that. They've gone through now. Bradley has made the pass and made it stick.
Well, I don't like to see retaliation.
No.
A mistake by Richard Bradley for sure, and perhaps he should have just lifted off and let Rusinov go back through there. That's not necessarily the worst thing he could have done, but Rusinov there coming down that very fast part of the circuit, pretty much flat through there, through turn 3, and setting up for the left-hander at turn 4 Coca-Cola. Don't like to see guys touching wheels like that.
Just a quick note to say that we've still got 31 cars because the 13 car is back out. In comes Earl Bamber.
Yeah, and I thought that's why Bamber was so
desperate
to get through, because the chance of a podium may be just disappearing. I'll just check back and see if the 83 needs a stop.
While you do that, John, we'll keep an eye on the other battles. Roman Rusinov still with Richard Bradley, less than a second back as they pass through the last sector.
And Louise Beckett is down in the pits. New tyres, I presume, for the 88 car. What's going on that, and what's coming off, actually, as well?
I'm not down there anymore, but I saw a set of slicks ready.
That's going to be right. I can see exactly that from here. Thanks, Leo. Tyres going on the 88 now as we continue to watch this LMP2 battle. KCMG looking to extend their advantage in the championship.
Richard hasn't got away, and Roman Rusinov is making him know.
Morse code there. I just don't speak Russian well enough to understand what he's actually saying.
It's probably just as well. It was very rude.
Almost certainly true. In comes number 8 Audi, meanwhile, as we continue another battle in P2. This is Chris Cumming trying to make his way further away from Nick Leventis. Leventis hanging in there, though. The wiperless number 8 car rumbles along to its pit garage, where the welcoming arms of the Team Yurs crew are ready. Here's the sister car, number 7, and will come through to take the position, up into 3rd position now for Bernhard Twelue.
Yeah.
25 seconds back as he crossed the line, but of course passing a stationary car in the pits.
Yeah, no.
Very pacey from Twelue.
Yeah, Twelue with 1 stop to go.
Nick Leventis pits, so it's out of that battle with Chris Cumming. Will stay aboard for his driver hours. Pat Long, by the way, has done the fastest lap of that car's race just now, 1:41.917.
And still leads the class for Dempsey Proton. There was a pole position, a maiden pole position for them last time out. Can they have their first win in FIA World Endurance Championship competition? Just a note, by the way, that the always excellent and thoughtful Pierre Caffer has just done the CLM by Collis's number 4 car fastest lap of the race, a 35.0, so everybody improving at the moment. Pilet 41.2 last time around in the GTE Porsche.
Caffer does another 35.0, all but 6 thousandths different. 13 car, I'm afraid, being wheeled back into the garage after rejoining.
And Rui Aguas does have one more pit stop to do, so Earl Bamber will get another shot at it, but it will be Collard back in the car at that point, so that's going to be entertaining.
Well, well, well.
So that'll be something to watch for the last step on the podium.
Still waiting to find out what, if any, penalty will be doled out to the 2nd place car, John.
By the way, Pat Long's lead back to Matthias Lauda is 1 minute and 22 seconds.
Wow.
And quite a lot of that is courtesy of that brilliant middle 2 hours by Marco Seefried.
As Duval rejoins, in comes Sebastian Buemi, and in comes the 83 Ferrari now. And a spin, I'm afraid, on his outlap for Nick Leventis.
Yeah, well,
deja vu, I'm afraid.
Yeah, he knows how to get out of it now, though. It's exactly the same point.
Knows the way back.
Yeah. Amazing how many people have done that.
At least 7.
And he's exactly the same thing, and he loses it now. As soon as he gets offline.
That's actually exactly a lap to Chris Cumming, who was coming round through from the battle, and that may well have been on his mind.
Yeah.
In car now with the number 91 car. It is Richard Leitz, championship leader aboard this car, just 2 seconds back from the sister 92 car. You can see in front of the prototype ahead.
Yeah, that's 4th position, and 4th position's not good enough for that car here.
Yeah,
particularly grim, not when there's 2 Ferraris ahead of it.
No, that's not a good place to be.
And just a moment or 2 ago, bit of a do-or-die manoeuvre by the 92 car of Pilet.
That was for position, but wasn't.
Yeah, oh, and you see, that's a lock-up at a flat spot. That's going to be a nasty flat spot there.
Classic professional move there, though. Pausing the tyre to show us the maker on the sidewall. I'm sure that'll be the excuse. 92, up the inside. Oh, no.
There's loads more grip, there's not that much grip, clearly. Nice piece of cadence braking, though, as we saw in slow motion there. It looked like the tyre was locked for a long time, which it was, but you saw Patrick Pilet lift off the middle pedal and go back on again, effectively making his own ABS. The GTE cars in this category require people to have a connection between the cheeks of their backside and their foot on the middle pedal. It's not all done for them. There is no ABS. Blue flag for the Ferrari. You can see it on the screen, and that's because the number 8 car of Loic Duval, which has just done the fastest lap of the race, Graham.
1:25.821 now for Loic Duval is the fastest lap of the race, and therefore the new LMP1 lap record.
And that is now some half second faster than 2013's best from Andrea Lotterer.
Yanni into the 26s. Meanwhile, into the pits comes the number 28 G-Drive car.
And all of a sudden, it has got very dark.
We're losing daylight, quite apart from anything else, John. We're getting towards dusk.
And yellow lights flashing all the way down the pit lane, which I don't understand.
It's on pit road.
Ah, right, okay, thank you. Just noticed that for the first time. That shows you how dark it's getting. And Matt Howson did a great job for KCMG. Let's have a word with him, Louise.
Well, Matt, this is just getting tighter and more intense than ever, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think at the beginning of the race, Nick Tandy did a fantastic job to get us a decent lead. But lap for lap, ourselves and the 26G drive have been very, very close. So now there's a second and a half between us. Still a pit stop to go. I mean, I think Richard's got the measure of Roman, but anything could happen. G-Drive been very strong this weekend, so hopefully it's a clean fight. We don't want anything, anything dirty, nothing like that. But yeah, I think I have 100% faith in Richard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just whilst we're in the LMP2 category, the number 26 G-Drive, this was the car that was on the single set of intermediates for so long. Just a mere 662 kilometres of racing mileage
on those tyres.
On one set of tyres.
In those conditions.
Yeah, in changeable conditions.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. There you go. We like to see that. Youngsters at a racetrack, they're having their own race.
Exploring the coefficient of friction.
Groovy train. That's a bullet train.
Yeah, very good. Like that. And stop before they hit the fence.
Yeah, but girls just want to have fun. That's what it is.
All right, 45 minutes to go. Here's how it stands. Porsche 18 leads by about 50 seconds from the 17 in second. The two Audis, 7 and 8, are the right way around for the championship now, as Treluet hits the pit lane as we're looking at this graphic. KCMG just in P2 at the moment by about 2 seconds. AF Corsa has to go to the flag from here. Jimmy Bruni has got to stretch the flag, stretch the fuel rather, to take the victory and get that 51 car season back on track. 77, a minute and 20 seconds plus for Pat Long in the Dempsey Proton racing car after a brilliant stint by Seyfried and by Patrick Dempsey in the worst of the weather when he was as quick as any of the pros around him. That's how it stands. 44 minutes to go here at Fuji.
And it's a turnaround from Kota, John, where we saw 1-2 from the Porsche guys. Let's wait and see what happens with the fuel mileage of the Ferraris. But a complete turnaround for the Ferraris this time. Car 7, meanwhile, is reported stewards for improving the yellow.
So the rain fell and rather spoiled the party atmosphere for the huge crowd here at Fuji at the start of the race. Wolfgang Ullrich and Timo Bernhard formerly on the same team, of course, and Timo won Le Mans for Dr. Ullrich. Starting behind the Audi safety car because of the poor conditions, Andre Lotterer and his teammate behind the wheel, Marcel Fesler, wanting to get things going and telling race control exactly that. The issue was always going to be not just the track surface, but the lack of visibility. But Mark Webber at the front of the field, from the pole sitting Porsche number 17, made a decent start and pulled away from Romain Dumas, who came under pressure immediately from Fesler. The two Toyota's looking good as well. And then Webber goes off partway around the first lap, and at the same time, Romain Dumas loses second and third position as the Toyotas and the Audis stream through into the top 4 positions. So it'll be Audi, Toyota, Toyota by the end of the first lap. Plenty of action to get the fans going after 40 minutes behind the safety car. In the first 2 hours, the action was very close indeed. Too close for Alex Wirtz and Romain Dumas, who performed synchronized spins coming out of the Coca-Cola curve. The GT battle, always fast and furious. Shaitar and Manu Collard fighting together, and Stewie Hall taking the lead of the class in that manoeuvre as the two Ferraris fought between themselves. Then it was the Webber and Fessler show. Mark Webber coming back through the field, but Fessler absolutely determined to keep the former Formula One star behind him, lead changing time after time as each of the drivers found themselves on the right part of the track at the right time. Attack and defence, confidence both in machinery, in the cars that they were lapping, and indeed in their competitors. Not all good news. Turn 1 has been the big action area today, particularly for people coming out of the pits, with at least 10 or a dozen people looping it on that tricky downhill section. So the leaders in class, the 77, Pat Long now behind the wheel of the Dempsey Racing machine in GTE Pro. Jimmy Brownie's got to go at the flag. Bit of bumping and barging in LMP2. That's been close between Rusinov in the orange 26 and the 47 of Richard Bradley. And Richard Bradley has just got the advantage there, much to the pleasure of his team. And at the head of the field, it's been all about the Porsches. And Neil Jarney leads the motor race by almost a minute from his teammates.
Meanwhile, John, drama because we've had two further cars that are under investigation for improving under yellow. The first of them is the 4th position, number 7 Audi, for improving under yellow. The second is the lead car. It is the 18 Porsche, both shown on the screens as being under investigation for improving in Sector 1 under yellow.
Meantime, we're back at it again with Rusinov and Bradley, and Roman Rusinov there almost tapping the back of the 47 KCMG car. The silver and blue car leads the race at the moment. This is huge for the championship. KCMG have had a brilliant year since Le Mans, and G-Drive have done a great job all season. Now they've got traffic, and Rusinov has found a new lease of life as they head round the circuit.
14 points is the gap at the moment between these in the benefit of the blue and silver car. Rusinov needs this win. He needs not to lose points to KCMG. And boy, does it show it, and he's overdone it there.
Yeah, but he'll get that back. He'll not lose too much ground there. Shut the door quickly on the prototype behind, which is the Rebellion. He is pushing hard. He's turned everything up to 11 here, including the aggression factor. Got to be a little bit careful. Already been a bit of paint traded. Here's the leader. This should be the last pit stop for the 18 car. Last scheduled pit stop. Now they've got this lead of 50 seconds plus due to the fact that one of their middle pit stops was done under a full course yellow, and they got a huge time advantage. For that, there's going to be a new set of Michelins thrown at it. I would expect these to be slicks. They are brand spanking new. Let's have a look as they go on.
Slicks.
Standard slicks. And meantime, Rusinov goes into the lead for the moment, at least in LMP2, using the Rebellion as a bit of a pick there. But Richard Bradley held his nerve and the lead. That was through turn 1, 2, and now through 3 and 4. Well, Rusinov is trying everything at the moment. That was a smart move, actually, by the Russian, and he's clearly got a very, very good car under him, Graham.
That Ligier is working better and better here. It's not been the match for the KCMG in full dry conditions, but here in these changeable conditions, it's very much closer. And this is going to end one of 3 ways, isn't it? Bradley's going to win. Rooster's going to win.
Oh, he's hit him! He's hit him!
He's damaged the front of the Ligier.
And the back of the KCMG looks intact, but there's all kinds of problem. Let's have another look at this. He misjudges this very badly. Oh, or did Bradley just lift off there? Was he already on the brakes? And therefore, Rusinov did misjudge it. Shouldn't be that close in the braking area when you're going to try and make the manoeuvre. Now the stewards see the same pictures as we have. That was potentially a very dangerous manoeuvre. What they can't see right now is the data from the cars to see, and straight away KCMG into the pits. Maybe a left rear puncture then. That car coming into the pits now. This is the championship leader into the pits. And this is drama again.
They could lose third here, second here as well.
Right,
John.
let's have another look at this. This is going back a little while ago. There was no touch there.
He hit there was a hit between KCMG and the Porsche.
No, didn't touch him. Didn't touch him. The Porsche avoided it, but didn't touch him. But this is the lead up to the incident. There goes Rusnov down the outside, but can't make that stick. Mark Lieb, loving that close action.
Fuel.
Yeah, that's their splash and go at the end. They've taken that opportunity to have a good look at the car
and get out of the danger zone.
That's a fair point. They can make do with being second. They'll still hold the championship lead.
They will.
The second place car, or at least the car, has come in from the lead now. And this is also a new set of full slicks going on to the 17 car. Had inherited the lead following the pit stop of its sister car, of course. But here is the 18 car coming to the end of the lap. And that, of course, will get the lead back in just a moment or two. Or at least it should do.
This would, by the way, bring down the points gap if it stayed this way in P2 to single figures. Interesting, though, the interest is going to be in GTE Pro for the Drivers' Championship in particular, because it's going to throw it wide open. This is 92 Porsche, and the back now, Patrick Pieler of Ricard Leitz. And
now, which way round do these two need to be?
Leitz is championship leader.
Right, so they are the right way round.
They are
There
indeed.
should be no change
Collado, in fact, the Collado and these two cars are separated by 2 seconds. Look beyond the second Porsche as they go into the braking zone. You should see the unmistakable rear end of a Ferrari 458. There it is. This is second, third, fourth.
Yeah, second, third and fourth, correct. And this is very important that both of those Porsches get past that Ferrari for the manufacturer's title. Just at the front of the field before this hots up, Ben Treluar's last stint before the stop that we've just seen there was quicker than the equivalent stints of both Bernhard and
Absolutely.
Yanni. He was the class of the field there.
Absolutely, by a distance. 28 seconds now back from Loic Duval. And of course, we don't yet know what's going to happen with the penalty.
Yeah, they need to pit that 8 Audi again. I've got a feeling. In fact, you know what? I wouldn't even bother trying to explain it. They just need to pit that car and park it and get the 7 car through into third and keep it in third position. That was the 7th lap slick stint for Andre Lotterer, was what cost that car all its time. Side Moran
seconds. Full course yellow in 12, 11,
debris on the
10,
track.
9,
This is debris
8,
on the track after
7,
that incident.
6, 5, 4. Negative, cancel, full course yellow, cancel, full course yellow.
And as you heard, that has now been cancelled.
But they'd reacted.
They reacted too early.
Keeping a close eye on what's going on track. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it was an interesting race, I think, for everyone. Yeah, it was quite difficult out there at the beginning. We were on intermediates. It was probably a bit too optimistic when I started my stint, but yeah, it was okay. We could handle it. We were lucky with one of the full course yellows, so we had a big gap to car 17. Yeah, it's all okay at the moment.
Thank you.
Well, very nearly a nasty incident there as some of the teams had slowed down a tad too early. We got to 4 seconds, and of course people already beginning to look to the marshals and slow down in the zones, in the slow zones. There are 8 slow zones around the circuit, and they are normally trying to be put in places that you'd be going slow anyway. So therefore, the middle of corners, slower. Well, I was just going to say, if that full course yellow comes out, then Rusinov needs to pit immediately, and so does Capelier.
Well, that would have been for the debris from that incident.
Correct. And the full course yellow is out. Is out now. So it has been called for. Now, we didn't hear that over the radio, we don't always, but that did not come up on the screen either. So full course yellow.
And the mark of the darkness, John, is we can see now the headlamps playing onto the track of the cars as they come by us.
Yeah. So a double change of mind from race control here has put us under full course yellow.
Cars multiple coming down towards pit lane.
Well, you've got to, and if you are at the moment looking to make your last pit stop, you want to get in the pits immediately. And guess what? The 28 is right behind the 47. This is the second of the G-Drive cars.
26 in the pit road.
Yeah, well, you've got to do it. You've got to do it. And this is why the full course yellow is out. Roman Rusinov, yeah, nailed Richard Bradley under braking there. And Rusinov will say, of course, that he didn't have to. Now they've got Jackerman right in behind Richard Bradley, and we've got to keep an eye on this. There should be no funny business because Jackerman is down the field. In fact, actually, no, that's a battle for position. That's a battle for position. I'll take that back. That's third and fourth. So Jackerman, with one stop to go,
is a lap behind, John. He's a lap behind.
Is he a full lap behind?
Yes, he is.
Right, okay, then there
Yes,
should be.
he is.
I'll go back to saying what I was going to say. There should be no funny business as well.
Delayed releasing Rusinov there for some reason.
Now what's
Fuel only.
Now the full course yellow is on in the middle of the screen there, as you can see. What happened there? The race control message said the full course yellow would start at 16:26:15, but they didn't implement it until 16:27:30. We heard the cancellation.
Yeah.
What we didn't hear or see was the re-upping of the full course yellow.
Capillaire will pit as well,
which is genius, and this could net them second position.
It could.
Just depends how long the full course yellow continues. This is the third.
And where Richard Bradley is on course.
This is the third.
He's in the third sector, but where in the long third sector is Richard Bradley? We don't yet know.
This is the third full course yellow of the race. Of course, and off has gone Aston Martin 98 under yellow.
Oh dear,
At turn
already
one.
under investigation for improving under yellow. It is Paul Dell'Alana on an out lap again.
If you count the initial safety car period, of course, it's the fourth neutralisation, but that was full safety car with the car and truck, full course yellows. The Alpine in to get its stop. And this is genius from these guys.
Now, watching here, we've got the 47 car crossing the line now. I'm watching the Signatech pit stop.
Pat McDempsey is suited and booted. Are they going to pit to give him the run to the line?
The Alpine is moving.
Yeah, but he's going to come out behind.
He will come out behind Richard Bradley and Jackerman. But Jackerman is a lap down on him, of course.
Yeah, so that'll be the new third place then. Right, stand by. We've got 8, 7, 6, 5. This is going to green. 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag now, green flag now. I'm not as good at that as Eduardo, am I?
No, but it'll do. On board the 18, Neil Yanni.
How far back from Duval is Trellier?
It's about 20 seconds it was before the pit stop.
Right.
20 odd seconds. We'll keep an eye out. We won't really get a true reading until the completion of the next lap. 29 seconds shown. It'll be a little less than that.
Now that is your race leader, and there's an Audi hoving into view behind that car, which I think is like Duval.
That's Trellier.
About to unlap himself. Is it Duval about to unlap himself?
Let's have another look.
There is the battle for third. Oh, it's Richard Bradley has spun the championship leading 47 cars.
That's going to drop him behind Capillaire.
He's going to have to wait. I think I saw Capillaire go through. Did he? Oh, hang on a minute. What's happened here? Has Richard got a little tap? Yes, he has. And that's a car that shouldn't be in that race. That is very, very annoying. And that was... If that was a battle for position, that would be a low percentage lunge. Oh,
seven as well.
And that is, it's the 88 car. That's Earl Bamber that's gone around. And that is the third place car in the GTE arm battle, and that's contact there as well. Now, has the 7 car been able to recover?
Yes.
Yes, it has.
But there's trouble for Earl Bamber. He's got
right rear puncture. Right rear puncture for Bamber. And that was there a touch between the 7 and the 18 just before that?
Not sure. So look.
The 18, checked up. The 18 checked up in front of the 7 and left the 7 nowhere to go. Is how I would read that and see that. Well,
and there's a further touch.
As Bamber lost control on the exit of 15 with the right rear puncture.
A further stop for Richard Bradley.
I guess that's for new tyres. Or was that?
Well, he'd only just stopped, remember.
True. Wolfgang Ullrich out in the lane.
So had he punctured?
Maybe as a result of that tap. I'm going to say now that the 28 car needs to be parked for a very, very long time, and Gustavo Jackermann needs to be had a word with. My thought that I was going to finish was, if that had been a pass for position, that would have been a low percentage lunge. A car a lap behind against a car who is fighting for the championship, that is not acceptable.
Chaos there in the Proton competition pit. They just weren't ready for that.
That is very, very unlucky for Bamber and indeed for the 7 car of Ben Treluet. Don't think really either of them were at fault there.
Now, I have to say, before anybody gets out of bed about this one, I don't think Earl Bamber was at fault there.
No, I don't think
with either touch.
No, absolutely not. The second one, he was barely keeping the car in a straight line. That one and that one was all down to the Audi trying to unlap itself from the Porsche.
Yes.
There seems no effects from that for Ben Treluet, but he lost 20 seconds on that last lap. I'm very disappointed with Gustavo Jackermann.
Yes, I entirely agree.
Very disappointed indeed. That was unnecessary, and we did hear, did we not, of people talking about things being allowed to run with no interference.
Correct.
And when you're a single car team against a 2 car team, now if that had been a battle for position, it would have been would have left less of a sour taste in my mouth, but it wasn't. They're a lap down. I don't know. I don't even know what to say about that. Whilst I have always said that motor racing, and particularly sports car racing, is a team game, I think G-Drive may have crossed the line there. Or Gustavo Jackermann at the very least.
If that stands, John, and if they finish as they are, that reduces the lead in the championship to just 3 points.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, at the front of the race, as we watch the 12 Rebellion being passed, maybe not just yet, but then by the number 1 Toyota, through goes Kaz Nakajima. Both of the lead Porsches through the 126 zeros.
A number of people saying that they find it a little hard to swallow that Rusinov causes the full course yellow, benefits by it, and then his teammate tries to take out the guys battling for the championship. That's what's been said on Twitter at the moment. I have to say I'm not very happy with Gustavo Jackermann. He has, in the past, I thought we were past all that with Gustavo. Yep. His Indy Lights career was littered with impetuous moves, he says, being diplomatic. And he's been the same in his US sports car career once in a while. I think he's had a bit of a bad rap sometimes because of his reputation, but when you start doing things like that, you begin to wonder why he got the reputation in the first place.
Meanwhile, we're watching the GTM leading number 77 Porsche, Patrick Long. Patrick Dempsey, meanwhile, is in the pit carriage suited and booted. 23 minutes left on the clock. I think I know what the game is here. Drive-through penalty for car 18. Improving under yellow flags. It will not be enough to lose that car the lead. I think the game is this. They have a lap lead.
Yeah.
Patrick Dempsey winning this race.
Take the home, to bring the car home. Absolutely. No, I'd do exactly the same. Just to say, by the way, I'll have to have a look at this later, but improving under a yellow flag while the track is drying is something very difficult to quantify. I am assuming that the race control has absolute data that it was improving in that sector to the amount of which would be too much to have been from a very much improving track.
Yeah, well, we've got 4 cars currently under investigation for exactly that. 1 car now, this car, the lead car, Giuliani at the wheel of it, is going to be pinged with a drive-through penalty. That will cost, how many seconds were we told?
29 seconds for a drive-through from memory.
29 seconds. It leads by about a minute.
Yeah, but now then, that does make it easier for Porsche to do the swap, doesn't it?
If they choose to do it. Car 77's pit stop is under investigation. So could this be, and as Pat Long pits now, Patrick Dempsey is going to get in, but may.
That has come up on the screen just too late for them to have realised. Here's the 18 car for its drive-through.
17 car has not yet cleared the second sector, which is around 50 seconds to complete the lap after it's done that.
This could be a really interesting last 20 minutes.
It could. Topsy-turvy stuff. Potential for penalties and through the pit lane goes Giuliani, and out as Timo Bernhard completes the second sector. So about 45 seconds to the good. The leader still.
And the Dempsey Proton Porsche is down and away too.
Underway with Patrick Dempsey back at the wheel. And let's not forget, he did a great job in incredibly challenging conditions.
He didn't do a great job, he did an outstanding job. If you're in difficult conditions, now he did have one spin early on, and he actually inflicted the spin on himself rather than come back on from running wide at turn 1 in front of people, which I thought was an incredible bit of heads-up driving from someone who isn't a full-timer. He was lapping within a tenth or two of Emmanuel Collard and Stuart Hall, and he was sitting in 3rd place. That's incredible for any driver.
Another day, just 20 minutes left and still so much happening on track.
Yeah, we're fighting for the podium. Let's hope James is doing a good job. Unfortunately, we lose a lot in my stint under wet conditions. I don't know what happened, we have to check it. Now James is driving well. I hope to keep this position because it's important for our championship.
Thank you.
Patrick Dempsey did his first stint at just under a minute, an hour and 30. So I'm certain that is his drive time.
There's Pat Long stepping away after a great stint from the American. Meanwhile, John, in LMP2, that stop for Richard Bradley has put him back into the clutches of guess who? Gustavo Jackermann, who's now closing to within 8 seconds of the KCMG car, and is a lot quicker.
Yeah, that's 3rd and 4th position.
That would put the championship lead down to a single point if that move happened.
Well, what we thought was something nice for Pat Dempsey, I've just checked up for Patrick, had to get back in that car.
Oh, he
hadn't done his drive time.
Okay, I stand corrected. I thought he'd done enough.
I think he had about 20 minutes left to do, and he had 20 minutes when he came out.
Well, with 18 minutes left on the clock, John, we'll have a quick look at the positions and the gaps. It's 29 seconds the gap between Neil Jenny in the 18 Porsche and the sister car in the hands of Timo Bernhard. Loic Duval 3rd in the 8 Audi. Ben Treluet 45 seconds back from the sister car in the 7. Then it's the 1 Toyota, the 12 Rebellion, with Alex Wirtz now closing in on Matthias Besch in what's going to be a battle for 6th. In P2, it is Roman Rusinov. 41 seconds the good from the 36 Signatec Alpine of Vincent Capillière.
Can I just mention, by the way, that both of those incidents that we saw with G-Drive cars
under investigation.
Are under investigations. Right, let's nip down to Pat Long, and perhaps we can find out if my sums are right. I think Pat Dempsey had to get back in the car, Lou.
You're keeping a close eye on that screen. Can he keep it out there?
Yeah, he's been here before. We did this at Le Mans, so just told him to do what he's always done. So far, the car's been unbelievable today. Marco Seifried did an unreal job in the rain, and it was pretty easy for me to just keep the thing on the island. Certainly tricky conditions for everybody out there, and it's very dicey with the LMP battles in 2 and 1 coming through. But Porsche's really strong in these mixed conditions. Obviously, a lot of rear traction with the weight over the rear. But we'll see how it goes. It's a long way still.
You had a very late driver change there at the end. What was the reason for that?
Actually, we ran the first set of tires for 3 of us drivers. We kept on the same set of tires, and we decided to stay out of the pits as much as we could because we were waiting for the conditions to change. So ultimately, I think it was the right decision by our engineer, Jacques, but it's a little bit of a unconventional strategy. But so far, it seems to be panning out. We're holding about a minute gap, if I'm correct, but still could happen. Anything could happen.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I've just had Paul Truswell back in our walking data centre in the UK check. Patrick Dempsey did 1 hour and 29 minutes, so he was short 15, 16 minutes on his drive time, so they had to put him in before the end of the race.
This is the battle for GTE Pro second position and championship honours here as the Porsche P1 car blasts through. This is the 92 Porsche. The car the prototype is passing now is James Calado there. That gap for second position under 2 seconds with the 91 car in the hands of Richard Lietz, current championship leading driver, just a corner back.
God. All right, hang on a second. Can we just recap it? I'd said earlier on, guys, this is not a sprint, it's a 6-hour race, but actually that was a rather fatuous thing for me to say about many things that I've said in that category down through the years, because these 6-hour races, 12, 24-hour races in endurance racing at the top level now are in fact sprints all the way through, aren't they? And with 15 minutes to go, Graham, we've still got battles in LMP2, significant ones, particularly the third place battle at the moment. In GTE Pro, significant ones again for championship standings with just 2 rounds to go after this, including what's on the screen. And also in GTE AM with the battles down the field for championship points there, and a potential first ever win for Dempsey Proton Racing.
Correct, and we had a first ever pole position, a Cota of course for the team, but at the moment they're looking at the pound seats. Car 7 and 88 at turn 13, no further action. Here is about the time when we're going to get a bit of a clear out race control in terms of some of the incidents they've got under review. We might find, because there's been quite a few, there might be some post-flag adjustments. Let's wait and see what happens from Eduardo Freitas and co. But Vincent Capillière has not given this up, John. 37 seconds is the gap, but it's coming down rapidly at the moment. Signatec Alpine will be sniffing an opportunity should there be a drive-through or something like that as a response. They know they've got to press. They could win here.
And 36 seconds is the gap, with Vincent Capillière doing that car's fastest lap of the race. Meantime, GTE, Pro, Ferrari, Porsche battling for Drivers' Championship, battling for Manufacturers' Championship. This is where the action is right now, coming out of the penultimate corner towards Panasonic, turn number 16. Pele on a tear at the moment, confirmed as the IMSA Drivers' Champion last weekend at Petit Le Mans. Coming up towards us now, standing up to have a look as they go by. And there's a Ferrari between him and the Ferrari that he's after. It's the SMP car.
And the next car up from James Calado is another Ferrari, still it's the 83 car.
That's not the Ferrari he's looking for. That the one ahead is, as he sneaks through, back onto the distinctive rear end of James Calado's 71 car. Getting up towards 200 kilometers an hour before they turn left-handed into Coca-Cola. James Calado on the left. Just going past the 83 car of Manu Collard.
That's Rui Agwash.
Rui Agwash, excuse me.
Aboard that car, and that is not in a position battle with 72, it's a lap ahead. But this is the position battle that matters, and this matters in all 3 championships, as I think that's the 17 car coming up behind this battle. Keep an eye out for that. Through he goes. Past one, past the other.
Yeah.
That compromises Collardo's line, and that allows the Porsche to close right onto the rear deck of the Ferrari.
Yeah, so Porsche P1 helping Porsche GTE there. 47 and 28 at turn 13, no further action.
I'm sort of surprised at that.
I'm disappointed at that.
Yackerman is now right with Bradley for position.
And I think KCMG will be flaming mad at that, if I'm honest.
We've not yet seen the 26 and 47.
No, indeed. It's good that we do get the NFAs coming through, the no further actions coming through, though, so that we know the stewards have looked at it.
Lead gap is closing as well. That was a slower lap for the number 18 car. 15 seconds now is the lead gap, 18 to 17. Yellow flag at turn 1. Who's that for? We're
Somebody
about to
will
see.
have come out the pits.
It's Tequila Patron Ligier. And that would be the 31 car. This is the LMP2 battle we've been talking about. Gustavo Yackerman looking for a way past, I'm no doubt fired up, Richard Bradley.
Well, Richard Bradley's not going to give way here. He really isn't. What would be cruel irony here is if, in defending, Richard Bradley then gets the penalty called. So I am. Yackerman locks up, made a mistake again. Now, you know, even if he claims it's a mistake now and he runs into the back of it, it's, you know, it's going to be doing the championship a great disservice if G-Drive are going about winning a championship by nerfing people off the track. This is a world championship. Yackerman's got the pace here to go through, and he's leaning on him. He's leaning on him. Yackerman is leaning on him.
He's pushed him to the right there.
He's pushed him a good 2 cars widths to the right there. That's dangerous driving by Yackerman. And Richard Bradley rightly holds on to his line, and that is really sensible but forceful driving by Bradley. That is getting very, very naughty again. The issue is here that Bradley can't afford to give this position up now, as he did when he was ran into the back of by Rusinov.
This is the difference, John, between at the end of this race, if it stays how it is, as on the inside goes Pile rather.
Yeah, that's Pile trying to take the position from Collado. Collado's got the left-hander coming.
They're leaning on each other.
Sit, that's fine. Sit where you are. None of them were wiggling the wheel. Nobody was forcing anybody over. That's racing. That's the difference between racing and intimidation and dangerous driving that we saw from Gustavo Yackerman. Really, really disappointed with that.
9 minutes remain.
KCMG are going to be absolutely fuming at the end of this race. Yep. First of all, Rusinov runs into them for no reason at all, causes a full course yellow that he benefits from. And, you know, they sensibly took themselves out of that fight that didn't need it. And then they get nerfed by the teammate into a battle that they don't need to have with Yackerman. And this needs to be got a grip of, otherwise the last 2 rounds of this race is going to be like Dodgem cars and not a world championship. Meantime, this is proper racing. Look at the difference, Graham, that we saw earlier on between Webber and Fessler, that we're seeing now between these 2 guys. I'm all for close racing. I have no problem with it. What I don't want to see is Yackerman wiggling his wheel and pushing another car at 200 miles an hour or near enough. 2 cars widths to the right. He pushed him all the way over the grid markings there.
Great stuff in the GTE Pro battle. Up the road, Jimmy Bruni. But this is the battle between the second position crew in the World Championship and the lead of the Porsches, the car behind these 2, that car. is the car with the lead driver in the World Championship at the moment. And will there be a moment where Porsche decide to make a switch? Well, they can't do that if they've got a Ferrari between them, of course. But if James Collado can hold this car off, I think we might see a positional change.
Yeah.
But that would only happen right at the death.
Yes, good point. How far back is the second Porsche?
It's 5 seconds.
6 seconds, yeah.
There
The thing is, they're actually backing themselves up into the other Porsche here at the moment, because Leitz is coming strongly. He's taking about half a second a lap out of them. Here comes
yet another prototype into the mix.
Ben Treluer, he'll be through, no bother. Passes one.
Ooh, nearly not no bother.
Look at the speed of that prototype. It was like it was fired out of a cannon. Jacobman's got through, and Richard Bradley will fight back. Now let's see what Jacobman does. He's pushed him up again. You cannot do that, Jacobman. It needs pitting now. Jacobman needs pulling into the pits now. This is disgraceful behaviour by Gustavo Jacobman.
There's damage on the rear of the.
So let's say, he lost it and went straight on. They both went off straight on.
That was contact to the rear of the Ligier from the KCMG car.
Oh, he's taken him out. And that is exactly what I was talking about. Jacobman, hang your head in shame. G-Drive, hang your head in shame. That's what happens when you don't put out penalties. Sorry, that is a disgrace. Richard Bradley has got that car moving again. You can't let people go to war in cars at 200 miles an hour. This is what Rusinov did a few laps ago.
Hit him twice.
And he's hit him twice, and that's even before the braking area. He's still on the throttle. Rusinov tried it 2 or 3 laps ago, a little bit longer, and Gustavo Jacobman has finished the job.
Unacceptable.
G-Drive, you want to win a championship, that's not the way to do it. That is disgraceful behaviour. Disgraceful behaviour.
And up the inside this time.
That's how you make an overtaking manoeuvre. It's going to make the post-race press conference interesting. Maybe we'll leave Sam Smith to do that on his own, because I've got nothing good to say about G-Drive today, I'm afraid.
17 is in the lead, John.
Yeah, that swapped over while we were watching the action. Here comes the Ferrari coming back. Brilliant stuff. The GT boys showing how it's done. Right on the ragged edge now. Can Collado come back? This is great. Gets a sideways slide on, but didn't cause any issue.
One wheel on the grass there.
Brilliant stuff. This is what we want to see. Clean, there's the other Porsche, there's Leitz.
Still around, still alongside, and again, way off the track though, from James Collado on a big wiggle.
He's got wet tyres now from going off the track. The Porsche didn't give him racing room there.
This is going to put him back into the clutches of Leitz if he's not careful.
Three minutes to go, and there's the scene of the accident from earlier. Hope Richard Bradley's all right. The car has moved.
Big
Get
impact
back to the pits.
I've not seen it. It's stopped by the side of the track somewhere, John.
About 5 minutes ago, Irving in the air said it's time to park Jacobman before he alters the course of the race.
The incident involving cars 28 and 47 will be investigated after the race.
No, not good enough. Jacobman should be taken out of the race. There's the 47 at the side of the road.
Well,
Jacobman should not be allowed to stand on the podium. That's a disgrace.
We've seen aggression from all 3 cars involved,
agreed.
John. However, what we have definitely seen is 4 impacts to the rear of the 47 car from
by two different
G-Drive cars.
Yeah.
No one's lily white in this, but that was outrageous.
I can only imagine what Nick Tandy is thinking at the moment. Nick Tandy is a works driver and doesn't get overly fired up about most things. I can only imagine he is jumping up and down at the moment.
And all sorts of disadvantages now for KCMG. Clearly, I know DNF for them from a position where they could have won the race and certainly been on the podium. But also now they're going to be loading a damaged Orica into a container. It's not a nice way to finish what's been a fascinating race. But let's concentrate on what's happening at the sharp end. The 7 Audi ahead of the 8. The 17 Porsche ahead of the 18. It's going to do all sorts of things to the points, as indeed is the change we saw just a lap or so ago in GTE Pro. Great stuff from Patrick Pilet. Great stuff as well from James Collado. Could have shut the door, he's still there.
Deep breath time.
Last lap now.
Good team race for Porsche. Pole position and the points that reduced the lead of the Audi number 7, who have led the championship since Silverstone.
Audi will be disappointed to have not been closer here.
Yeah.
They did throw the dice and it didn't work.
And in fairness, you know, Porsche got a bit of good luck as well, particularly the 18 car, in terms of that full course, and the 17. The 17 and the 18 both caught the full course yellow at the right time. That was all down to their fuel window being wider than the Audis. But it's been a good team effort from Porsche. A brilliant run for the 17 car. And will that swap the championship lead, Graham?
For the 17, I'll double check it for you now.
It was 9 points at the start of the race.
Concentrating so much on P2.
Yeah. So it's going to be 2 in a row for Timo Bernhard, Mark Webber and Brendon Hartley. All 3 drivers have done their bit in a brilliant stint from Webber when he was trading places.
It will be equal points.
Equal points then. Co-championship leaders as we leave Fuji behind and head to Shanghai.
No, apologies, I'm wrong. The 17 crew will lead by a single point. Pole position did make a difference.
Correct, pole position did make a difference. In GTE Pro, here's the Ferrari, a return to form for the defending world champions, Graham.
Absolutely, and that will make a difference in the points as well. We're not going to see much of a change in position, but it's a delighted Tony Verlander. And here is the 26 car, taking the win in LMP2. That will give them the championship lead because, of course, it's a DNF for the 47 car. Well, sad to finish what's been an exceptionally good race, and particularly in parts, John. With
outstanding,
with
absolutely
an incident like that.
Top of the class in terms of what we saw earlier on, and I'm afraid classless from the Russian team, whose name I am not going to mention because they don't deserve to be on the podium with either car after that disgraceful performance from the 28. Gustavo Jackerman has no place on a racetrack if he behaves like that. I said before, I thought he'd had some harsh criticism and his reputation had gone before him.
You've pulled me up for it before, you have.
Yeah. but I'm afraid he's shown his true colours there. Let's go down the Porsche team.
Good job, mate. Good job. That's all we needed. That's exactly what we needed. Maximum points for this weekend, guys. Well done, everyone.
A weekend, by the way, that started, remember, with the Porsche team trying to find out which of the configurations were better. And the 17 car has had the same configuration all weekend, and that was the one that's worked, Graham. There's a pleasant irony in that one. And you've got to give Porsche and Audi their due, as well as Toyota. They continue to push the boundaries of technology. Huge round of applause from the crowd here that I hope you can hear over the effects from the mics, who have been entertained. The crowd are, and the enthusiasm of the Japanese spectators is such a big part of this event, and they have been adequately rewarded, I hope, today by some brilliant racing, particularly early on in the worst of the conditions, with Mark Webber and Lotterer, Collado and Pile later on in the piece. There has been a lot to be happy with and a lot to celebrate there, but unfortunately we've also seen the dark side of the sport under dark and gloomy skies, and that for many people will leave this race somewhat less pleasant experience than it should have been and could have been. Oops, 51's missed the bit in. He's likely to get tooled off for that. In fact, of course, he's going to go to the
Parc Fermé.
Is he going to Parc Fermé? Yeah.
Whilst the 7 car goes beneath the podium, the now well-established post-race procedure here. Gianni is a good reason to be delighted, I think, with Porsche's form.
Oh, yes. Yes, yes. Let's hear from Timo Bernhard, who brought the winning car home. Here's Louise.
Timo, maximum points from this weekend, that's just what you needed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for the championship, it was very important for us to clinch this victory. Sorry for number 18. I think they had an issue at the end. But important is Porsche 1-2, definitely for the Constructors' Championship. And I mean, for us, for Group 17 was very good. We didn't have an easy race. I mean, from the start with, we had a lot of difficulties, but I think we managed well. And in the end, it's a well-deserved 1-2 for Porsche, and that's the main thing.
Thank you. Well done.
And let's not forget another Porsche team, the 77 Porsche crew. Patrick Dempsey having to do his last 20 minutes there, Graham, and bringing home a maiden victory for Proton Dempsey, or Dempsey Proton, should I say, just an event after they had their first pole position.
Yes, indeed. There was, well, as long as we believe what's on the screen, an outstanding issue for that and several other cars, but we can only guess at this stage that no further action for that. A very good race, I say, in parts and in most classes, John. The P1 cars royal entertained in the wet conditions early on. Porsche were supreme in taking off in the improving conditions, but Audi, the quickest of the lot in terms of lap time once again. They're beginning to unlock the Gordian knot that is the Porsche LMP1 Challenge. Toyota closer again. P2 will come back to. GTE Pro was exceptional. But before we get to that,
let's look back at some of the highlights, Graham, and then we'll have the podium. Round number 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship travels to Japan and to Fuji. Traditionally very excited and knowledgeable fans, and they were on hand again today for what promised to be an interesting race. Starting behind the safety car with the weather too bad for a full grid rolling start. Although Andrea Lotterer and his teammate Marcel Fessler, who was in the 7 Audi, wanted to get things underway and made their feelings known to the cameras and the race control. As the green flag, or the green lights came on, it was the 2 Porsches from the front row, led by Mark Webber, the pole sitter. That 1.4, the 17 crew moved them within 9 points of the leading Audi number 7 before the race got underway. Halfway around the first lap, Mark Webber made an uncharacteristic mistake going off just after the Coca-Cola curve, and, well, Audi was there to pounce as Marcel Vesler went through past Romain Dumas, and that was even worse news to come for Porsche as the second Audi, the number 8, and both of the Toyotas went through, so it was Audi, Audi, Toyota, Toyota at the end of an action-packed first lap. It was very close further back down the field as everyone was trying to make up positions. Alex Wurz and Romain Dumas coming together in the Toyota and the Porsche respectively. The GTE battle was awesome as ever. 2 Ferraris battling for the lead. Stuart Hall taking his opportunity to slip the Aston Martin through and pass them both and take the lead at that stage. The middle part of the race belonged to some fantastic driving from Mark Webber and and Marcel Vesler. Vesler in the Audi refused to give up his position. The spot on the timing screen changing time and time again, and the 2 drivers showing supreme confidence not only in their machines and themselves, but also the cars that they were passing. The LMP2 battle was fast and furious too. The 2 cars at the very head of the field, KCMG, the 47 blue and silver car, and the G-Drive getting together several times, with first Roman Rusinov attacking the 47 car. And then coming down into the braking area for the Dunlop curve, Rusinov made his move but misjudged it. That brought out a full course yellow. Rusinov was able to get his pit stop done. Even the Porsche drivers thinking that was an interesting manoeuvre. Then the team car, Gustavo Jacobin, battling for a position, but at that point a lap down on the 47, getting in where he didn't need to be. Also further up the field, as the 7 Audi was trying to get its lap back, there was contact. Then Jacobin took out the 47 car in a pointless display of petulance that put the 47 car out of the championship lead and allowed his teammate to take the lead. Meantime, proper racing in GTE saw Porsche grab back a position right at the end. Patrick Dempsey and his team took their first victory, but in GTE Pro, it was the 51 defending champions who took the victory. A return to form for Jimmy Bruni and AF Corsa teammate Tony Vielander. But at the head of the field, there was never any doubt it would be Porsche. It just was going to be which one. And at the end, the 18 car had a small problem, allowing Timo Bernhard and the 17 crew to come through for their second consecutive victory and to lead the championship by a single point. Well, there we are then. The action-packed 6 hours condensed into 60 seconds. 3 wins in a row for the 17 car. As the presentation is about to be made, some of the fans are being allowed underneath the podium, and we're about to see the overall podium presentation. Now we're just hearing that Gustavo Jacobin will be going to race control straight after the podium ceremonies. Sorry, I don't think he deserves to be on the podium, Graham, after that. That's just a personal thing.
I'm sincerely unhappy with the result of that race in that class. But let's put that to one side.
It casts a stain.
Put it on one side. These guys deserve massive plaudits. The 7 crew, the 18 and the 17 Porsche crew taking the win. Great battling in really challenging conditions. This one went one way, then the other, then a third. No faultless race for anybody.
No.
Everybody had moments, some had more than most, but eventually track dried enough for Porsche to make it pay.
The national anthem of the winning entrants.
Thank you. And now for the trophy presentation. Presenting the overall trophies is the Grand Marshal of the FIA World Endurance Championship, Mr. Yoshiro Terada.
Yoshiro Terada comes to make the presentations. First of all, to the 7 car, who will lose the championship lead for the first time this season, Graham.
By a single point, I believe, if my arithmetic's correct, it is, as the second place 18 crew. Gianni, Mark Lieb and Romain Dumas in the centre there. I think it's the pole position that paid, and it will be to these 3-time winners now. Brendon Hartley on the left, Timo Bernhard on the right, Mark Webber in the centre, and taking a deserved championship lead at this stage.
Well, they're the 4th team, aren't they? 3 in a row. I said 2. It's actually 3 in a row for these guys.
It is indeed. Not been beaten since Le Mans.
Porsche never been off pole position either.
And Porsche not beaten since Spa.
Yeah, good point. What a run it's been.
Absolutely astounding.
Right, gentlemen, it's champagne time.
It's champagne time. Mark puts the energy drink to one side. Romain Dumas, who sensibly steps out of the way. Well, that was a really great battle in the early stages. The Webber and Fessler show is something we'll be seeing on highlights videos for some time. There's the confirmation, 14 seconds at the line, Porsche doing the right thing, whether or not there was a problem for the 18 team. That's the right result for the championship from their point of view. 7 and 8 the right way around for Audi. No issues with that at all. Audi rolled the dice, putting the slicks early on the 7 car. It didn't pay off for them. Brave, I salute them for it. And there is the confirmation. Graham, your sums were right. Andre Lotterer and Ben Treluer lose the lead with Marcel Fessler for the first time since the start of the season. They've led it all the way from Silverstone. And Brendon Hartley, Mark Webber and Timo Bernhard go into the last 12 hours of racing of the season with a slender lead.
They do indeed. It's a strange thing, John. We rather put to the back of our heads the fact we did a half an hour in the safety car. It was that exceptional in the middle part of the race. Porsche extend their lead in the World Championship for manufacturers, the one that really counts for them. It's a 53-point lead now for the 2-car team over Audi.
And that is, in fact, unassailable, isn't it? As far as it's... Oh, it's a 2 cars to count. I'll take that back, sorry.
Yep. The one championship that could just have been settled here was GTM, but it won't be, as we'll see in just a few minutes.
Next up, it's China.
I'm Anthony Davidson.
More than a race, a premium motorsport event.
Lucas, going to go green in 1 minute.
The 6 hours of Shanghai.
Okay, engine on, engine on. Okay, they want you in good positions, they want you in good positions.
More than 300 kilometers per hour. Battles on track. Ultimate performance. Passion.
Good job, Light.
Emotion.
The spirit of Le Mans comes to China.
Every second counts. The only limit is the clock. The 6 hours of Shanghai on the 1st of November. The spirit of Le Mans is coming to Shanghai.
Be there.
Join us.
Perfect weekend, guys.
Back to Fuji, looking forward to the next 6-hour race to come. Round 7 will be in the People's Republic of China at the Shanghai International Circuit. But GTE Pro next, and an exceptional race here. James Collado and Davide Rigon will be disappointed ultimately with their 3rd. They've got no reason to be ashamed of that, though. Great race from them. Patrick Pigley and Fred Makovicky take 2nd, and back on form after a bleak period for the 51 crew. Jimmy Bruni and Tony Villander, the reigning world champions, back on the top step of the podium. They'll be utterly delighted with that. The Italian national anthem. And astonishingly, the first win for Bruni and Wilander since Silverstone. But it's going to breathe a lot of life into their championship campaign. 25 points will take them right back into the mix. James Collard on the right, Davide Rigon on the left, getting their third place trophies. Smiling Porsche drivers, Patrick Pilet, fresh from his IMSA title last week. Fred Makovicky, and winning Tony Wilander, the Flying Finn. Jimmy Bruni, the very, very quick Italian, and that tells the story, how delighted they are with that. A dominant win eventually from the 51 crew. They've waited a while for this one. And the Porsche boys quick to the punch with the champagne. And then exiting stage right there, Fred Makovicky. That's the result, 51 from 92.71, and the championship leading driver in the fourth place car. A lap back, it says, but that's by dint of where the overall winner finished. It was seconds between the second, third and fourth. 110 points now for Ricard Leeds. Davide Rigon, James Collard is 7 points back, and a further 9.5 points for the number 51 crew. It's tightening up at the top. It's getting awfully close. Ferrari retake the lead in the World Championship. 228 points, 215 for Porsche. It's not been another race, but it's not been a great day for the Aston Martin racing crew. The best they could manage was 5th for the 95 car today. There is the winning car. Hard work, but ultimately came home convincing winners in a very, very good race. If that's a live shot, that's quite astonishing. Snow for the very first time this weekend on the top of Mount Fuji. Dusk descends. The mountain shrouded in cloud for most of the day, but what a beautiful shot that is to finish what's been a fantastic weekend of action at the Fuji International Speedway. And a glorious sunset. Wait now for what I believe will be the LMP2 podium next. Darkness falls and the fan area behind us comes alive again. And it is indeed going to be LMP2. G-Drive Racing, first and third there, with the Cygnus Alpine team having the result of their season, closing to within 33 seconds of the winning car, the 26 car. Not classified result, I'm afraid, for KCMG in a race they could have won and should certainly have been on the podium. Carlos Gonzalez, Pipo Derani furthest away from the camera in the three, and a rather rueful looking Gustavo Jackemann. Second place, and a great run for the Cinetec Alpine team. Paul Chatin putting in a fine drive. Vincent Capilliere and Nelson Panciatici. And obviously a delighted Roman Rusinov. No further action for the incident involving his car and KCMG. Julien Canal and Sam Bird. Russian national anthem. Trophies to the 28 crew. Second place trophies for a delighted Signatec Alpine team. Great opening drive from Sam Bird. Julien Canal was mighty in the middle part of the race. Roman Rusinov, his really aggressive battle with the KCMG car started what looked like a chain of events that's left a rather bitter taste at the end of this race in the LMP2 class. Stewards have looked at the incidents involving that car and have determined no further action. We wait to hear what happens about the incidents plural with the 28. The best result this season for the 36. 26 takes the championship lead, as we'll see in just a few moments, I'm sure, with that result, in part for their win, and more so for the DNF, I'm afraid, for the 47 crew. And there we have it, Julien Canal, Roman Rusinov and Sam Bird take a 12-point lead over the KCMG crew, who will be feeling very aggrieved indeed. Matt House and Richard Bradley. Third position for Messrs. Jackemann, Derani and Gonzalez. Team Championships, it's the 26 car that leads the way now for the teams from the KCMG car. And then the 28 G-Drive Ligier. Extreme Speed Motorsports 30 car takes fourth position now, courtesy, I think, a season best result for them. Fourth position here for David Heimer Hansen, Ryan DL and Scott Sharp. Night falls here at Fuji. And the faithful spectators start to pack it all away and make plans to be back next year, as we all most certainly will. A big favourite on the WEC calendar, confirmed again for a 5th visit here. GTM and another great battle. 3rd position for the 83 AF Corsa team. 2nd and back on form for the 98 Aston Martin crew. And the standout drive in the class came from Marco Seefried in the 77 Dempsey Proton Racing crew. German national anthem for the team. Happy faces on this podium, and deservedly so. A delighted Pat Long there. Trophies for the 3rd place crew. Manu Collard closest to the camera there. Francois Perona in the middle, Rui Aguas, job well duty this weekend. Paul Della Lana, Matthias Lauda and Pedro Lamy. And then a first win in the FIA World Endurance Championship. Marco Seefried, Patrick Long, and yes, that's Patrick Dempsey. Deserved winners here. Good reason to be delighted. And that will give them a big boost. And there you go. Rui Aguas, first of the bunch. A joyful podium after a sporting victory. And what does that do? The 72 crew had a bad day today, but still a 29-point lead over now the 83 Ferrari, with the Dempsey Racing team 4th now. Paul Della Lana and friends 41 points back, still mathematically possible, but it needs further bad luck for the 72 to make it happen. Confirming there, 17 seconds, the advantage at the end for the Dempsey Proton 77 car, with the 98 Aston Martin in 2nd and the 83 Ferrari a lap back in 3rd place. In the Teams Championship, SMP Racing still lead after 3 wins in a row, including that double points win. 111 points for the 83 team, and 3rd in the championship now for the 77 crew. That's all for now. Thanks so much. We'll see you in China.
I'm Anthony Davidson.
More than a race, a premium motorsport event.
Lucas, going to go green in 1 minute.
The 6 hours of Shanghai.
Okay, engine on, engine on. Okay, they want you in good positions. They want you in good positions.
More than 300 kilometers per hour. Battles on track. Ultimate performance. Passion.
Good job, Light.
Emotion.
The spirit of Le Mans comes to China.
Every second counts. The only limit is the clock. The 6 hours of Shanghai on the 1st of November. The spirit of Le Mans is coming to Shanghai.
Be there.
Join us.
Perfect weekend, guys.